We will start the meeting. Could you please take your seats? I call to order the United Nations Summit on Biodiversity under the overall theme of Urgent Action on Biodiversity for Sustainable Development. I will now make a statement as the President of the General Assembly from the rostrum. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to be direct. Our existence on this planet depends entirely on our ability to protect the natural world around us. And yet, every year, 13 million hectares of forest are lost. 1 million species are at risk of extinction. And in the last 50 years, vertebrates, the category that includes everything from frogs to parrots to elephants, have declined by 68%. If we continue down this path, we not only lose the beautiful riches of the world around us, but jeopardize food security, water supplies, livelihoods, and our ability to fight diseases and face extreme events. Excellencies, we must be pragmatic. Our healthcare systems rely upon rich biodiversity. 4 billion people depend upon natural medicines for their health, and 70% of drugs used for cancer treatments are drawn from nature. More than half of the world's GDP, which is $44 trillion US, is dependent on nature. It is no surprise then that the World Economic Forum's 2020 Global Risk Report ranked biodiversity loss and ecosystem collapse among the top 5 threats facing humanity. We are challenged by those threats right now. COVID-19, much like Zika, Ebola, or HIV/AIDS, is among the 60% of infectious diseases considered zoonotic, originating from animal populations under severe environmental pressure. The scientific community has been warning us about the spread of these viruses for decades. Their message is clear. The degradation of local and regional ecosystems, unsustainable agricultural practices, and the exploitation of natural resources are putting critical pressure on world ecosystems. Clearly, we must heed the lessons we have learned and respect the world in which we live. COVID-19 has presented us with the opportunity to do just that. A green recovery with an emphasis on protecting biodiversity can address these concerns, mitigate risks, and build a more sustainable, resilient world. Doing so can help unlock an estimated $10 trillion in business opportunities, create 395 million jobs by 2030, and encourage a greener economy. Today, at the first ever UN Summit of World Leaders on Biodiversity, we set the stage for a global movement, for urgent action on biodiversity, for sustainable development. We must use this opportunity to build political momentum towards the post-2020 global biodiversity framework, to be adopted at COP15 in Kunming, China. Considering this, and to ensure participation from all member states who wish to engage, I have organized 2 spillover events in this hall today, to hear the recorded statements of your leaders and ministers. All voices must be heard. COP15 in Kunming must do for biodiversity what COP21 in Paris did for climate change. It must elevate the discourse to the mainstream and place it firmly on the political agenda. It must help ensure that biodiversity and ecosystem management are core to sustainable development. It must provide a platform to private sector to invest in the protection and promotion of biodiversity, not in its elimination. And it must engage civil society and transform their role from an activist to a partner. Excellencies, I assure you that I will support and stand firmly behind this agenda. I hope you recognize that there is every reason, either from a moral standpoint or from an economic standpoint, and also from an existential standpoint, to protect biodiversity. An investment in the health of our planet is an investment in our future, one that we leave for future generations. I hope you will join me in standing for nature. Thank you. Heads of State and Government, Ministers, Excellencies, it's now my honor to give the floor to His Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, to deliver a statement.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, humanity is waging war on nature, and we need to rebuild our relationship with it. More than 60% of the world's coral reefs are endangered due to overfishing, destructive practices, and climate change. Wildlife populations are plummeting because of overconsumption, population growth, and intensive agriculture. And the rate of species extinction is accelerating, with some 1 million species currently threatened or endangered, as the President just said. Deforestation, climate change, and the conversion of wilderness for human food production are destroying Earth's web of life. And we are part of that fragile web, and we need it to be healthy so we and future generations may thrive. One consequence of our imbalance with nature is the emergence of deadly diseases such as HIV/AIDS, Ebola, and now COVID-19, against which we have little or no defense. 60% of all known diseases and 75% of new infectious diseases are zoonotic, passing from animals to humans, demonstrating the intimate interconnection between the health of our planet and our home. Excellencies, biodiversity and ecosystems are essential for human progress and prosperity. They are central to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and implementing the Paris Agreement on climate change. Yet, despite repeated commitments, our efforts have not been sufficient to meet any of the global biodiversity targets set for 2020. Much greater ambition is needed, not just from governments, but from all actors in society. Let me be clear, degradation of nature is not purely an environmental issue. It spans economics, health, social justice, and human rights. Neglecting our precious resources can exacerbate geopolitical tensions and conflicts. Yet, too often, environmental health is overlooked or downplayed by other government sectors. This summit is an opportunity to show the world that there is another way. We have to change course and transform our relationship with the natural world. By living in harmony with nature, we can avert the worst impacts of climate change and recharge biodiversity for the benefit of people and the planet. Excellencies, I see three priorities for conserving and sustainably managing biodiversity. First, nature-based solutions must be embedded in COVID-19 recovery and wider development plans. Preserving the world's biodiversity can yield the jobs and economic growth that we urgently need today. The World Economic Forum signals that the emerging business opportunities across nature could create 191 million jobs by 2030. And Africa's Great Green Wall alone has created 335,000 jobs. Nature-based solutions are also vital tools in our fight to solve the climate crisis. Forests, oceans, and intact ecosystems are effective carbon sinks. Healthy wetlands mitigate flooding. We have natural solutions at our fingertips to protect us from natural disasters, job loss, and economic fallout. Let's use them. Second, our economic systems and financial markets must account for and invest in nature. Nature's resources still do not figure in countries' calculations of wealth. The current system is weighted towards destruction, not preservation. The OECD estimates the annual global funding needed for nature at between $300 and $400 billion, much less than current levels of harmful subsidies for agriculture, mining, and other destructive industries. Investing in nature will protect biodiversity and improve climate action, human health, and food security. And governments need to include biodiversity as a criterion in financial decision-making. The new task force on nature-related financial disclosures will help financial institutions to shift from finance from destructive activities and towards nature-based solutions. Third, we must secure the most ambitious policies and targets that protect biodiversity and leave no one behind. The Convention on Biological Diversity estimates that services from ecosystems make up 50 to 90% of the livelihoods of poor rural and forest-dwelling households. Nature offers business opportunities to poor communities, from sustainable farming to ecotourism or subsistence fishing. All of them depend on conserving biodiversity and using it sustainably. Most indigenous peoples, in particular, depend on healthy ecosystems that can provide the economic and financial services they need to preserve their cultures and livelihoods. Excellencies, I count on you during this summit to send strong signals of leadership to bend the curve on biodiversity loss. I welcome the Leaders' Pledge for Nature and coalitions such as the Campaign for Nature launched at the Climate Action Summit last year. These coalitions of leaders send a strong signal to raise political ambition in the run-up to COP15 of the Convention of Biological Diversity. This includes coming to addressing the causes of biodiversity loss. I urge all leaders to join these efforts. We need to secure an ambitious post-2020 biodiversity framework, one that will help us achieve the Sustainable Development Goals, one that sets out concrete and measurable targets and includes means of implementation, particularly finance and monitoring mechanisms, one that mobilizes a full and effective partnership across state and societies with businesses, youth, women, indigenous peoples, and local communities. Excellencies, 10 years ago, we secured commitments that should have protected our planet. We have largely failed. But where effort has been made, the benefits to our economies, human and planetary health are irrefutable. Nature is resilient, and it can recover if we ease our relentless assault. In the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, this summit presents a unique opportunity for you all to make the decisions that will shape our shared future. We need a healthy planet for our societies to thrive and our economies to rebuild. And the world is counting on you, and I thank you.
I thank the Secretary General for his statement. I now give the floor to His Excellency Munir Akram, President of the Economic and Social Council and Permanent Representative of Pakistan, to deliver a statement. Excellency, please.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, heads of state and government, excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is a privilege to speak at this summit on biodiversity in my capacity as President of the Economic and Social Council. Mr. President, it was a biodiverse and hospitable planet which accommodated the emergence and evolution of the human species, providing nutrition, food, clean air, fresh water, rich oceans, natural medicines, and bountiful raw materials. It allowed humankind to survive, grow, prosper, and build great civilizations. Our great prophets and holy books prescribe not only respect for each other, but also for nature and its bounties. Unfortunately, in the modern era, we have severely abused nature. In the past 50 years, the human population has doubled, the global economy has grown nearly fourfold, and global trade has grown tenfold, together driving up the demand for energy, raw materials, and much else. Many types of pollution are increasing with negative impacts for nature. 75% of the planet's land surface has been significantly altered. 66% of the ocean area is experiencing increasing cumulative impacts, and over 85% of wetlands have been lost. Approximately half the live coral cover on reefs has disappeared since the 1870s, with accelerating losses in recent decades due to climate change. The Secretary General has just said that we are at war with nature. And as he said on a previous occasion, nature is fighting back. The impact of global warming and climate change are visible, yet the impacts of biodiversity loss will be equally pervasive and equally devastating for the future of humanity. It is scientifically proven that loss of biological diversity increases the risk of zoonotic diseases. The COVID-19 pandemic is a grim reminder of the relationship between people and nature. And if the humble bee becomes extinct, agricultural production will be devastated. Once despoiled, our rivers and oceans will no longer yield their plentiful bounties. If our forests diminish further and carbon emissions are unabsorbed, masks may become a permanent feature of our existence. It is therefore tragic that none of the 20 Aichi biodiversity targets will be met by the 2020 timeline. In fact, data reveals a further regression in the fight to preserve biodiversity and ensure the sustainable use of nature. The 17 Sustainable Development Goals are integrated and interlinked. If the biodiversity goals are not achieved, most of the other goals will also be difficult to realize by 2030. It is high time to discard the economic models that are driving states to fight nature and each other. It is time to transition to a new economic and social paradigm which values the preservation of nature as much, if not more, than gross national product and per capita incomes, which enshrines sustainability as an integral part of the development paradigm. I hope that implementation of the Aichi targets will become an integral part of the national SDG strategies of all countries. I trust this will be fully reflected in their voluntary national reviews this year in the Economic and Social Council. We will also endeavor in ECOSOC's Development Cooperation Forum to align the UN's development system more closely with the biodiversity targets. And in the Youth Forum this year, we shall try to mobilize the energy of young people to serve their future by fighting for nature rather than against it. Excellencies, in combating COVID-19 pandemic and the great recession it has triggered, in eradicating poverty, in installing sustainable infrastructure, finance is the key. It can be mobilized if there is political will to do so. In promoting the biodiversity goals, the central requirement is not finance. It is only political will. The will to take critical decisions to end the rape of nature and to contain the economic greed and policy negligence that are driving humanity to destroy the hospitality of our planet. Such political will can be mobilized collectively by the world's leaders. This is why this summit is timely. Indeed, it is of existential importance. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Economic and Social Council for his statement. Heads of state and government, ministers, excellencies, we will now hear the pre-recorded statement of the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt and the host of the 14th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, His Excellency Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. Please play the video.
In the name of God, the merciful, the compassionate, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, United Nations Secretary General, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th session of the UN General Assembly, Mr. Munir Akram, President of the Economic and Social Council, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It gives me great pleasure to join you today in this summit that coincides with the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, albeit in exceptional circumstances of the COVID-19 pandemic and its economic and social repercussions. There is a mounting recognition of the dangers of emerging threats and their interlinkages, especially the environmental challenges and their unprecedented consequences. This is a testament to our sound vision as an international community when we set preserving nature and biodiversity as one of our international cooperation priorities. In this vein, the increasing pace of environmental degradation and biodiversity loss on planet Earth due to human intervention in our biodiversity and in nature necessitates that we move more effectively and in a coordinated manner in the face of these developments, which threaten all our countries. Such developments widen the gap between developed and developing countries and further undermine our ability to achieve sustainable development goals, especially in developing and least developed countries. All that added to the negative impacts of climate change on biodiversity. Thus, We are facing a true challenge in our relationship with nature. Thus, it would be imperative to live in harmony with nature, and this is our common goal. We have to stress that link between biodiversity and sustainable development. To implement this vision and overcome the shortcomings of global efforts to implement the Convention on Biological Diversity and its goals that we've all agreed upon internationally to stop the current biodiversity degradation, the 14th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention, held in 2018 in Sharm el-Sheikh, witnessed the launch of the post-2020 biodiversity framework negotiation process. This process aims at reaching a set of ambitious goals supported by their means and mechanisms for its implementation. To this effect, Egypt has been coordinating with all stakeholders to ensure the adoption of this new post-2020 biodiversity framework at the upcoming conference of the parties to be held in China in a fair, just, and balanced manner. Proceeding from our firm belief in the inclusiveness of all nature preservation efforts and the important role of all stakeholders, be they governments, civil society, or the private sector, Egypt launched a comprehensive initiative at the said conference to introduce biodiversity to various sectors. It aimed at harnessing the complementarities between the three Rio Conventions on climate change, biodiversity, and desertification. Since then, we've worked hard with all partners to ensure the effective implementation of this initiative. We've also honored its principles domestically. We streamlined biodiversity in different fields such as natural reserves, environmental tourism, and in our development plans to ensure the preservation of all natural resources and create more job opportunities in the process. Furthermore, Egypt was keen to support Africa's efforts to enhance its biodiversity and halt nature's degradation. On the margins of the same Sharm el-Sheikh conference, we hosted a high-level African meeting that deliberated on the priorities of Africa and how to preserve and protect its diverse nature. We took into consideration the continent's ability to participate in this international effort and the fact that it was subject to the availability of support through the provision of financing, technology transfer, and capacity building in line with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and their respective capabilities. And the different advancement between developed and developing countries. Ladies and gentlemen, as you all know, the preservation of biological diversity and its bounties has a direct effect on all aspects of life. Hence, Egypt has long established effective systems for the protection of nature and its environment, especially with regards to the River Nile. For the Nile constitutes a lifeline of a civilization that has always embodied the values of responsible resource management. Egypt has continuously prioritized the sustainability of the river basin's ecological systems and called for enhanced transboundary cooperation between all basin countries, given the fact that water remains the cornerstone of all our efforts aimed at preserving nature and protecting biodiversity. To conclude, although the COVID-19 pandemic brought about new challenges and restrictions to successful multilateral action, but it has also strengthened our recognition of our shared responsibility towards the future of this planet and the fate of future generations. We hope that our summit today contributes to a better understanding of the magnitude of this responsibility and results in clear outcomes that reflect our political will, our collective political will, to improve the current status quo. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Arab Republic of Egypt for his statement. I now invite delegations to hear the pre-recorded statement from the President of the People's Republic of China and the host of the 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, His Excellency Xi Jinping. Please play the video.
Mr. President, colleagues, at a special moment as the United Nations marks the 75th anniversary of its founding and countries around the world strive to emerge from COVID-19 and promote economic recovery, the UN Summit on Biodiversity has both practical and far-reaching significance. The 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, COP15, will be hosted by China next year in the city of Kunming. COP15 offers an opportunity for the parties to adopt new strategies for global biodiversity governance. At present, there exists an acceleration of the global extinction of species. The loss of biodiversity and the degradation of the ecosystem pose a major risk to human survival and development. It falls to all of us to act together and urgently turn the earth into a beautiful homeland for all creatures to live in harmony. To that end, I would like to make the following proposals. First, we need to adhere to ecological civilization and increase the drive for building a beautiful world. Biodiversity affects the well-being of humanity. A sound ecosystem is essential for the prosperity of civilization. We need to respect nature, follow its laws, and protect it. We need to find a way for man and nature to live in harmony and balance and coordinate economic development and ecological protection. Second, we need to uphold multilateralism and build synergy for global governance on the environment. Faced with the risks and challenges to the environment worldwide, countries share a common stake as passengers in the same boat and form a community with a shared future. To enhance global governance on the environment, we must firmly safeguard the UN-centered international system and uphold the sanctity and authority of international rules. Third, we need to continue with green development and increase the potential for high-quality economic recovery after COVID-19. Biodiversity is an important basis, a goal, and a means for achieving sustainable development. Recognizing that our solutions are in nature, we could strive to find development opportunities while preserving nature and achieve win-win in both ecological conservation and high-quality development. Fourth, we need to heighten our sense of responsibility and strengthen the power of action to tackle challenges to the environment. We need to uphold the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities, earnestly fulfill our commitments, focus on our targets, and effectively reverse biodiversity loss. Mr. President, as the host country of COP15, China is happy to share with all parties its experience of biodiversity governance. China has pursued development under the vision of building an ecological civilization. China has embodied ecological progress in every dimension and phase of its economic and social development. The goal is to seek a kind of modernization that promotes harmonious coexistence of man and nature. China has rolled out strong policies and actions. China has stepped up national legislation for preserving biodiversity and is drawing red lines for protecting the ecosystems. We have effected a national park system, carried out major biodiversity conservation projects, and made coordinated efforts to advance biodiversity governance. China has taken an active part in global environmental governance. China takes seriously its obligations under environment-related treaties, including on climate change and biodiversity. We have hit ahead of schedule the targets set for 2020 for tackling climate change. Guided by the vision of building a community with a shared future for mankind, China will continue to make extraordinary efforts to scale up its nationally determined contributions. China will adopt even more forceful policies and measures and strive to peak carbon dioxide emissions before 2030 and achieve carbon neutrality before 2060, thus making greater efforts and contributions towards meeting the objectives of the Paris Agreement. Mr. President, as the saying goes, little by little, grains of soil pile up to make a mountain, and drops of water converge to form a river. To enhance biodiversity conservation requires sustained efforts by all parties. I want to welcome you to Kunming, the beautiful spring city next year, to discuss and draw up plans for protecting global biodiversity and building a beautiful world with concerted efforts.
I thank the President of the People's Republic of China for his statement. The Secretary General must leave for a previous commitment, but I thank him for his attendance this morning. Distinguished participants, let me take this opportunity to welcome you to this virtual live discussion, which will be moderated by Mr. Achim Steiner, the Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, UNDP. Mr. Steiner, you have the floor.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for the opportunity to introduce three of the world's foremost leaders in the field of biodiversity, three women, three voices that speak both to the science and to the reality of biodiversity in the year 2020. As this is a biodiversity summit, many people will be forgiven to expect essentially a discussion about animals, plants, species, ecosystems. Yet I would venture to say what we will hear in a moment has as much to do with nature as it has to do with people, people's dependence on nature, people's inability to see the complexity of nature, people's blindness, sometimes greed and ignorance, and also the blind spot, the almost planetary blind spot of our economies and of economics for so long to recognize the value of ecosystem services. But it also has to do a lot with people because of the dedication of indigenous peoples, of communities, of conservationists, of defenders of the environment, who so often have been at the forefront of trying to help us understand, to see, and to recognize that if we're not careful, what our generation will do is really to just become more and more the equivalent of librarians of extinction, because that is the story of biodiversity in the 20th century. As humanity has thrived in numbers, in terms of age, in terms of wealth, nature has gone the opposite direction. It's a fatal relationship if you cannot change it. And it is remarkable that today, I think for the first time since the Earth Summit in 1992, have we seen biodiversity move to the center stage of the United Nations, with literally dozens of heads of states of government, well over 100 countries participating. And it is against this backdrop that I also speak to the people of the world who are following these deliberations. Yes, words are not yet actions, but often from the kinds of actions that people have shown us, we can develop the approaches and ideas that we need. It is now my pleasure to, first of all, introduce Ana Maria Salgar, who is the chair of the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, probably one of the longest, least wieldy titles. IPES, another shortcut to it. Ana Maria, we have two sets of questions for each of you. So IPES broke the news to the world that 1 million species of plants and animals now face extinction, many within decades. Apart from the obvious sadness about losing so many of the species with whom we share the planet, what does science tell us what this means for our efforts to achieve the SDGs and for our future, people and nature? Over to you.
Well, thank you very much. Clearly, losing all non-human life on Earth is not only a terrible news, but is ethically and morally wrong, totally wrong. But what does this mean for us? The IPES global assessment showed that we have lost over this short period of 50 years, 14 out of the 18 contributions that nature provides to people and make lives on our planet possible. So, for example, we have lost regulating contributions such as pollination or the capacity of nature to regulate climate or air quality. And also we have lost non-material contributions that are truly important for our cultural identity and our sense of belonging. And only material contributions have increased. And with this, we mean the production of food or fiber or energy. But the question is, why should we care? And the IPES global assessment showed that the negative trends of biodiversity and in nature implies a lot of things, but I want to highlight two. One is that we are not going to achieve the Aichi biodiversity targets in 2020, and also that was shown by the GBO5 report of the CBD, and also we will not reach the major sustainable development goals by 2030, especially those related to hunger, poverty, climate, water, health, cities, land, and oceans. So we need to listen to the science and take decisions accordingly if we want really to have a better and sustainable future.
Thank you very much, Ana Maria. And we'll come back to you in a moment. Let me now turn to Elizabeth Mrema, who will lead us onto that road to Kunming that President Xi Jinping just referred to as Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity. Elizabeth, both personally and most recently through your appointment, you have been following that story of biodiversity through environmental law, through conventions, through the efforts for many years. So let me turn to you. If we are not heading in the right direction, and the Aichi targets clearly have reminded us of that, those targets that had given us a 10-year litmus test and milestone to see if we can turn the corner on loss of biodiversity, are about to be reframed in a post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Very quickly, speak to us, what are the levers which we will need to pull to bring about changes that are necessary for us to achieve these targets that we keep on setting for ourselves? Over to you.
Thank you very much, Akim. Biodiversity clearly has been underlying foundation of human well-being. is also a solution to a number of sustainable development goals that we face. We know 14 of the 17 SDGs depend on biodiversity, from nature-based solutions to climate, to food, water, security, sustainable livelihood. Biodiversity remains the basis for sustainable future and sustainable development. Continued decline of species, degradation of ecosystems, overall loss of biodiversity recorded in all the recent reports continue to prevent, and if continue, will prevent us from achieving the sustainable development goals. Governments also realized when they adopted the 10 years ago global biodiversity goals and targets and aligned them to 2030 agenda. Unfortunately, none of them will be met or achieved at the end of the year. Only few elements will be achieved. These early lockdowns, clearly stories about nature have rebounded, and the truth that lockdown and economic crisis have reduced capacity of governments to continue to conserve conservation measures. And we have seen management of forests, wildlife, policy, fisheries have suffered. Over 1.6 million people have lost their jobs, and even more, basically turning to nature as a shock observer. And this, of course, will not guarantee.
On that, can I, because we only have very little time, it's a shock absorber, you just said. Nature is a shock absorber, and that gives me the lead to turn to Inger Andersen, Executive Director of the United Nations Environment Programme. Inger, through leading the International Union for Conservation of Nature, leading the United Nations Environment Programme, you have watched so many stories of both failure and successes, and that image that Elizabeth just gave us of the shock absorber. What do some of the successes teach us, and what is the role of different actors also? Because we always look to governments only, but it's also local governments, cities, private finance actors, indigenous peoples, local communities, scientists. Where do you think will some of the best solutions, if there are solutions for this dilemma, emerge from?
Oh, there are solutions, all right. First of all, we need to do more. We need to scale up what we are already doing. And I want to acknowledge that many countries are doing something really quite great. Many communities are doing something very great. So conservation works, protection works, integration of nature into cities and infrastructure and agriculture works. So that's the first thing, do more of that. Right now, because of our unsustainable production and consumption, we are driving these three planetary crises. The Secretary General just spoke of them, the climate crisis, the biodiversity crisis, and of course, the pollution crisis. To turn this around, we need to rethink how we produce and how we consume. And that means dealing with food systems, with infrastructure in cities, with energy systems. And we can. That's the thing. It's entirely in our hands. Second point that we need to do is we need to restore. And the Secretary General spoke about the Great Green Wall in Africa as one of those brilliant examples. Today, 2 billion hectares of degraded land exist, and only 2% of what we could restore is being restored. And here the GF and GCF is doing a great job in funding this, but we need more funding into this space. 3, we clearly need to remove some of these disincentives for taking the right actions. We are putting our subsidies in the wrong place. We should incentivize some of these nature positive things. We should regulate. And I have just 2 more points, and then I will be done, and 30 seconds more. So indigenous peoples are critical, right? You mentioned that they are the stewards of nature. Let's recall that they are the owners or managers of about 1/4 of global land area and 1/3 of protected areas. So safeguarding their rights to their lands is part of safeguarding biodiversity. And finally, a former colleague of mine from IUCN invented the word "at-uppable," and I'm going to quote her on that, because the targets that we will agree in Kunming must be at-uppable. They have to be such that we can have them at the national scale, at the community scale, but at the global scale. We at UNEP issue the GAP report, you know very well. Somebody will come out once you add it up and say, we need to stretch a little more and hold up the mirror as we go through this next decade of action. Thank you.
Thank you, Inge. And let me turn back to Anna Maria for a moment. I perhaps for those who may not be familiar with IPBES as much, it is perhaps at the moment the little brother, but will soon be the big sister to the climate IPCC partner. But in 1 minute now to each of you, Anna Maria, give me one example from your recent IPBES report about what works. What did you find that you consider to be transformative? It doesn't have to be the only thing, but one thing that stood out in 1 minute, please.
Okay, in 1 minute is very short time, but first we have to work collectively, everybody. We have government, individuals, private sector, academia, IPLCs. We need to address the root causes of biodiversity loss. It works. And also we have to integrate biodiversity and nature in all policies, and we have to work with all sectors, not only environment, but also agriculture, fisheries, finances, etc. We have to work in the scenarios in a win-win situation. For example, the humanity could fit properly with both climate and biodiversity targets achieved through measures easy, such as changing diets, nature restoration, or the use of bioenergy systems that reduce the biodiversity loss or minimize. We have to learn to embrace a different vision of what a good life is. And we have also to practicing justice and inclusion in conservation, amongst a lot of things. Are things that really are useful, are in place, and the solutions also are in nature, but as long as we take care of it.
Thank you very much. So Elizabeth, let me turn to you with a reverse question. I mean, often in our global reports, yes, we have not met the Aichi targets, but as you often and we all know, there are some countries that have done extraordinary things. The expansion also of marine protected areas is an extraordinary success story. Hidden in these averages are very many things that have gone right. So why do we not succeed? What are we doing wrong in not achieving these targets? And again, the unfair request in 1 minute, the magic answer.
We need to acknowledge first that there has been some progress, clearly indicating where conservation measures have been put in place. For instance, fisheries management have improved fisheries stock. Deforestation has improved by 30%. Even species have improved. So without these measures, we would have been even in a more worse situation. We need to learn from that and upscale these measures which have been have already been taken, and statements we have read in the recent days, we clearly indicate actions are taking place at national level in different spheres by different stakeholders. We need to upscale them. We need the whole of society, whole of government, one health approach to dealing with these issues. Nature is not just environment departments, it cuts across and no boundaries. Thank you.
Well, maybe one could use that even in the sense that nature is not just an environment department, it is in fact the foundation on which everything else operates. And to you, Inge, a last question. So a healthy planet, biodiversity, vital, we all feel it, we all can sense it, and yet the world has so many other problems. Often we have argued, and there is this prejudice that developing countries have other priorities, they cannot invest in it. What would you say now in the midst of a pandemic also that would change that view that this is somehow a chronology that can, start with the pandemic, deal with poverty, and one day, yes, we'll also get round to saving the planet, having a healthy planet. What is, in essence, in 1 minute, your greatest argument of why this simply doesn't hold anymore?
Well, there was a time when we thought we could pollute our way to wealth. We could extract, emit, pave over, etc. We would have, and we thought that that was the answer. If we've learned anything from these 3 planetary crises, it is that that is certainly not the answer, and definitely not the answer to the SDGs. Certainly, COVID has told us and given us a very rude awakening that if you push nature into a corner, if you illegally trade species, if you extract and cut down tropical forests, we are seeing this rise, and we heard it in the president of the GA's speech, of zoonosis. 75% of new diseases are zoonotic in nature. Now, COVID-19 is particularly efficient. So COVID-19 is here with us now and has exposed to us the risks. But climate change is a lot worse. Biodiversity loss is a lot worse. So let's understand that the monies that we are now putting into our economies, that has to come with green strings attached, because that will enable us to reset our development path, and thereby reach the SDGs and thereby stabilize planet, biodiversity, and our waste crisis. I think I did it in 1 minute.
You have been wonderful. I do apologize. This is an event where so many leaders will speak, in fact, a record number today, and that is why we were, so to speak, the warm-up act. And I just want to end by thanking Anna Maria, Elizabeth, Inge. Mr. President, today is a day that hopefully marks a turning point, yet another one that we need so urgently. And it is a reminder of quite how long we have delayed acting on something that is a silent crisis of extinction. But two images often summarize for me how it is actually something that unifies us. Pollination, something we have taken for granted for millennia. The image that I have seen of trucks of bees being driven to fields in California in order to provide farmers with pollination services, and people in China in a remote area having to carry pollen by hand and then apply it with a paintbrush to plants in order to provide pollination. We are destroying the very fabric of our planet, but we're also destroying the very functionality of what we just need in order to survive. And I think it is particularly in the United Nations that we also must overcome the sense that there is a separate set of interests between developed and developing countries, including also the misperception that developing nations are not investing and are not leading on conservation of biodiversity. There are many countries on the African continent who today have dedicated more of their national land area already to conservation-led management of land than in many other parts of the world. And I could give you many other examples. It is time that we unite, and it is also through the Leaders' Pledge for Nature that we saw launched just 24 hours ago, that I think we are coming to a point in history and in time where action on biodiversity is part of everything we try to do, part of the Agenda 2030 and the Sustainable Development Goals. With that, Mr. President, thank you for providing us with this space, and I hand back to you with appreciation from all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Heads of State and Government, Ministers, Excellencies, I thank the Administrator of the United Nations Development Programme, as well as the presenters for their participation and their contributions to our very interesting discussion. The Assembly is honoured to now hear a pre-recorded statement by His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales, Prince Charles. Please play the video.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am immensely touched and flattered to have been asked to deliver opening remarks for this critical biodiversity summit. For my part, through my Sustainable Markets Initiative and the Great Reset, I am working with coalitions of the willing to identify and scale up solutions that aim to put nature, people and planet at the heart of our economy. To accelerate these efforts, last week I called for a form of Marshall Plan for nature, people and planet to advance a blue-green recovery and set the course for a sustainable future rooted in a new economic model. In other words, a circular bioeconomy that puts nature and the restoration of natural capital back at the center of the entire process. Today, using the framework of sustainable markets and the circular bioeconomy, I would just like to focus my remarks on some of the solutions and actions that have the potential rapidly to shift our trajectory in a more positive direction. At a global systems level, as we consider the framework for a Marshall-like plan, I believe there are 6 core levers that could accelerate our progress. These include, firstly, implementing effective and equitable carbon pricing, or the polluter pays principle, to accelerate decarbonization by changing the behavior of consumers, businesses and investors, while unleashing innovation and generating revenues that can drive the green recovery and employment opportunities. Secondly, and most importantly, accelerating the development, implementation and scaling up of carbon capture, use and storage, both nature-based and engineered, would provide vital assistance in buying us precious time, allowing us rapidly to draw down carbon emissions as we transition towards a net zero global economy. Thirdly, establishing a credible and trusted global carbon offset market to connect well-meaning net zero offset efforts with credible and effective nature-based and engineered solutions to reduce carbon emissions and restore biodiversity. Fourthly, tackling perverse subsidies, such as those for fossil fuels, forestry, fisheries and agriculture, to make biodiversity restoration possible and to transform the lives and livelihoods of millions of small farmers and fishermen, along with rural and coastal communities all around the world. This would further help to maintain food security and employment. Fifthly, creating a recognized global ecosystem services market to incentivize farmers and landowners to increase and measure soil organic carbon, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and improve water quality and water use efficiency. Sixthly, advancing sustainable urbanism to tackle rapid urbanization while improving the urban-rural balance and protecting ecosystems, natural capital, and food production. All these measures, ladies and gentlemen, would shift our economy onto a more sustainable trajectory. And ladies and gentlemen, with these systems level levers in mind, we must also take some practical steps that can make a tangible difference on the ground. As a first step, if we are to restore the critical balance between people and planet, we need to protect, restore and invest in nature. After all, nature is central to all aspects of our existence, from the air we breathe, our nourishment and shelter, to our spiritual, cultural and recreational well-being. This virtuous circle of nature is something the world's indigenous peoples understand only too well, and is why we should listen and learn from the profound wisdom of their intuitive sixth sense, something we have so rashly and tragically discarded as being irrelevant in a modern world. As we focus on these solutions at a local level, we also need to think about investing at scale. We need to explore cross-border efforts to maintain and restore highly biodiverse natural ecosystems over large land and marine areas. As a second step, we need to think holistically about land, food and health systems. Climate change, land use change, food production and human health are all deeply interconnected. Transforming the land sector, agriculture, forestry, wetlands, bioenergy, towards more sustainable practices could contribute an estimated 30% of the global mitigation needed in 2050 to deliver on the 1.5 degrees centigrade target. For example, regenerative agriculture, including practices such as organic and no-till farming to restore soil fertility, or using silvopastoral or agroforestry systems, could enable agriculture to become a net carbon sink, rolling climate change backwards profitably as it revitalizes rural communities and enhances human health. But to do this will require the big agri-industrial global corporations to revise their operating models to benefit both biodiversity and small-scale farmers. As a third step, we need to transform industrial sectors. Globally, industry is responsible for over 30% of all greenhouse gas emissions, of which the majority arise from the production of bulk materials like cement, metals, chemicals, and petrochemical products. There is an urgent need to transform industry by scaling up resource-efficient, circular, and low-carbon solutions based on both renewable energy and sustainable biological resources. The fourth step is the need to accelerate access to finance and innovation. Access to finance and innovation are key to bringing the circular bioeconomy and sustainable markets from niche to norm. Recent reports demonstrated that for every dollar invested in select areas of ocean-based economic activities, such as offshore wind for renewable energy, greening of shipping, or nature-based solutions, there is a return of $5. The economic case is there, ladies and gentlemen. We just need to articulate it and demonstrate its benefit. And finally, we need to build nature and harmony into education. Circular bioeconomy innovation, research and development need to be transdisciplinary, combining technology and engineering with complex systems thinking. This research needs to integrate science with traditional knowledge, business, arts, design and humanities, as well as involve relevant stakeholders in the process. In this reset moment, we have an incredible opportunity to change the way we educate children so that they could better understand humanity's relationship with nature. By doing so, we will inspire an entire generation of humanity who will be equipped to make the changes we so desperately need. Ladies and gentlemen, we are, I am afraid, at the last hour. We know what we need to do. There will be far greater returns for humanity and, crucially, for nature as well, if we take the necessary bold steps now. So let's get on with it.
I thank His Royal Highness the Prince of Wales for his statement. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement from Ms. Archana Sorang, Indigenous Youth Representative from the United Nations Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my fellow youth activists following us online, dear friends, Johar. My name is Archana Sorang. I belong to Khariya tribe, an indigenous community from India. I'm one of the 7 members of the Secretary General's Youth Advisory Group on Climate Change. I would like to thank the President of General Assembly for his kind invitation to address the Summit on Biodiversity. As the sole youth representative addressing this event directly, I take this opportunity to call on the decision makers to see my appeal as a collective call of my generation who are witnessing unprecedented biodiversity crisis. I have 3 simple messages. First, nurture the indigenous practices and empower local communities as main stakeholders within decision-making structures for biodiversity conservation, taking into consideration free, prior, and informed consent. For centuries, being responsible stewards of biodiversity, we have confronted environmentally destructive projects pursued by states and corporations. Though we are protecting, yet our rights are being violated in the name of biodiversity conservation. We will be able to continue to protect biodiversity only when we feel secure, for which it is important to respect, recognize, and enforce our rights over our land and forest. Second, we need to revisit our ambitions and approach to conservation and protected areas. Doubling protected areas to cover 30% of the globe, as some want to see in the post-2020 global biodiversity framework, will lead to immense human rights violation. It could constitute the biggest land grab of the world history, reducing millions of people to landless poverty, all in the name of conservation. Removing us from our land in order to protect nature is deeply colonial and environmentally damaging. We should be the leaders of conservation, not victims of it. My third and the last message to the world leaders is that we youth are your biggest allies to protect the future of our planet and reverse biodiversity loss. We are and will be facing the impacts of biodiversity crisis. Despite this, we remain marginalized, unrecognized, and underrepresented in decision-making spaces. More proactive steps are the way forward to ensure intersectional and intergenerational equity. We are tired of your countless environmental pledges, agreements, and failed commitment. All we want to say is that we are ready to work with you to reverse the biodiversity loss. The question is, are you? Johar.
I thank the Indigenous Youth representative for her statement. Heads of state and government, ministers, excellencies, we will now begin the plenary segment of the summit. Before calling on the first speaker on the list, may I remind delegations that the statements are limited to 3 minutes for national statements and 5 minutes for those speaking on behalf of a group of states. I commend all delegations for the overwhelming interest in participating in this first UN Summit on Biodiversity at the heads of state and governments level. It is clear indication of the importance attached to this moment in the run-up to COP15 in Kunming, China, and towards a post-2020 global biodiversity framework. As a response to this welcome interest of member states for this special occasion, I decided to organize 2 spillover events from 1 to 3 p.m. and from 6 p.m. Till 9 p.m. today to continue hearing pre-recorded statements from delegations, the additional budgetary implications to be covered from the Trust Fund. Allow me to acknowledge and thank for the voluntary contribution from Austria to the Trust Fund to support this aspect of the summit. Nevertheless, I'm sorry to share with you that based on estimates of the length of pre-recorded statements drawn from the list of speakers, many of which have exceeded the mandated time limits as per Resolution 74-269. Unfortunately, we may still not be able to exhaust the list of those inscribed to speak, despite my best efforts to do so by 9 p.m. For those statements that may not be shown by 9 p.m., I commit my office to working with the Secretariat to identify a solution for the statements to be accessed whether in written or audiovisual format. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Guyana to introduce the pre-recorded statement on behalf of the Group of 77 and China.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the esteemed honor and privilege to introduce His Excellency Dr. Mohamed Irfan Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, who will deliver a statement on behalf of the members of the Group of 77 and China, as well as remarks in his national capacity on this occasion of the first United Nations Biodiversity Summit. I thank you.
Mr. President, Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. Please allow me at the outset to express the group's appreciation to you for convening this summit on biodiversity during these challenging times. It is essential that we highlight at the highest level the urgency for action in support of a post-2020 global biodiversity framework that contributes to the achievement of the objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity and the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. The Summit on Biodiversity is very fitting. Its timing coincides with the end of the UN Decade on Biodiversity 2011-2020. We have also embarked on a decade of action and delivery for sustainable development. Regrettably, the progress in achieving biodiversity targets, including in the SDGs, has been unsatisfactory. The increase in biodiversity loss continues to hinder the achievement of the 2030 Agenda, resulting in adverse impacts on our people and planet. Likewise, poverty and the insufficient results in the achievement of many SDGs place additional burdens on the environment and on any process to halt biodiversity loss. We are at a crossroad, and we cannot be complacent. This summit must exhibit the political will for a post-2020 global biodiversity framework, consistent with the 2030 agenda. The framework must also include a strong resource mobilization component. Our deliberations should propel the global community along a path towards realizing the 2050 vision for biodiversity, of living in harmony with nature. This can only be achieved by addressing in a balanced manner the three objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity, namely the conservation of biological diversity, the sustainable use of its components, and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of the utilization of genetic resources. Consequently, the group is deeply concerned that our already daunting development challenges have been gravely exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic. Its impacts certain to go well beyond 2020, eroding the development gains achieved over many decades. The effects of the pandemic will exacerbate the degradation of biodiversity and result in substantial increase in global poverty. The pandemic will undermine the financial capacity of developing countries to implement the Sustainable Development Agenda. Therefore, we call for a commitment to increase the mobilization of resources to allow for the actions needed to halt biodiversity loss. This will involve developed countries substantially increasing their financial commitment to the implementation of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework in developing countries. The COVID-19 pandemic has emphasized the importance of the relationship between people and nature. This threat must increase our awareness of the need to ensure a harmonious balance between human activity and nature. It must emphasize the importance of biological diversity to present and future generations. Hence, the group is ready to work for a successful 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity under the theme, Ecological Civilization, Building a Shared Future for All Life on Earth. The Group of 77 and China stresses that urgent and significant actions are needed to reduce the degradation of natural habitats, halt biodiversity loss, protect and prevent the extinction of threatened species. We are deeply concerned that up to 1 million species currently face the threat of extinction, more than at any other time in human history. And we deeply regret the potentially high number of species that disappeared in the past centuries, most of which have gone unaccounted for. We urge the international community to strengthen its efforts to counter these trends and protect the ecosystems, including the restoration of degraded forests, and to substantially increase afforestation, reforestation, and conservation globally, based on the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities. Halting biodiversity loss is a common goal of humanity. Every country should be engaged in this endeavor to the best of its capability. Furthermore, with respect to the oceans, we must all remain steadfast in deliberations with a view to concluding the negotiations for an international legally binding instrument under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction. We look forward to engaging constructively in the summit's dialogue and to taking firm actions to put nature on a path to recovery. Mr. President, I wish now to provide some additional perspectives in my national capacity. My country, Guyana, is endowed with rich biodiversity. This endowment provides environmental benefits to both the local and global population. These benefits include clean water and air, medicine, food, coastal and flood protection, climate regulation, and raw materials. One of our most valued national assets is the forest, which covers approximately 85% of the country and provides a service to the world as a net carbon sink. Guyana has established protected areas which aim at promoting sustainable livelihoods, the provision of environmental services, conservation of biodiversity, and opportunities for scientific research. Since ratifying the Convention on Biological Diversity in 1994, Guyana has made progress in mainstreaming biodiversity in priority sectors such as agriculture, mining, and ecotourism. Guided by our low-carbon development strategy and the SDGs, we have improved surveillance and inspections of mining and logging operations. We have maintained a low deforestation rate and undertaken other measures aimed at protecting the physical environment. Guyana's biodiversity vision remains to ensure that by 2030, the country's biodiversity is sustainably utilized, managed, and mainstreamed in all sectors, contributing to the advancement of our biosecurity and socio-economic development along a low-carbon development trajectory. Guyana, therefore, is emphatic in supporting the call for G77 partners for urgent action towards realizing the 2050 vision for biodiversity of living in harmony with nature. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Malawi to deliver a pre-recorded statement on behalf of the least developed countries.
Your Excellency Volkan Bozkır, President of the General Assembly, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before you on behalf of the least developed countries. My remarks align with those made by Guyana on behalf of the G77 and China. We commend our four leaders who envision a world where pressure on biodiversity is abridged and ecosystems restored by 2020. Mr. President, we are profoundly dissatisfied that we could not deliver on this ambitious goal. As per the Secretary General's Global Biodiversity Outlook 2020, none of the 20 targets were achieved in full, and only 6 were partially achieved. More than 60% of the world's coral reefs are under threat. Land degradation has reduced productivity in 23% of the global terrestrial area. 1 million species of animals and plants are at risk of extinction. many within decades, which is unprecedented in human history. If this trend continues, we face a future where between 30 to 50% of all species may be lost this century. This loss is not restricted to plants and animals. It also entails enormous risks to human prosperity and well-being. The destruction of natural environments and habitats increases the risk of people and wildlife contact, which greatly endangers public health. The recent outbreak of COVID-19 and its devastating impact across the world is proof positive of this danger, and least developed countries are likely to suffer the worst effects of these effects. Excellencies, we must take collective measures to stop the ongoing devastation of biodiversity. We should build a global sustainable economy, and this implies incorporating the reduction of inequalities into development models, enhancing access and benefit sharing mechanisms, reducing unsustainable production and consumption, avoiding rampant wastage, and addressing environmental degradation. Excellencies, in Article 20, subsection 5 of the Convention on Biological Diversity, parties committed to, quote, full account of the specific needs and special situation of least developed countries in their actions with regard to funding and transfer of technology, end of quote. In the same vein, Sustainable Development Goal Target 15A emphasizes mobilization and significant increase of financial resources from all sources to conserve and sustain biodiversity. Yet biodiversity-related funding has stagnated in many countries. The biodiversity financing gap in 2019 stood at between $598 billion US dollars and $824 billion US dollars per year, according to, quote, the Financing Nature Closing the Global Biodiversity Financing Gap, end of quote, report. It is our proposal that international biodiversity public funding to LDCs should be doubled by 2030. We further call for the support in capacity building and technology transfer to LDCs for sustainable biodiversity conservation and restoration. As LDCs, we look forward to working with you all to address and resolve these discrepancies between our talk and our walk. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Malawi for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the European Commission to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, what do we need to make the case for biodiversity loud and clear? Figures? For years, scientists have provided us with the most striking figures of species at risk of disappearing, but it was not enough. Pictures? For years, photographers and documentary makers have provided us with moving and breathtaking visuals of species at risk of disappearing, but it was not enough. Do we need to be affected directly and massively in our life, like a pandemic? A world pandemic locking us in at home with no possibility to travel? A pandemic caused by a zoonotic disease? Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, isn't it telling that it is precisely such a pandemic that prevents us from meeting in person for this United Nations Biodiversity Summit? That it is a pandemic that made it necessary to postpone the COP15 in Kunming from October 2020 to the second half of 21? Dear friends, we have all the information needed to understand. Climate change and biodiversity loss are happening before our eyes, and they reinforce each other. We need to stop this loop of doom. That is driving me as President of the European Commission. After just 11 days in office, I presented the European Green Deal. It is our vision and roadmap to making Europe the first climate-neutral continent by 2050. To achieve this, we set out 50 actions for 2050. In March, we proposed the first ever continental climate law, and then the pandemic came into our lives. Now, should we stop our course because of the pandemic? Of course not. And this is why we also adopted our EU biodiversity strategy for 2030 in May 2020. The biodiversity strategy tackles the key drivers of biodiversity loss: unsustainable use of land and sea, overexploitation of natural resources, pollution, and global warming. The strategy proposes legal obligations, targets, and actions to restore damaged ecosystems and rivers, to improve the health of EU-protected habitats and species, and to bring back pollinators to agricultural lands, but also to green our cities, to enhance organic farming, and to improve the health of European forest, just to name a few. Biodiversity is much more than only nature protection. The link with our food system is so strong that we adopted our farm-to-fork strategy in parallel, the same day. The two are mutually reinforcing. Today, we are calling on everyone who is willing to join our action to halt biodiversity loss. The community of those who want to move forward is becoming bigger and stronger every day. Development and humanitarian organizations, companies and cities, youth and faith organizations, and of course all countries and regions around the world who want to address biodiversity loss. This is really why we are joining forces today, to team up and provide determined leadership. Our aim is a new global biodiversity framework in Kunming next year. We want global rules that are clear, measurable, that allow us to hold each other to account. And above all, rules that will protect species and strengthen our resilience and our well-being. Let us make this our common mission. You can count on my commitment. Thank you.
I thank the President of the European Commission for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the French Republic to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, 2020 was supposed to be the super year of biodiversity, during which a new international framework of action needed to be defined. It will be, I hope, the year of us becoming aware and moving towards a true transformation. Did we need to go through this? I don't know, but the COVID-19 crisis clearly demonstrated the disastrous consequences for our health, for our prosperity, and our collective security that comes from destroying biodiversity, which is the most vital public good. Scientists have been alerting us for a long time about the risks of the emergence of new infectious diseases due to deforestation, poaching of wild species, by demonstrating links between human health, animal health, and environmental health. This pandemic reminds us that biodiversity is our life insurance, because when it's fragilized, our health security and our economic security are at risk. The protection of nature raises the fundamental ethical issue of the protection of human beings. Most importantly, the protection of biodiversity means protecting our ecosystems. I don't believe of a right of any living creature that is higher than the human right. But I do believe that the effectiveness of the preservation of human rights cannot take place without preserving ecosystems in which we live. This is a philosophical and ethical foundation of the battle for biodiversity. This is why this new challenge must be an opportunity for a collective awakening. We must strengthen the fight against environmental crime. We must put an end once and for all to all illegal activities that endanger nature, destroy ecosystems, fuel corruption, hinder the development of the rule of law, and ultimately undermine the sustainable development of humankind. This crisis must force us to transform in depth our models of production, of trade, and of consumption, because it's illusory to think that the development of our societies can be based on a model of production that destroys living creatures and it ultimately destroys our health and our prosperity. This is why we must be coherent. Very specifically, the European Union did not sign a trade agreement with Mercosur because it ran the risk of increasing imported deforestation, and we were determined to act against it. France has decided to develop a homegrown sector for protein development at the European level, because today GMO soy fuels deforestation in the Amazon rainforest. We need to be coherent in our agenda. So how can we transform our models? Public investment must accompany these shifts. The French recovery plan will devote 1 billion euros to biodiversity and combating land deterioration. This is also the goal of the biodiversity strategy of the European Green Pact, which sets out a common framework of action of all states of the Union to put a stop to the loss of biodiversity over the next decade. Because this accelerated erosion of our natural capital affects each one of our countries in its landscapes, traditions, and agriculture. It is a collective threat. We must join forces to protect our oceans and protect our forests. France did its part and will continue to do through concrete initiatives such as the Terre Amaz partnership signed recently by the French Agency for Development, which reconciles the fight against deforestation and development in the Amazon rainforest. This type of cooperation demonstrates that you shouldn't oppose a public global good and national sovereignty, that preserving ecosystems and creating economic value go hand in hand. If 2020 is the year of raising awareness, 2021 is the year of action. Because we need to act immediately, I decided to organize in France next January a One Planet Summit to support and expand the actions of all actors, of states, international organizations, civil society, and businesses that are committed to protecting biodiversity. France will be mobilized in order to adopt a new strategic framework, a global framework that is ambitious for the protection of biodiversity at the COP15 meeting in Kunming. Similar to the Paris Agreement for the climate, we would like this agreement to go hand in hand with specific and measured commitments, as well as a mechanism for implementation and clear accountability. And along the same way of thinking, France has already established very ambitious goals and has been leading, together with Costa Rica, a coalition aimed at protecting 30% of land species and maritime species on our planet over the next decade, including 10% that will be benefit reinforced protection. I invite all states to join this coalition. Before COP15, France will host in 2021 in Marseille a global congress of IUCN. And while the end of 2021 will see COP of 3 Rio conventions, we must take this historic opportunity to mobilize the international community at the highest level to, for the first time, deliver a common and ambitious message during this unique event in response to the 3 major challenges: the climate crisis, loss of biodiversity, and the deterioration of our soil. Only a joint approach will make it possible to take up these challenges together. They're independent. So you can count, as you'll understand, on the mobilization of France and my personal involvement in ensuring the coherence of our agenda that France and Europe intends to lead up to the international level. I thank you.
I thank the President of the French Republic for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Slovak Republic to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. Crisis of biodiversity is a crisis of the human race. The speed with which we are losing habitats and species is alarming. We will not survive if we don't start treating our planet differently, now. Nature and biodiversity both reduce the impact of the climate crisis. Yes, we are already trying to lower our CO2 emissions, but biodiversity cannot be a collateral damage of these efforts. Quite the opposite. We calculate the value of almost everything on the planet. Can we measure the true value of nature's wealth? We must learn to do so and to protect this value. Slovakia is blessed with diverse and beautiful nature. We protect it by law. Our clean water is so vital that we protect it by our constitution. We also know the importance of healthy forests. Slovakia has established 10 new protected areas and 2 national reservations. Half of the territory of all our national parks will be free of any human activity by 2025. By 2030, non-intervention zones will cover 3/4 of our all national parks. We don't need to conquer the nature anymore, but to live in harmony with it. We can use less chemicals to protect soils. Our food can be grown environmentally friendly. Land and forest management must make use of more nature-based solutions, because the balance we all depend on is so fragile. Everyone can help. I am part of this change too. Bee colonies are in our presidential garden to sustain biodiversity in the city. My office will become climate neutral by 2030. I will plant at least 1,300 trees every year and install green roofs and walls to compensate my carbon footprint. I hope others will follow us soon. These goals may be ambitious, but that's very much needed. Slovakia supports EU biodiversity strategy for 2030, and I have endorsed the Leaders' Pledge for Nature to reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. Let's replace ignorance and selfishness with responsibility and a true will, and let's do it now.
I thank the President of the Slovak Republic for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Hungary to introduce the pre-recorded statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. It is my honor to introduce the pre-recorded message by the President of Hungary, His Excellency János Áder. I thank you.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we all know that biological diversity is declining on the planet at a pace which is without precedent since the 5th wave of mass extinction 65 million years ago. We all know that sustainable development doesn't exist without biological diversity and natural services. We all know that human welfare and the status of nature's health are closely related. We all know what is at stake is not only preserving our natural environment, but also the future of the human species. We all know this, and we have known this for a long time. Political decisions have been made on several occasions in the past to stop further degradation. Yet the situation today is even more tragic than ever. Many see saving emblematic plants and species as a means to stopping the decline of biological diversity. This is what the media conveys to us. We know the alarming stories of the white rhino, the snow leopard, the giant turtles, or orangutans. These are stories that are graphic and arouse our emotions. But what is the life of an insect worth? For example, the life of a pollinator bee, which during its entire lifespan gathers only a single coffee spoonful of honey. Perhaps the gloomy prediction of Einstein, that if bees become extinct, humanity will follow them 4 years later, is an exaggeration. It is sure that if the clearly evident extinction of pollinator insects continues, then we will have to say goodbye to half of all the foodstuff we consume today, while at the same time we will have to feed an extra 2 billion people during the next 30 years. But what is the life of the so-called mycorrhiza, a fungus growing on plant roots in the soil? We know even less about this than about bees, despite the fact that these fungi can be considered to be the internet of soil. Without them, the nutrition absorption capacity of plants declines and soil quality decreases. And we are witnessing the silent extinction of root fungi in the soil in most regions of the world, and there are many other examples. We should finally acknowledge that we do not have the right to destroy sensitively balanced natural systems which have developed over several millions of years. We have no right to destroy the life chances of our children and grandchildren. It is our moral imperative to change. Many have been warning for a long time about the decline of biological diversity. We do not have time to lose until the Biodiversity Conference in May 2021. I offer the motto of Ernest Hemingway for the work that awaits us in the coming months. No man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less, as well as if a promontory were, as well as if a manor of thy friends or of thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind, and therefore never sent to know for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee.
I thank the President of Hungary for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Turkey to introduce the pre-recorded statement.
We will deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Sayın Başkan,
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary-General, distinguished delegates, I extend to you my heartfelt and respectful greetings. We, as humanity, are going through a difficult and painful period on a global scale. On the one hand, we are fighting against the coronavirus pandemic, which is one of the biggest health crises of the last century. On the other hand, we are trying to manage the negative effects of the pandemic. The COVID-19 pandemic, beyond being a health problem, is one of the consequences of the deterioration of the ecosystem. The pandemic has also shown us the importance of protecting biodiversity and leaving a healthy and clean world for future generations. Nature, in which we pursue our lives, is not a legacy from our ancestors to us, but our legacy to our children. I believe that after the pandemic, humanity will draw the necessary lessons in this regard, along with achieving economic and social justice. Located on 3 different climate zones and 3 biogeographical areas, Turkey enjoys a rich diversity of natural habitats. We are at the crossroads of not only continents and cultures, but also of climates. With the steps we have taken in recent years, we have further strengthened this wealth. We have made significant investments to increase the forest area and tree heritage of our country, to improve biodiversity and to protect the environment. With our ancestral seed project, we have put under protection the plant varieties that constitute our country's gene resources. By planting more than 4.5 billion saplings, we have increased our forest assets from 20.8 million hectares to 23 million hectares. Although we have an almost negligible historical responsibility, we are at the forefront in the fight against climate change. We also support global efforts for the conservation, sustainable use and restoration of biodiversity. The next 10 years will determine the fate of humanity. In order for the Sustainable Development Goals to become real, we need innovative, effective and practical projects for the conservation of biodiversity. I believe that the Global Biodiversity Framework, which we are currently working on, will constitute a roadmap which includes effective and action-orientated targets in the process leading up to 2050. We should never consider the conservation of biodiversity and its contribution to the economy as short-term goals. By raising awareness in all economic sectors, we should encourage the private sector to make investments in this field and transform the problems we are faced with into opportunities. Turkey, which will host in 2022 the 16th Conference of Parties to the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity and assume its term presidency for 2 years, will play a leading role in taking the necessary steps for the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity in this process. With these thoughts, I wish this summit success, and I respectfully greet everyone once again.
President of the Republic of Turkey for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Poland to give this video statement.
Excellencies, distinguished members of the audience. Preserving biodiversity is a prerequisite for the existence of life on Earth and for ensuring sustainable development of humanity. Therefore, action to protect and restore biodiversity requires close cooperation at a global level and in each of our countries. Poland, to protect and restore biodiversity requires close cooperation at a global level and in each of our countries. Poland is one of the states which can boast centuries-old heritage of nature conservation, whereas a sustainable, prudent use of its resources is part and parcel of our tradition and culture. We have always managed the environment wisely while using and multiplying its natural resources. Outstanding Polish scientists and naturalists were among the initiators of the creation of the International Union for Conservation of Nature in 1948. Poland can boast the status of a founding member of this organization. An excellent example of care for the preservation and development of biodiversity is the multifunctional forest management conducted by Poland, which ensures a balance between the natural, social, and economic functions of forests. Its methods, based on observation of natural phenomena, supported by scientific research and the experience of many generations of foresters, bring excellent results. The Polish model of forestry has allowed to preserve wild species of plants, animals, and fungi. We have maintained full and universal access to forests thanks to the fact that a vast majority of Polish woods, through the state treasury, is a common property available for society as a whole. Despite using natural resources intensively, Their wealth has been preserved and multiplied. The network of protected areas in Poland, including 23 national parks, nature reserves, and Natura 2000 areas, covers around 40% of our country. Furthermore, Poland protects the gene resources of domestic species and the components of animate and inanimate nature. I have personally initiated and promoted the planting campaign, which involves mass nationwide planting of trees. A flagship example of the Polish School of Environmental Protection was the saving of a European bison species, the population of which fell dramatically as a result of war fought on the territory of Poland. The preservation efforts of this extremely endangered species for the world has brought spectacular results. The Polish bison population is currently the largest globally, and many specimens are transferred by us to other countries for the purpose of restitution. In this context, I would like to stress the importance of active nature conservation, which must complement and balance passive protection forms. Preserving biodiversity is also a special task for agriculture, which constitutes an important sector of the Polish economy. It is part of the concept of sustainable development, where the efficiency and quality of production must be linked to the protection of the soil, water, and landscape. Among the strategic actions for the coming years, above and beyond the promotion of good agricultural practices and raising ecological awareness, is the preservation of valuable natural habitats, as well as the genetic resources of farm animals and plants, including traditional varieties of fruit trees. The protection of biodiversity is currently one of the biggest challenges of civilization, especially in the light of the advancing climate change. An example of this was the declaration Forests for Climate, adopted by 82 countries during the COP24 Climate Summit in Katowice. The actions we are taking today will be of fundamental significance for what will happen tomorrow, and their effects will be assessed by future generations. Therefore, let us implement them together with passion, knowledge, and diligence, guided by the common good and the desire to change for the better. Thank you for your attention.
Republic of Poland for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Colombia to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
The planet is in a state of emergency. The loss of biodiversity is accelerating at a speed never before known to humankind, and the pandemic made it even more patently clear that there is an inextricable link between a healthy and prosperous life and healthy ecosystems. The post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework is an opportunity to ensure that from the very highest level we adopt measures which will allow us to achieve a vision of living in harmony with nature by the year 2050. In Colombia, we wish this framework to be effective. We wish to see the post-COVID-19 economic recovery process be green and just, and we wish to ensure that we can move forward with the achievement of the SDGs. To do that, we need to embrace 5 commitments. We need to ensure, first of all, that 30% of the land and marine area of the globe has protected status by 2030. We need to embrace sustainable patterns of production and consumption in the sectors with greatest environmental impact. Third, we must incorporate biodiversity in the planning and management of all productive sectors and at all levels of government. 4, we need to commit to nature-based solutions as cost-effective tools to preserve biodiversity. At the same time, such tools create jobs and stimulate economic growth. 5, we must leverage greater resources from all sources to protect and promote biodiversity. In Colombia, biodiversity is a strategic asset found across the nation. In our fight against deforestation, for example, we have successfully reduced between 2018 and 2019 deforestation by 20%, and we formed the Coalition for the Prohibition of Deforestation. We have planted 35 million trees of a goal of 180 million. We want to plant 180 million trees by 2050. We want to move forward with a productive model which sees us produce while we conserve and conserve while we produce. We have incentives for environmental protection, such as payments for environmental services, and such stimuluses have encouraged the preservation of biodiversity. Renewable energy also now occupies a greater share of our energy mix. Let us continue thus. We continue to promote the Leticia Pact. We have the Coalition for the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and Persons, and we work with the Regional Commission for the Circular Economy. We have the Project Columbia Heritage and Biodiversities. Now, we call upon all nations to support us in our strategic efforts to protect the tundras and the high mountain ecosystems, as well as all of the people and resources that are housed within them. Colombia invites the world to stand shoulder to shoulder in assuming its historic responsibilities. It must seize the opportunity of change we have before us and take decisive action to achieve the goal of preserving biodiversity. That is the challenge of our age. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Colombia for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Peru to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
The pandemic put a new wrinkle in all our plans regarding our activities and challenges, including our determination to draw attention to nature in such events as the one we find ourselves today. However, these circumstances do not diminish our concerns for environmental issues. Quite to the contrary, they demonstrate the interrelation with other phenomena and the certainty that global problems must be dealt with in the framework of a reinforced multilateralism. This is something that is made necessary today by such issues as human health, economic recovery, and sustainable development. The Intergovernmental Platform for Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, the report that was issued last April of 2019, recommended a greater attention to deterioration of ecosystems, climate change, pollution of land and water, and overexploitation of animals and wild plants. The pandemic has obviously heightened the need to focus even more attention on this. This is why Peru, in planning and working to achieve the well-being of our citizens, has based its efforts on healthy ecosystems, resilient ecosystems, and based on a commitment to preserve and use in a sustainable way our marine, coastal, Andean, and Amazonic biomass, including the protection of ecosystems, species, and genetic resources contained in these, including the knowledge generated by our indigenous peoples. In line with the mandate of this summit, which demands urgent action in favor of biodiversity, we would like to focus on 3 points. First of all, the importance of the status of Peru as a mega diverse country. Peru is the source and laboratory of very important crops for global food production. And so this is a heavy responsibility that forces us to undertake ambitious actions aimed at preserving our biodiversity. Along these lines, we'd like to highlight the fact that we have joined the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and Peoples. And also, we'd like to mention our efforts to ensure the financial sustainability of our national system of protected natural areas, as well as the process underway to establish new protected marine areas, such as the proposal of the Nazca Dorsal National Reserve that we hope to be able to establish by the end of this year. Second point is our firm conviction that only effective multilateral action will make it possible to tackle the increasing loss of biodiversity based on urgent actions of the entire international community. Peru has exercised regional leadership for the benefit of the Amazon rainforest and its biodiversity. That was reaffirmed recently during the second presidential summit of the Leticia Pact, and have included actions that such as combating deforestation and environmental crimes, the reduction of risks of natural disasters, especially forest fires, and strengthening participation and benefit sharing by local communities. And the third point is the acknowledgement of the intrinsic interdependence between biodiversity, society, and development. This requires a necessary balance between the search for human well-being and a productive and inclusive conservation that incorporates nature-based solutions focused on promotion of sustainable development. All this should be founded on technical and scientific knowledge, and requires mobilization of national and international resources and establishment of governance models that take into account democratic participation, gender issues, and interculturality. From Peru, which is one of the cradles of human civilization, we would like to send a message of optimism based on our conviction that we are still capable of finding the path that allows us to coexist with nature in a harmonious way. At stake in this effort is our survival and the survival of future generations. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Republic of Peru for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Swiss Confederation to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, people all over the world have to face a new problem in 2020, the corona crisis, and have to bear the impacts caused by the pandemic on the economy and on our everyday lives. In addition to the health crisis, we all still have to face two monumental challenges that threaten our very existence: climate change and biodiversity loss. 5 years ago, the international community reached an agreement in Paris on keeping global warming to below 2 degrees centigrade and, if possible, below 1.5 degrees. We have yet to make similar progress on biodiversity. For too long, we believed that biodiversity could be protected simply by creating national parks. Conservation is important, but it's not enough in itself. We have to rethink our economic model. We need to apply safeguards to financial flows in order to ensure that investment projects do not have a negative impact on biodiversity. Governments must gear their financial incentives and subsidies towards sustainable production methods that do not harm the environment. It is clear that environment ministers alone cannot solve the problem. This UN General Assembly Summit is an opportunity for heads of states and government to recognize their responsibility to ensure that production does not take place at the expense of nature and therefore also of people. I am convinced that the private sector as well realizes that exploiting, polluting, and even destroying nature will not pay dividends in the medium term. Quite simply, without a natural environment, we humans no longer have a basis for survival, let alone for economic activity. This global challenge requires a global solution. The international community adopted the Paris Agreement to mitigate climate change. Now, we want to adopt an ambitious framework to stop the loss of biodiversity. We need strict, mandatory, and accessible global rules. Switzerland fully endorses the call of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People to protect 30% of our planet's surface on land and on sea for biodiversity by 2030. In this context, Switzerland has decided to enhance the protection of its soil. By 2050, we intend to stop the spread of settlements. In other words, we have a fixed and net zero goal for land use change. Next year, we will adopt a new global framework at the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. I am confident that this framework will encourage all actors both to conserve natural ecosystems and to sustainably manage our use of the environment and curb pollution. We have to work hard to deliver the CBD's 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature. But this is in the interest of us all throughout the world.
I thank the President of the Swiss Confederation for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Jordan to introduce the pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, I have the great honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of His Majesty King Abdullah II of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. I thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellencies, dear friends, it is a pleasure to join you for this important meeting on an urgent issue that literally concerns the future of our world and all life in it. We have been talking about sustainable development, climate change, and safeguarding the environment for decades, but unfortunately have little to show for it on the ground. We have not stuck to the 2016 Paris Agreement to strengthen the global response to climate change, nor have we met its goals to prevent a global temperature rise. Nature itself is now in existential peril, its sustainability for future generations in jeopardy, and the impact on food security threatening humanity's very existence. No country is more aware of the dangers of climate shifts than Jordan, the second water-poorest country in the world. To help address this crisis, over the last 2 years, Jordan has prepared an actionable solution that will be proposed to the UNGA, and with all your help, can make a difference. We are attempting by proposing a charter that protects and extends the legal right to exist to selected ecosystems and all species of flora and fauna, to advance the causes of preserving enough of nature for human civilization to continue and thrive, and empower the world's environmental activists and others to take legal action on behalf of nature's rights. We owe this to the future generations. COVID-19 has taught us all a lesson. We cannot keep neglecting nature and expect no consequences. At no time has practical, principled global action been needed more than at present to save our environment. Young activists everywhere are urging us to take action. We must do more than simply not get in their way. We must act, for our world is a gift, not for the people of one place and time, but for all generations and all life. God says in the Quran, "There is no creature that crawls upon the earth, nor bird that flies with its wings, but that they are communities like yourselves." Let us together protect these communities, and in so doing, protect ourselves. Thank you.
I thank the King of the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan for the statement just made. I now invite the hereditary prince and acting head of state of the Principality of Liechtenstein to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, Secretary General, the stress on our planet continues to increase with far-reaching consequences. This year's forest fires in the Amazonas are more devastating than ever, destroying vast parts of the planet's biodiversity world. In our part of the world, the loss in biomass of insects that are so important for human and animal food chain reaches staggering proportions. Climate change is well known to further exacerbate already negative trends. While public awareness is growing, our collective response fails to correspond to the challenges at hand. Today's summit can hopefully help to change the dynamic. Preserving biodiversity belongs in the long-term strategic planning of governments. In Liechtenstein, we have identified an increasing threat to our biodiversity that we need to treat as high priority in our effort to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. This is not just an environmental necessity, it is also of great importance for the success of biotechnology. And ultimately, it is a question of intergenerational justice. We could lose 1 million species within decades as a result of human action. Such a world would be incomparable to today. I support the Secretary General's call for transformative change. We must do more and do better to protect our nature. Our production and consumption patterns must be guided by sustainability. In Liechtenstein, we have undergone a rapid change from a rural economy to an industrialized and technology-driven nation. I believe that we can be equally efficient in transforming our relationship to nature with the right knowledge, the proper technology, and the correct values. Liechtenstein is committed to this cause in our own country, in cooperation with our neighbors, and at the United Nations. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the hereditary prince and acting head of state of the Principality of Liechtenstein for the statement just made. I now invite the Federal President of the Republic of Austria to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends. There are many success stories about nature and biodiversity protection in Austria. Almost a third of our national territory is protected under different categories. 6 outstanding national parks represent the variety of the Austrian landscapes and wildlife. However, as everywhere in the world, we feel the loss of biodiversity and natural habitats, particularly in vulnerable alpine regions and wetlands. To counteract this, the Austrian government has initiated an inclusive process, the Biodiversity Dialogue 2030, aimed at setting up a new biodiversity strategy for post-2020. Its key objective is to establish biodiversity protection as an overall task and duty of our society. Simply because biodiversity is not only about nature protection, it is about protecting ourselves. Austria is therefore strongly committed to the full and coherent implementation of the Convention on Biological Diversity and its 2 protocols. As member of the European Union, we support the EU's new Biodiversity Strategy 2030, a central element of the European Green Deal. Biodiversity is also our strong ally in our joint fight against our greatest global threat, the climate crisis. The two issues are intrinsically linked. We will not be able to win the fight against the climate crisis without an intact and healthy environment. We have arrived at an enormously important crossroads for many reasons. Never before have our world's vulnerabilities and inequalities been revealed so startlingly as in the COVID-19 pandemic. Never before could we feel, especially during the lockdown, how important nature is for our well-being and health. And never before have we possessed such overwhelming scientific evidence on the state of nature and biodiversity and the drivers of its loss. But for the first time in our history, we have real opportunities to change the game, to make an important step towards transforming our economies, our policies, our societies. Let's not bring back business as usual after the pandemic. Let's aim for real change.
I thank the Federal President of the Republic of Austria for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the State of Israel to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Secretary General of the United Nations, Antonio Guterres, President of the General Assembly, Vulkan Buzkir, Excellencies, dear guests, thank you. Thank you so much for this important summit. The State of Israel lies at the crossroads of 3 continents. We are a meeting place, not only for cultures and peoples, but for over 500 million birds flying from Europe to Africa each year. We are a small country, but we are home to many unique natural wonders. Israeli startups are changing the way the world grows its food, produces its energy, and make its water safe to drink. At the same time, we also face many challenges in Israel, including threats to our open space and our wildlife. The State of Israel is deeply committed to working with the United Nations and with all nations to protect biodiversity. We are at the critical moment. In these efforts, it is time for urgent action. The coronavirus has shown that humanity is able to change its behavior when we understand the needs. As the nations of the world plan the recovery from COVID, we have our opportunity to change course. As part of our recovery plan in Israel, we are focusing on clean energy, clean tech, and restoring natural spaces. These efforts will be good not only for nature, but for our economy as well. Nature-based solutions to regional challenges are creating new partnership between Israel and our Palestinian neighbors and cousins, and with Jordan. They are creating new bonds of trust and cooperation. We plan all the time to begin similar projects with the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Bahrain, and with our countries in the Middle East. Dear friends, nature and the environment knows no border. They cannot really understand borders, just as we must work together to defeat the coronavirus. We must work together to save nature. We must overcome the divisions of the past so that we can build a better future for our region, for the planet, and for all of our children. And I would like, once again, to thank you very much for taking part in this convention. And I would like to bless you with the traditional blessing of the Jews at the beginning of the Jewish year, Shana Tova. Happy New Year to you, and God bless all of you.
I thank the President of the State of Israel for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Sri Lanka to introduce the pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, I have the honor to introduce the recorded statement to the Summit on Biodiversity by His Excellency Gotabaya Rajapaksa, President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka. I thank you.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, Aibohan. I am deeply honored to represent the people of Sri Lanka at this high-level summit on biodiversity. The concepts of biodiversity must be at the very core of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. Despite the rapid decline seen in biodiversity globally over the recent decades, Sri Lanka is deeply committed to uphold the overarching spirit of the Convention on Biodiversity. There is a critical need for a transformational change in the relationship between nature and people and contemporary global environmental governance. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as a member of the Commonwealth of Nations, Sri Lanka endorsed the Commonwealth Blue Charter in 2018, and as such, we will champion the Commonwealth Blue Charter Action Group on mangrove ecosystems and livelihoods. Further, the Colombo Declaration on Sustainable Nitrogen Management was adopted last year. We as world leaders must better manage nitrogen, ensuring the sustenance of humankind. Sri Lanka is home to 2 UNESCO natural heritage sites, the Central Highlands and the Singaraja Rainforest Reserve. We are also proud of our 6 sites recognized under the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands. Sri Lanka firmly stands committed to protect and sustainably manage these natural assets that contributes to our unique and rich biodiversity. We have been mindful of conserving ecosystems to the highest extent possible, even during the redesigning of cities and urban areas. The wetland parks that we have created in cities, especially in and around our capital, Sri Jayawardenepura Kotte, are home to an array of plant and animal species, offering a mini rainforest experience within crowded cities. The ancient governance of Sri Lanka was built on the concept that the ruler is never the owner of the land. He is merely its caretaker on behalf of his countrymen and all living beings. This is the very principle that my government has adopted in our development agenda. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, as mere trustees of this planet and its resources, we must resolve to protect what is in our trust and pass it to future generations as best as we could. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Democratic Socialist Republic of Sri Lanka for the statement just made. I now invite the Sovereign Prince of Monaco to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mesdames et Messieurs,
Ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and government, excellencies, dear friends. Of all the many and painful crises our world is enduring, that of biodiversity is without a doubt one of the least perceptible. It is nevertheless one of the most acute. As was confirmed in the first report of the IPBES last year, we are in the midst of the 6th extinction of humankind. We are responsible for it. This year alone, in the last 50 years alone, around 50% of the planet's vertebrates have disappeared. Thousands of species have become extinct. A third of the 90,500 of the species studied last year by the IUCN are now directly under threat. This phenomenon is not only measured in terms of loss of species, it's also measured in terms of harvest loss, drought, floods, and is measured in human tragedy. I won't talk here about the health consequences of this situation. Emerging illnesses are often, of course, the result of the fact that human beings have trampled on natural ecosystems. Everywhere across the globe, threats to biodiversity are some of the main perils that humankind will have to face in the decades to come. And yet, we only note very scant progress thus far, at a time when we're closing the decade that the United Nations has devoted to this matter. It is for this reason that we need to increase our efforts on all fronts. I wish to particularly touch upon marine biodiversity. This is one of the subjects that I believe is a priority, and which is so rarely understood to its full extent. Oceans often contain a wealth of biodiversity about which there is a great deal of ignorance, but this biodiversity is under threat. The IPBES estimates that 2/3 of our oceans are under threat. To preserve their biodiversity, we need to fight against climate change, which wreaks so much devastation in marine environments, and that was proved by the IPCC report we commissioned and which was published in Monaco last year. Climate change destroys habitats and disturbs ocean currents, and we need to fight against the corollary of climate change, that is ocean acidification, which is already damaging many species. And that has been demonstrated by many of the studies Monaco has conducted. We also need to eradicate plastic pollution by banning single-use plastics and promoting plastic recycling. We need to better preserve marine ecosystems by enlarging marine protected areas. We can but note that the minimum of 10% fixed by the CBD has not been reached in terms of area covered by MPAs. In the forthcoming conference in China, we'll need to fix more ambitious goals for both land and sea. It is for this reason that Monaco has joined the Global Ocean Alliance, whose goal is to have 30% of our oceans by the year 2030 with marine protected area status. And that should include Antarctica, that our ancestors in their wisdom devoted to the study of science. We also, with France and Tunisia, have joined the MedFund. This is an innovative mechanism designed to preserve and link up marine protected areas. Finally, I wish to draw your attention to the worrying situation of the coral reefs. Coral reefs should receive particular attention given their importance and their current situation. And this is the rationale behind the ICRI initiative devoted to coral reefs. We co-chair this initiative, and it aims to acknowledge the specific needs of the coral reefs within the global biodiversity framework. We're not simply here talking about preserving a few species, a few ecosystems, or even a few seas. It's a question of preserving our planet, our future, and our very lives. It is for this reason that it is so important to act without delay. Thank you.
I thank the Sovereign Prince of Monaco for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Kenya to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Your Excellency Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, let me start by underscoring that Kenya aligns itself to the statement delivered by His Excellency Ifran Ali, President of the Cooperative Republic of Guyana, on behalf of the Group of 77 and China. Mr. President, it gives me great honor to participate in this summit this year that marks the super year for biodiversity and nature. The year has provided us with a unique opportunity to get back on track on both biodiversity and nature. The theme for the summit, therefore, urgent action on biodiversity for sustainable development, speaks volumes to the challenges we face and the role we must collectively play to execute the global responsibility. Kenya, being one of the 10 mega-diverse countries in the world, recognizes the critical role of biodiversity in supporting cultural, economic, environmental needs, including sustainable development. However, these vital resources are at a state of global emergency primarily because of human activity. The rate of biodiversity loss, habitat fragmentation, degradation, pollution, and species extinction, as well as disasters linked to climate and extreme weather, such as heat waves, droughts, floods, are causing mass destruction across the world. In the process, this mass destruction is compromising the primary safety nets that provide for lives as well as livelihoods. It is therefore critical that the United Nations Human Settlement Program, UN Habitat, and the United Nations Environmental Program, UNEP, among other global bodies, such as the Convention of the International Trade on Endangered Species, are empowered to take up the challenges in a holistic manner. Mr. President, as a nature-based economy, Kenya in 2017 imposed a ban on single-use plastics, and later in 2018 imposed a moratorium on logging, which has resulted in enormous benefits for our environment. Furthermore, Kenya has sought fundamental action in the green and blue economy, premised on clean energy, increased forest cover, conservation, as well as the sustainable use of oceans to protect our biodiversity. Importantly, we wish to note that with the support of the United Nations Environmental Program, Kenya is among the 92 countries that have submitted their 6th national report to the Convention on Biodiversity, which encapsulates the progress, achievements made, and measures taken to address gaps in the implementation of the Aichi biodiversity targets. In addition, in Kenya, we are committed to the development and full implementation of an ambitious and transformational post-2020 global biodiversity framework for the adoption of the 15th Conference of Parties to the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. This will be key to reaching the SDGs, informed by the best available science, research, as well as indigenous and traditional knowledge. In this regard, Mr. President, we call for urgent action to halt and reverse the destruction of nature. This will accelerate the achievements of the Sustainable Development Goals and the biodiversity targets that expire this year. We must all work together, Mr. President, with scaled-up ambition, through partnerships, collaborations, and cooperation. Mr. President, we must build back better and smarter as long as it is no longer business as usual, but rather business unusual, to urgently deal with the vulnerabilities of our societies, our economies, for a post-COVID-19 recovery. A recovery that must put us back on track and promote harmony between people and nature. I thank you all for your attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Kenya for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Slovenia to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the high rate of biodiversity decline represents a serious threat to life on our planet and undermines human development. COVID-19 pandemic manifests a clear link between human health and health of ecosystems. The need to protect and restore our national habitat is even more urgent. The color of our post-pandemic world must be green and oriented towards sustainable production and consumption without overstepping planetary boundaries. Biodiversity conservation is beneficial. It safeguards global food security and contributes to climate change mitigation and adaptation. Slovenia is a land of forests and ample water resources. My country occupies less than 0.5% of the Earth's surface. At the same time, it provides home to 1% of today's known species. This makes Slovenia a special guardian of biodiversity on a global level, committed to nature conservation. Our determination to preserve gifts of nature has led us to take concrete steps, such as introducing green and environmental taxes, use of renewable energy sources, and declaration of access to clean drinking water as constitutional right. World Bee Day, proclaimed by the United Nations, is Slovenia's initiative. I would like to thank you for your support. On 20th May, we raise awareness of the importance of pollinators for biodiversity and sustainable development. In the 21st century, security and prosperity will depend on how we manage global goods. The world is standing in front of an important opportunity to redefine people's relationship with nature. I would like to reaffirm Slovenia's and my personal commitment to stop an unprecedented rate of biodiversity loss and halt climate change effects. Let us all become international leaders on biodiversity to protect humanity's most important life-supporting safety net. Thank you so much.
I thank the President of the Republic of Slovenia for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of South Africa to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has badly affected the ability of national economies to respond to challenges like environmental degradation and climate change. But even as we prioritize economic revival and reconstruction, we must maintain our collective commitment to environmental conservation. This is even more important when considering that there are strong linkages between environmental destruction and the emergence of new deadly diseases in humans. Devastating processes such as biodiversity loss, deforestation, the loss of farmland, animal habitat loss, and the consumption of wild species are creating conditions for infectious diseases that we will soon be unable to control. South Africa commits to working with the UN Environmental Programme in the development of tools to track the future emergence of zoonotic diseases. South Africa is the third most mega biodiverse country in the world, endowed with unique species and ecosystems found nowhere else on Earth. As a signatory to the Convention on Biological Diversity, we are working to conserve our biodiversity, promote its sustainable use, and ensure the benefits of the commercial use of genetic resources are fairly distributed. We have a biodiversity economy strategy that integrates the sustainable management of biodiversity with job and business creation opportunities. We have increased our territorial protected areas and our protected ocean space. As nations of the world, we must appreciate the complex interdependence between nature, economic activity, and human development. In pursuit of sustainable development, our recovery strategies can and should strike a balance between environmental and economic imperatives. We need a holistic approach to achieving Sustainable Development Goal 15 on halting biodiversity loss. As responsible global citizens, we need to change our behavior as well as our consumption patterns, and we should work to integrate approaches to improve conservation of species and ecosystems. We need to adopt sustainable land management practices and to restore degraded lands and implement sustainable food production models and develop more climate-friendly agriculture. There needs to be a shift away from economic models that value growth for growth's sake towards a circular economy. We must engage with local communities and draw on traditional knowledge, as well as to promote the inclusion of women and indigenous populations in bioprospecting, as well as other sectors. As we emerge from COVID-19 pandemic, not only must we raise the ambition of our biodiversity targets, we must also ensure that the recovery effort fosters greater and not less harmony with nature. Through improved awareness, through improved collaboration and collective determination, we can ensure that we build back both greener and better. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of South Africa for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, ladies and gentlemen, I am honored to participate in this segment of the high-level summit convened ahead of the 15th session of the Conference of States Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity. I am aware that the objective of the summit is to mobilize greater support and enhance action at the highest levels of government, industry, academia, and civil society against biodiversity loss. This summit presents a unique opportunity for each of us as global leaders to demonstrate measurable commitment to accelerate action towards the development of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Indeed, negligence in renewing our commitment to hold the ongoing destruction of nature and nature-based solutions will seriously threaten our collective existence in the post-coronavirus era. I am concerned that the attainment of national developmental priorities as well as internationally agreed developmental aspirations would be hampered if the critical value of biodiversity and ecosystem services are not recognized and appreciated by our citizens. Nigeria, like other countries, has a wide array of rich and valuable national heritage that include impressive network of wetlands, wildlife, and forestry resources. Regrettably, most of the indigenous flora and fauna commonly found within the country are becoming endangered and facing extinction. To reverse this situation, we have developed the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan as an enabler for integrating biodiversity considerations into sectoral and cross-sectoral policies, plans and programs at all levels of the government. We are reviewing our biodiversity-related laws and developing shelter belts across 11 states in the country. In addressing biodiversity loss, we are implementing the hydrocarbon pollution remediation program in Ogoni land. The ongoing cleanup is another landmark in the ecosystem restoration initiative of our administration. It is aimed at improving livelihood of communities in the South-South region of the country. Significantly, our administration has also approved a new national forest policy in July this year to ensure continuous socio-economic development that will provide optimal benefits to the people and government of Nigeria in a sustainably managed environment. Beyond this, we are considering the development of a national mangrove restoration project to deliver qualitative livelihood benefits to the Niger Delta region. Furthermore, we are currently implementing a national program on reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation, a mechanism developed by parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. This program is aimed at discouraging deforestation, conserving already existing forests, enhancing carbon stock, and mitigating climate change impact. We have also facilitated the designation of Finima Nature Park in Bonny Island, Rivers State, as the 12th Ramsar site of international importance. The government is equally incorporating biodiversity into tourism sector through a national program targeted at combating illegal wildlife trade and trafficking in 2 pilot protected area sites, Lemne Gashaka Gumti National Park and the Yankari Games Reserve. In fulfillment of our international obligations, Nigeria is expediting the process of accession to both the Nagoya Protocol on access to genetic resources and the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from their utilization, as well as the Nagoya Kuala Lumpur Supplementary Protocol on liability and redress to the Cartagena Protocol on biosafety. Concerning ocean governance and marine biodiversity protection, Nigeria is among the first 12 countries to sign on to the 30 by 30 Global Ocean Alliance. Accordingly, we have identified 2 viable sites for the establishment of marine protected areas to help in the protection, conservation, and management of both marine and coastal biodiversity resources. Leveraging on the strategic action plan of the Lake Chad Basin, Nigeria is spearheading sub-regional biodiversity action to mitigate insecurity, provide jobs, boost agricultural output, food security, and reduce poverty. Towards the delivery of our biodiversity aspiration, Nigeria has concentrated on the provision of the Convention on biological diversity, the protocols adopted under the Convention, and other relevant multilateral environmental agreements into national environmental policies and programs. Let me reiterate the call for a dedicated international engagement in support of sub-regional efforts to raise the $50 billion United States dollars required to actualize the recharging of the Lake Chad. Let me seize this opportunity to express Nigeria's support for the development and implementation of a post-2020 global biodiversity framework, building on the Aichi biodiversity targets and lessons learned from the implementation of the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2011-2020. To this end, Nigeria calls for alignment of all national, sub-regional, and regional biodiversity ambitions with all internationally agreed development agenda 2030 for sustainable development. In order to ensure that no country is left behind in meeting the 2050 vision for biodiversity, Nigeria enjoins advanced economies to support developing nations with capacity building, technology transfer, and technical assistance. I firmly believe that traditional knowledge, innovation, and the application of nature-based solutions are plausible steps to drive the biodiversity agenda. To sum up, the government of Nigeria will continue to explore the intrinsic values of biological diversity. We will more effectively implement all biodiversity-related multilateral environmental agreements, including the Convention of Biological Diversity, the United Nations Strategic Plan for Forests, and the United Nations Decade on Ecosystem Restoration for a Better World. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of Kiribati to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, UN Secretary General, Excellencies, in His holy name, greetings from the people and the government of the Republic of Kiribati. Biodiversity underpins life as we know it. Conservation and protection of biodiversity is therefore not merely a question of morality, but a question of our own survival. Unless we take urgent actions now, we are setting ourselves on the path of self-destruction. Mr. President, Kiribati is committed to meeting its biodiversity targets. This is demonstrated in the establishment of the Phoenix Islands Protected Area known as PIPA, which is the second largest marine protected area in the world and the largest World Heritage Site. PIPA represents 11% of our EEZ, which exceeds the SDG 14.5 and Aichi 11 targets. With the absence of commercial human activity in this MPA, amongst other important functions, it serves as a breeding ground for tuna that is regenerating the world's tuna stock. In recognition of its global contributions, the UNGA passed a resolution in 2018 titled Oceans and the Law of the Sea, which recognized PIPA in OP 267 as an exemplary model of international cooperation, coordination, and collaboration in marine protection and conservation. PIPA is also host to rare and new species, including the recently discovered novel bacteria with potentially special properties important to mankind. Furthermore, Kiribati is in the process of acceding the Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing to protect and manage the access and use of unique genetic resources found in our oceans. Using the PIPA model, Kiribati also created the Southern Line Islands Protected Area and a network of smaller community-based marine managed areas further exceeding our SDG and 9G targets. In recognition of our commitments on global biodiversity, Kiribati was appointed the 2019 Commonwealth Blue Charter Champion for Sustainable Coastal Fisheries. People will play an important role in the fulfillment of the government's vision for the next 20 years, in light of its critical conservation function that will underpin the sustainability of the fisheries sector and its great ecosystem potential. Mr. President, it is alarming to know that progress on global biodiversity has not been enough. The world needs more actions and less talking. Global issues of biodiversity and climate change are closely linked, and we cannot address one without the other. Kiribati is committed to raising ambition for the post-2020 global biodiversity and climate change targets, and I call upon leaders to follow suit. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Kiribati for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Zimbabwe to introduce the pre-recorded statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I have the honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe, His Excellency Dr. Emerson Dambudzo Mnangagwa, on the occasion of the Biodiversity Summit.
Your Excellency, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th session of the General Assembly, Your Majesties, Excellencies, Heads of State and Government, Your Excellency, Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. President, it is an honor to address this United Nations Summit on Biodiversity, convened at an opportune time when the world is grappling with interconnected, complex challenges affecting our planet. We commend the Secretary of the Convention on Biological Diversity, Ms. Elizabeth Maruma Murema, for convening this important summit. Zimbabwe, like the rest of the world, faces unprecedented emergencies caused by challenges of climate change, biodiversity loss, and the threat of COVID-19 on the gains made with regards to biodiversity conservation and the ability to meet sustainable development goals. These negative trends must be halted and reversed to avoid a global environmental tragedy. The outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, whose origin is linked to Mother Nature, has reminded us that humanity and the environment are inseparable. Instructively, sustainable global partnerships to nurture the relationship between humanity and the environment have therefore become more urgent. Excellencies, the forthcoming 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity, COP15, presents an opportunity to develop a framework for realizing a nature-positive and a carbon-neutral world by 2030. This is a necessary step towards the vision of living in harmony with nature by 2050. My country will match this ambition by appropriately reviewing and implementing its national biodiversity strategy and action plan using a multi-sectoral approach. The arch targets set out in the strategic plan for biodiversity 2011 to 2020 are not on track. We must seek to redouble our efforts towards accomplishing the agreed targets and goals guided by science. In addition, A funding mechanism to support capacity building and technology transfer to developing countries is therefore of utmost importance. Without these interventions, the failures of arch biodiversity targets will continue to haunt us. The principle of common but differential responsibilities in relation to resource mobilization and financial support remain crucial for the successful implementation of the plan. Excellencies, the interlinkages between biodiversity, food security, disaster risk reduction, health and climate change cannot be overemphasized. This brings to the fore the need to align the goals of the post-2020 biodiversity framework with the SDGs to ensure the full realization of sustainable development, living in harmony with nature. In concluding, Zimbabwe remains fully committed to the three core objectives of the Biodiversity Convention, which are conservation, benefit sharing, and sustainable use. We will thus deploy the appropriate interventions and resources towards the realization of its successful implementation. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of Zimbabwe for the statement just made. We have just heard the last speaker on the list for this morning. However, the Assembly will continue to hear the pre-recorded statements in the spillover event immediately following this segment. Therefore, I kindly encourage the delegates to remain seated. We shall then continue the summit at 3 p.m. in this hall for the Leaders' Dialogues 1 and 2. Before suspending the meeting, I would like to call the attention of members to the letter circulated on 20th of September 2020, which has information regarding the occupational safety and health plan for this meeting, including the possibility of a follow-up in the unfortunate and hopefully unlikely event of a case of COVID-19. The meeting is adjourned. Further to my letter of 22nd September, I am now pleased to open this spillover event, which I have organized to continue hearing pre-recorded statements from delegations. This event is in response to the overwhelming interest in this landmark summit to demonstrate political momentum to COP15. Allow me to acknowledge the voluntary contribution from Austria to the Trust Fund to support this aspect of the summit. I now invite the President of the Democratic Republic of Congo to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
UN Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, I thank the President of the 75th session of the UN General Assembly for having involved me in this high-level international event on biodiversity. Biodiversity is of planetary importance, and each country attaches great importance to it. Since the Earth Summit in Rio de Janeiro in 1992, the preservation of biodiversity has been considered an essential component of sustainable development. Thinking particularly of the Democratic Republic of the Congo, my country, it has natural habitats and ecosystems that are unique. It has exceptional biodiversity in terms of the species and genuses in the country, making it one of the countries that represent global diversity. In terms of its land biodiversity, our rainforests currently are host to the highest level of biodiversity and the best conserved biodiversity in the Congo Basin in Central Africa, which is the second largest rainforest area after the Amazon. My country is therefore providing crucial services to the biosphere. Mr. President, there are now major threats to biodiversity which justify our safeguarding it. We have identified 5 of them that are well known and well documented. Number 1, the destruction of habitats. Number 2, the overexploitation of the spaces where our people and our natural resources are to be found. Number 3, the introduction of invasive species from one place to another. Number 4, climate change, of which the most visible manifestation is global warming. And finally, number 5, pollution. There is another threat that is even more timely than biodiversity in my country, and that is the activism of external and internal armed groups, as well as the international illegal trade in natural resources, in particular in the east and northeast of the country. These phenomena undermine all of our efforts for conservation and sustainable management of our biodiversity. Mr. President, how do we manage our biodiversity? This forum represents an ideal framework for reflections and to think about consensus-based solutions to face the crises that the planet faces on biodiversity. Indeed, there are a number of terms and methods to protect and safeguard biodiversity, depending on the different stakeholders involved, the different strategies and the means available. In terms of my country, to simplify things, my government has adopted 3 broad approaches on this matter: protection, conservation, and recovery. Firstly, preservation. This is based on the idea of keeping the natural area as it is, which we do by creating protected areas. My country has extended its protected areas by 17%. My country also has a number of animal parks. Turning now to conservation, here we make use of natural resources, but we aim to fix sensible limits to allow these resources to replenish themselves. And finally, recovery. Here we aim to reintroduce biodiversity and to re-establish the health of ecosystems, either by rehabilitating areas that have suffered or by reintroducing species that are under threat of extinction. Mr. President, the Democratic Republic of Congo would like to see all of its efforts for the conservation of biodiversity lead to the regeneration of its additional financial resources as well. My country has the right to benefit from the compensation for protecting its forests to the benefit of the whole planet. I would therefore like to conclude by inviting the international community to support our efforts by more effectively controlling the international trade in natural resources and by not supporting those armed groups which prevent the Democratic Republic of the Congo from managing its protected areas in the east of the country, and in particular the sites that are on the list of the global heritage of humanity. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Democratic Republic of the Congo for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Union of Comoros to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, heads of delegation, distinguished guests, this Biodiversity Summit comes at a time that is very symbolic for the world, at a crucial time for the evolution of humanity. And I'm very happy that I've been given the opportunity to take part in it. 27 years ago, we assured the entry into force of the Convention on Biodiversity, which was open to the signature of countries on the 5th of June 1992 during the UN Conference on the Environment, also known as the Earth Summit. Its adoption offered the international community the opportunity to work together to maintain our global environmental balance with a view to sustainable development. We need to work quickly at planetary level to preserve global biodiversity, this irreplaceable good which represents humanity's safety net. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my country has around 2,000 species of plant that are among the endemic species, 101 species of bird, of which 56 are endemic, offers rich diversity and density of reptiles, of which we have found 62 species, as well as butterflies, of which 14 species are endemic, and 21 subspecies that are endemic. We are not spared the phenomenon of the worsening of biodiversity, however. In the face of this situation, between 1993 and 2001, the country came up with a political framework that then led to the drawing up and adoption of a national environmental policy and a national plan of action to conserve and manage our biodiversity in a sustainable way. Legislation and a legal framework was also set up through the adoption and promulgation in October 1994 of a framework law on the environment, with text particularly referring to the creation of a marine park on the Moheli Island, the protection of species, and studies on environmental impact assessments. President, ladies and gentlemen, together we can change the course of events. And if we want, I know that we will be able to, from now on, take on the urgent and decisive actions in order to preserve genuses, species and ecosystems to ensure that we can manage our natural resources and use them sensibly. This is the reason behind our dialogue and our discussions at this important session, and I wish everybody every success in our deliberations. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Union of the Comoros for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the plurinational state of Bolivia to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, heads of state and government, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me to participate in this summit on biodiversity. The first question is, how can we conserve biodiversity while driving our economies? The answer so far is to ensure that we have balanced development, which we refer to as integrated and sustainable development. Several catastrophic events over the past few years have shown us the validity of the nexus between well-being of human beings and the rest of nature's components. In other words, the planet's health has a direct impact on people's health. Now, the development model that has prevailed so far has led to unprecedented transformation of the planet. A transformation that is reflected in climate change and its impacts. A transformation that compels us to adopt a series of measures to limit global warming and avoid growing biodiversity loss. My country, Bolivia, is recognized as one of the most biodiverse, 15 most biodiverse countries of the world. We have 422 species of mammals, 1,435 species of birds, 313 species of reptiles, 251 species of amphibians, 908 species of fish, 13,719 types of insects, 103 mollusks, 46 crustaceans, 12,165 vascular plants, 1,200 ferns, 1,399 types of moss, 2,000 types of lichen, and 799 mushrooms. In addition to that, we are a country of origin and domestication of many crop species. Mr. President, Bolivia is committed to nurturing biodiversity. As such, we have been seeking to strike a balance between conserving biodiversity and between sustainable human development and our country's economy. For example, we have a plurinational policy and strategy for integrated and sustainable management of biodiversity, which is a key instrument geared towards underpinning our policies towards addressing the challenge of biodiversity and economic growth. In addition to this broad-ranging instrument, which includes major cross-cutting issues such as climate change and the gender focus, my government has also approved major resolutions that assure sustainable use of resources and regulate the trade in species to avoid any loss of biodiversity caused by illegal activities such as trafficking in wildlife. We have also undertaken programs for the sustainable use of our fauna and flora. For example, we have a program to conserve and sustainably use our vicuna and our lizards. And we have a program to strengthen community social economies through the integrated and sustainable management of our Amazon forest. And we also have a project for the conservation and sustainable use of agrobiodiversity to improve human nutrition in 5 macro regions. Mr. President, the plurinational state of Bolivia reaffirms its commitment to conserving biodiversity, and that is how we will continue to work toward the good of humankind. That's what we're doing now, at great human and economic cost in protecting our Chiquitano forest from the threat of forest fires. But we are also calling on the international community to ensure that this fight for biodiversity is a fight that we all share in together. Conserving biodiversity does come at a high economic cost, a cost we all bear in solidarity for the good of the planet and humankind as a whole. It is in that spirit that we reaffirm our call to the international community to work together for biodiversity and integrated and sustainable development. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the plurinational state of Bolivia for the statement just made. I now invite the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, Mr. Secretary General, Excellencies, the Marshall Islands, together with our Pacific Island neighbors, remain stewards of a wealth of marine and coastal biodiversity. While our populations and economies may be small, our natural resources are among the largest in the world. Conservation is not only a key pillar of sustainable development, but also a cultural tradition in the Pacific. Our ancestors had the wisdom to know that if we spend today squandering the resources which sustain us, then tomorrow our future generations will have nothing. The international community will come together in 2021 to adopt a post-2020 global biodiversity framework, and we must strive for an ambitious outcome that encourages action from all. The adoption of this framework will be a key milestone in achieving the CBD Treaty's 2050 goal of living in harmony with nature and ensuring that we put nature and biodiversity on a path to recovery by 2030. We expect that the new global framework will serve as an important companion to a new legal framework to address marine biodiversity in the high seas area, due to be adopted shortly under the UN Law of the Sea Convention. We are pleased to join others in pushing for an ambitious outcome. My country is also a proud member of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, supporting the protection of 30% of terrestrial and marine areas by 2030, in line with scientific evidence. RMI has also endorsed the voluntary lizard pledge for nature, demonstrating our commitment to international cooperation as a means to address interrelated and interdependent challenges of biodiversity loss, climate change, and ocean degradation, among other issues. time-bound and outcome-oriented targets linked to firm national and collaborative action are key to holding countries accountable for the commitments they make, and firm political ownership from all countries is needed to ensure that our goals are achievable. As a small nation with limited capacity, we are doing our part and leading by example domestically in addressing biodiversity loss. We recently passed legislation to establish protected land and water areas that will underpin our international goals under the Micronesia Challenge 2030 to conserve 50% of nearshore coastal waters and marine resources and 30% of land resources. The challenge at hand is not easy, but we all must work together to reverse the severe trend of biodiversity loss and revive ecosystems that are critical to the survival of both people and planet.
I thank the President of the Republic of the Marshall Islands for the statement just made. I now hand the floor over to the permanent representatives of the United Kingdom and Slovenia, who will preside over the remainder of the spillover event. I now invite the President of the Republic of Seychelles to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Excellency, President of the 75th UNGA, people of the world. It gives me great pleasure on behalf of the people of Seychelles to address this United Nations Summit on biodiversity under the theme Urgent Action on Biodiversity for Sustainable Development. What more proof do we need than the COVID-19 pandemic to illustrate that we are living in critical times? This pandemic has shown us a number of things. Firstly, it has shown us how interconnected our societies are to one another. It has also shown us how our economies, our wealth, and our health are all intertwined and depend on nature. It is clear that our solutions will only come by improving the way in which we use and interact with nature. We are running out of excuses to not take action and running out of time. We cannot afford inaction. Almost 30 years ago, the Convention of Biological Diversity was set up to help stop the loss of biodiversity. Whilst there has been progress, there is a lot to be done. Recent reports like those of the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services and the Global Biodiversity Outlook 5 show us the rapid extent at which humans have and are impacting on nature. Biodiversity is declining globally at rates unprecedented in human history. The rate of species extinction is accelerating with grave impacts on people and their livelihoods around the world. Around 1 million animal and plant species are now threatened with extinction, many within a few years. The economic downfall of those losses will be tremendous. It is clear that humans will not win without nature. Against this backdrop, Seychelles is hopeful that the world can still achieve the Biodiversity 2050 vision of living in harmony with nature, but only if there is real transformative change in the way we value and use nature. The interlinking between biodiversity and the SDG goals are obvious. We need a new system that simultaneously addresses species loss biodiversity protection and ecosystem restoration, whilst at the same allows for sustainable development and support people's livelihoods. The post-2020 global biodiversity framework being developed by CBD should be the vehicle for this urgent change. My country, Seychelles, like other small island developing states, has always had this urgency in mind because protecting our biodiversity is existential for us. We have already started taking bold steps to ensure that our environment, our people, our biodiversity, our climate resilience, and our economy are all addressed together in a single strategy. Mindful of our limited resources, we are focusing our efforts in developing our blue economy as our catalyst for establishing and supporting management of new protected areas, protecting our carbon stocks, and adapting and mitigating against climate change. Similarly, through our marine spatial planning process, we are ensuring that economic activities sustain our population, but not at the detriment of nature. Resource mobilization is being facilitated by our Debt for Nature Swap and our Blue Bonds initiatives. We have always believed in protecting to ensure a sustainable future. We are testimony that nature provides greatly if taken care of. Therefore, I call on the world as we continue to work on the post-2020 global biodiversity framework to stay committed, to take tough decisions as we steer ahead with our mission, to take urgent action across society, to put biodiversity on a path to recovery for the benefit of planet and people. The time for action is now. I thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of the Seychelles for the statement just made, and I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of Brazil to introduce the pre-recorded statement. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I have the honor to introduce a pre-recorded statement by His Excellency, Mr. Jair Bolsonaro, President of the Federative Republic of Brazil. Thank you.
Senhor Presidente da Assembleia Geral das Nações Unidas, Volkan Bozkır, senhores chefes de Estado e de Governo, senhoras e senhores, a exploração racional e sustentável dos incomensuráveis recursos presentes no território brasileiro em prol de nossa sociedade é uma prioridade nossa. Assim, damos atenção especial às discussões da cúpula da biodiversidade, que poderão determinar o futuro desses recursos e definir os novos contornos da economia no século XXI. Estamos cientes do enorme potencial da bioeconomia. É preciso que cheguemos a um consenso e que saibamos combinar sustentabilidade com desenvolvimento e preservação ambiental com inovação econômica. No Brasil, temos orgulho de pertencer ao grupo de países megadiversos e de possuir a maior extensão de vegetação nativa do planeta, o que corresponde a 60% de nosso território nacional. Ao longo dos anos, como parlamentar e agora como presidente da República, sempre deixei claro que uma das prioridades do Estado brasileiro deveria ser a proteção e a gestão soberana de nossos recursos naturais. Desde 2019, meu governo vem adotando políticas de proteção ao meio ambiente de forma consciente, sabendo do duplo desafio que enfrentamos. Temos a obrigação de preservar nossos biomas e, ao mesmo tempo, precisamos enfrentar adversidades sociais complexas, como o desemprego e a pobreza, além de buscar garantir a segurança alimentar do nosso povo. Em 2020, avançamos nessa direção, E mesmo enfrentando uma situação difícil e atípica devido ao coronavírus, reforçamos ações de vigilância sobre nossos biomas e fortalecemos nossos meios para combater a degradação dos ecossistemas, a sabotagem externa e a biopirataria. Na Amazônia, lançamos a Operação Verde Brasil 2, que logrou reverter, até agora, a tendência de aumento da área desmatada observada nos anos anteriores. Vamos dar continuidade a esta operação para intensificar ainda mais o combate a esses problemas, que favorecem as organizações que, associadas a algumas ONGs, comandam os crimes ambientais no Brasil e no exterior. No Pantanal, fortalecemos a integração entre agências governamentais com o apoio das Forças Armadas, para atuar de maneira coordenada e, assim, combater os focos de incêndio no entorno dessa região. Isso mostra que mantemos firme nosso empenho em buscar o desenvolvimento sustentável do país, com esteio em uma agricultura baseada na biotecnologia de comprovada eficiência e também na preservação do nosso patrimônio ambiental. Nas últimas décadas, o setor agropecuário brasileiro obteve aumentos expressivos de produtividade e comprovou sua capacidade de ampliar sua produção e alimentar o mundo, ao mesmo tempo em que reduz seu já irrisório impacto sobre o meio ambiente. Rechaço de forma veemente a cobiça internacional sobre a nossa Amazônia e vamos defendê-la de ações e narrativas que agridam a interesses nacionais. Não podemos aceitar, portanto, que informações falsas e irresponsáveis sirvam de pretexto para a imposição de regras internacionais injustas que desconsiderem as importantes conquistas ambientais que alcançamos em benefício do Brasil e do mundo. Nesse sentido,
large. Accordingly, may I call to mind that the Convention on Biological Diversity enshrines the sovereign right of states to use their natural resources in accordance with their environmental policy, and that is precisely what we intend to do with the huge wealth of resources found in the Brazilian territory. Also in this regard, I call upon all participants to renew their commitment to the ongoing negotiations under the Convention, recognizing that member states have common but differentiated responsibilities. Let me also recall that the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework must take into account the devastating impact of the coronavirus crisis on the world economy, particularly as regards developing countries. Do rest assured that Brazil will continue to play its part in the negotiations, always with the purpose of ensuring funds be available for the protection of biodiversity, not only by sharing the benefits from the bioeconomy, but also through novel mechanisms such as payment to environmental service providers. In Brazil, Program Forest Plus, launched by the Ministry of Environment, already establishes payment for environmental conservation projects and the sustainable use of our ecosystems. At the international level, an initiative along these lines could possibly result in even more positive impacts for the environment and for native communities in Brazil. All countries must fulfill their responsibility, play their part accordingly, and unite against evils such as biopiracy, environmental sabotage, and bioterrorism. My administration remains firmly committed to the sustainable development and sovereign management of Brazilian resources. We will always be open to contribute to a debate anchored on the respect for the three pillars of the Convention on Biological Diversity: conservation, sustainable use, and benefit sharing. I expect the same commitment from you. Thank you all.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in engagement with young people, community members, experts, and other policymakers, His Excellency Dr. Julius Maada Bio, President of Sierra Leone, shared his concerns about biodiversity loss, how it adversely affects lives and livelihoods, and how it deters our progress toward achieving our sustainable development goals. Deforestation from illegal logging, outmoded farming and livelihood practices, illegal mining, poor land use policies, indiscriminate and coordinated urbanization are among leading causes of biodiversity loss in Sierra Leone. Combine that with weak regulatory and legal frameworks, weak enforcement mechanisms, limited funding and investment, insufficient data and information on the environment, weak coordination among line ministries, departments and agencies, and limited knowledge about the environment and biodiversity conservation, and unpredictable weather patterns, food and livelihood security in rural and coastal communities as a result of environmental degradation and terrestrial and maritime biodiversity loss are evident. We have a strong incentive and a unique opportunity as a government to get our protection and mitigation strategies right. Addressing vulnerability and building environmental resilience is central to our National Development Plan. We have established a standalone Ministry of Environment to take a new look at how we address our unique vulnerabilities, coordinate all of government work on the environment, update and harmonize policies and regulations, mitigate and manage environmental risk through various targeted national initiatives, protect and promote ecotourism sites, and improve compliance with effective enforcement mechanisms. We believe that mainstreaming biodiversity in our National Development Plan is central to our development of other critical sectors of our economy, including agriculture, forestry and wildlife, fisheries and marine life and tourism. We therefore reaffirm our commitment to the United Nations Conventions on Biological Diversity, land degradation and climate change, as well as the aspirations of the 2063 African Union Agenda. We have revised and updated our National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan with the strategic goals of the Convention on Biological Diversity. We also believe that effective biodiversity conservation and management strategies should be combined with fit-for-purpose environment, impact assessment for the fisheries, mining, and timber sectors. We will continue to address vulnerabilities and environmental resilience through targeted policies and public education and awareness campaigns to improve people's attitude and behavior towards biodiversity conservation and the ecosystem services. I thank you.
I thank the Vice President of the Republic of Sierra Leone for the statement just made, and I now invite the President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, distinguished guests, we have learned these years that the lack of respect for nature by mankind can have catastrophic impacts on all aspects of our lives. The COVID-19 pandemic reminds us of this fact. Destroying and degrading biodiversity increases the risk of spreading diseases from wildlife to people. Moreover, the concurrent phenomena of biodiversity loss, climate change, and the pandemic hit the most vulnerable hardest, with the risk of undermining our efforts to promote sustainable and equitable development in line with the 2030 Agenda. The recovery phase offers us now a unique opportunity to invest on the health of our planet and put people and nature at the heart of the political agenda. Before the pandemic, we expected 2020 to be the super year for nature, but the current dramatic situation has forced us to delay the calendar of important international events. However, this postponement also has a positive side, opening a window of opportunity to align biodiversity and climate goals. The COP26, hosted by UK in partnership with Italy, and the Italian presidency of the G20 in 2021 intend to tackle biodiversity loss and climate change as intrinsically linked crises. Furthermore, Italy is already committed to multilateral initiatives of primary importance. Within the European Union, the adoption of the European Biodiversity Strategy to 2030 aims to expand the surface of protected areas and works to ensure that all ecosystems are restored, resilient and protected. Besides, Italy is working with UNESCO to promote a global network of environmental experts to provide free assistance and capacity building in the management of the UNESCO-recognized natural areas across the globe. Ladies and gentlemen, a scientific and cooperative approach based on global solidarity must guide our efforts to reverse the current situation. Today, we must raise the level of ambition for the development of a post-2020 global biodiversity framework in view of the 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties to the Convention of Biological Diversity. Aware of the need to take action, Italy has endorsed the Leaders' Pledge for Nature, which urges states to step up global ambition for biodiversity. It's our responsibility to seize this opportunity, increasing global awareness and setting ambitious goals to build a sustainable, resilient, inclusive and fair world to hand over our younger generations. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Council of Ministers of the Republic of Italy for the statement just made, and I now invite the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, let me take you to the Markermeer near Amsterdam. It used to be a wild inland sea, but now it's a tranquil lake that provides drinking water and, with its dikes, protects us from floods. Today, this lake is also home to one of Europe's largest nature restoration projects, the Marker Wadden Islands, a unique group of artificial islands we started building 4 years ago. The aim was to create a rich habitat for all kinds of birds, fish and plants. And it's working. In no time at all, many rare species have made themselves at home on these brand new islands. A few thousand kilometers to the west, in the Caribbean part of our kingdom, the conditions are different, but the challenge is similar. There, we are working to protect the magnificent coral reefs, which are so vital to biodiversity. Together with conservation groups and businesses, we are investing in ways to make the coral healthier and less vulnerable. That's good for the local economy, as well as nature. These examples show that we can turn biodiversity loss around and help habitats recover. COVID-19 has made clear how urgent this task is. We have some catching up to do. Over the next 10 years, the Netherlands will be investing 5 billion euros in the natural environment. And we'll be working hard to make agriculture, a major sector in our country, more sustainable. After decades of putting productivity first, we are now using our expertise to transition to circular agriculture, making the sector economically and ecologically sustainable for the future. The financial sector can contribute too. It can serve as a force for positive change in biodiversity, just as it can help tackle the effects of climate change. In the Netherlands, this sector is developing ways to measure the impact of investment on biodiversity. And our supervisory authority is charting the financial risks associated with the loss of nature. It's a first step towards steering financial flows in an eco-friendly direction. At the same time, it's important that countries continue working together to promote nature-related financial disclosure that benefits business and biodiversity. All this underlines my message today. It's time for action. We can bend the curve, but we can only do it together. Farmers, conservationists, scientists, governments, businesses, and crucially, young people. Together, we need to translate our ambitions into action. at both national and international level. As far as I'm concerned, that's the task we face, both before and after the Kunming conference. Implement and deliver. We can't let the global biodiversity framework simply be a paper tiger. That's one species we do want to die out. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of the Netherlands for the statement just made, and I now invite the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to present warm greetings of His Majesty the King, Her Majesty the Queen, and people of Bhutan from the land of gross national happiness. It always gives me pleasure to talk about environment and nature because I remain motivated by the far-sighted conservation visions of our kings. We are guided by the development philosophy of gross national happiness, in which environment conservation is one of the key components. Therefore, I greet you with immense pride from one of the richest biodiversity hotspots in the world. Here, I would like to applaud all the countries and organizations that have come forward with major climate pledges this year. This is a very encouraging news for all of us. Thank you very much. The world today is deliberating about climate plans, laws, and concepts, but Bhutan embarked on this journey decades ago. Our constitution mandates us to ensure sustainable use of our natural resources and to maintain intergenerational equity. Our constitution also requires us to maintain a minimum of 60% forest cover at all times. For now, we have over 70% forest cover. That is why we are a proud carbon-negative country today. This is a unique, nationally determined contribution that Bhutan has been making since 1970s. We also have several programs in place to take it further. To mention a few, our only source of energy is hydropower, which we all know is renewable. We also have solar and wind powers to add on. We have initiated programs to replace fossil fuel with electric cars, starting with public transportation. Upon reflecting, both climate change and pandemics are an outcome of abuse of nature. Effects of COVID-19 are more immediate and therefore our responses are also quick and visible. Climate change is more gradual, but if you fail to acknowledge its impact, the consequences will be far more devastating. These issues give me a sense of urgency, which is why I welcome the development of post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework to be adopted next year. I see it a new milestone to reset our relationships with nature. In conclusion, may I request all the countries to come forward. Let us act in a way that our contributions and sacrifices add up to a green, sustainable, and healthy planet. We know we owe this to our children. Thank you very much, and Tashidele.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Bhutan for the statement just made, and I now have the great pleasure and honour to invite the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
From the tiniest of plants to the mightiest, most majestic megafauna, the natural life that so enriches our planet today is declining at a pace that is truly terrifying. Almost 70% of the world's wildlife has been lost in the past half-century, a lifetime to many of us, but the blink of an eye in the grand sweep of planetary evolution. As many as 1 million species of plants and animals are threatened with extinction. We are on the brink of a world in which the orangutan and the black rhino can be found not in the jungles of Borneo or the savannas of Africa, but confined to the pages of history books. And consider the pangolin, that scaly mammalian miracle of evolution boasting a prehensile tongue that is somehow attached to its pelvis. I don't believe any of us would choose to bequeath a planet on which such a wonderful, bizarre little creature is as unfamiliar to future generations as dinosaurs and dodos are to us today. Yet that is what awaits us if we continue down this road. And that's not just bad news for the pangolins, though it is a tragedy. It's bad news for all of us. Upset the delicate balance of nature that's been achieved over tens of millions of years, and the consequences could be catastrophic for the economy, for climate, for food security, for public health, for all the sustainable development goals. Yet alongside the growing evidence of looming disaster, I also see growing evidence of desire to avert it. There is the very fact of this summit, the first of its kind. The Leaders' Pledge for Nature has been signed by the heads of many nations, including, I'm proud to say, myself, and that's not all the UK has been doing. At home, we're putting biodiversity targets into law, removing deforestation from our own supply chains, shifting our land use subsidies to support rather than damage nature. Internationally, we spearheaded the ambitious Global Ocean Alliance, committed to protecting at least 30% of the world's oceans by 2030. We've doubled our funding for international climate finance. We're launching a £500 million Blue Planet Fund to protect and restore marine ecosystems, and our Blue Belt programme is on track to protect marine areas the size of India. And of course, as co-host of COP26 and president of next year's G7, we're going to make sure the natural world stays right at the top of the global agenda. Because the rhinos and the pangolins and all the other threatened species and everyone who relies on that diversity of life, they need more than good intentions. They need concerted, coordinated global action. So let this be the day that action begins. And let us leave the next generation a world every bit and diverse and wondrous as the one we inherited.
I thank the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for the statement just made. And I now invite the Prime Minister of the State of Palestine to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, the State of Palestine aligns itself with the statement delivered by Guyana on behalf of the G77 and China. Mr. President, either humanity lives in harmony with nature or faces its reckoning. 1 million species face the threat of extinction, more than any other time in human history. This constitutes not only an existential threat for the ecosystem, but also for our own species. We need to act without delay to reverse these trends, protect our ecosystem, promote resilience, and reduce disaster risk. We have a responsibility to elaborate a post-2020 global biodiversity framework that addresses the 3 objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity, contributes to the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the fulfillment of the 2050 Vision for Biodiversity. The greatest threat posed to our biodiversity and ecosystem stems from the policies and practices of the Israeli occupation, including the annexation wall, the Israeli settlements and their related infrastructure, and the blockade over the Gaza Strip. Israel, the occupying power, derives the Palestinian people from their sovereign right over their land and natural resources, including from our most important reservoir, the Jordan Valley, thus placing considerable strain on the limited resources we have access to. Despite these difficulties, the State of Palestine makes every effort to preserve biodiversity with the support of the international community. It has, since joining the CBD, developed a database of endangered species and identified actions to safeguard them. The State of Palestine sees this opportunity to express its solidarity with those nations, especially developing countries, that are the most vulnerable to the degradation of their environment often without having any responsibility in the situation they endure. Mr. President, in the United Nations Charter, humanity pledged to preserve future generations from the scourge of war. And as a representative of a people suffering for decades from occupation and conflict, I can only hope that humanity will live up to that pledge. But one must recognize that how we treat our planet will be as decisive in preserving the lives and the livelihoods of our children. I thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the State of Palestine for the statement just made. And I now invite the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as a Mediterranean country, Croatia is rich in biodiversity. Altogether, 38% of the land and 9% of our territorial sea in the Adriatic are part of the European ecological network Natura 2000 and nationally protected areas. With more than 1,000 islands, Croatia has the third longest coastline of the Mediterranean and is ranked third in Europe in water reserves per capita. In addition, among almost 9,000 subspecies of Croatian flora, over 500 are endemic and 12% are protected, whereas the fauna is rich of more than 24,000 species, among which almost 600 are endemic ones, while 7% of them are protected. For all these reasons, Croatia is the biodiversity hotspot of Europe. Protection of natural capital is the basis for sustainable and inclusive growth. Without preserved ecosystems, none of this would be possible. Halting biodiversity loss and delivering an ambitious global biodiversity net framework will require a whole-of-society approach. This is why we are working on new national development strategy until 2030, which will set ambitious orientation towards carbon-neutral, resilient and nature-positive economy. Our goal is to ensure green and digital transition by promoting clean energy, green and blue investments in circular economy. Our priorities are conservation and restoration of biodiversity, food self-sufficiency and smart mobility and connectivity. Deeply concerned about the devastating impacts of biodiversity loss, we will dedicate substantive efforts to encourage behavioral change and change in consumption patterns. Small, open economies like ours will have a chance to be transformed faster into a low-carbon and sustainable economy supported by clean technologies. With 28% of its energy coming from renewable sources, we are already above the 20% target set by the EU for 2020, and we have already reached the 30% target for 2030. Therefore, we intend to continue to be among the European leading countries in these transformational trends in the years to come. Finally, we are aware that the healthy ecosystems are the cornerstones of our development, and it is up to us to turn development challenges into opportunities. This is our duty to the expectations of young generations, and only in this way we will improve the quality of life of our citizens and ensure a better future for all. Thank you very much.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia for the statement just made, and I now invite the Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, thank you for organizing this important summit to step up global ambition for biodiversity. Mauritius, which is bestowed with a unique and rich biodiversity of high endemism level, is deeply committed to the conservation and sustainable use of its terrestrial and marine resources. Mauritius has been recognized by the International Union for Conservation of Nature as a center of plant diversity and is part of the Indian Ocean Islands biodiversity hotspot. Through statutory laws, several fishing reserves and marine parks have been created on the main island of Mauritius and Rodrigues. Government is also pursuing a coordinated program of marine spatial planning to ensure a sustainable use of the maritime space. Through transboundary cooperation, both at regional and international levels, resources are being pulled together to protect biodiversity. Two goals have been set to sustain the biodiversity of Mauritius. First, that by 2025, at least 16% of terrestrial and inland waters and 10% of coastal and marine areas are to be conserved through effectively managed ecologically representative and well-connected systems of protected areas. Second, that by 2020, threatened species are to be preserved from extinction. Unfortunately, on 25th of July 2020, the bunker MV Wakashu ran aground on the southeast reefs of Mauritius, following which Mauritius faced an unprecedented ecological disaster from oil spill. Despite our best efforts, some 800 tons of fuel oil leaked out into the sea as the hull broke. Several friendly countries responded to our appeal to contain and clean up the spill and to secure the remaining fuel oil on the ship. Although most of the oil has been removed from the surface, the damage to the mangroves will remain visible for some time. However, Ramsar sites of international importance, namely the Blue Bay Marine Park and the Pointe Desny Ramsar site, were promptly protected, and several endangered plants and animals, such as endemic birds and reptiles, have been translocated from islets to the mainland. Since the incident, regular underwater surveys have been conducted to assess the impact of the oil spill on marine biodiversity. Shoreline impact assessment surveys have been carried out on mangroves and the mangrove dwellers along the affected region. Sediments and fish samples have also been collected for regular analysis. Despite this setback, Mauritius remains a steadfast defender of healthy ecosystems and renew its pledge to achieve the vision of living in harmony with nature by 2050. I thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Mauritius for the statement just made, and I now invite the Prime Minister of Denmark to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Excellencies, I think it is fair to say that right now the world is not in need of more challenges. A pandemic, an economic setback, climate change, more strained great power relations, and nature in decline. Which one is the most serious? One cannot tell, because at the end of the day, the challenges we face today are all interlinked. COVID-19 reminds us that we are subject to nature. It is striking that it takes a pandemic for sea turtles to flourish, for the air to improve, and for the sky to turn blue again. We depend on nature. It is the air that we breathe, the water we drink, and the food that we eat. Protecting nature and fighting climate change is a key priority for Denmark. To lead by example, Denmark will reduce its greenhouse gas emissions with 70% by 2030. This means the end of coal in Danish energy generation and requires us to take a whole of society approach, transform our production and scale up on research and development to find the green technologies of the future. It is quite a challenge, but I am convinced that it is doable because we have done it before. On windy days, all of Denmark's electricity is produced by windmills. We call it our modern day fairy tale because it is good business as well. As a country surrounded by the sea, protecting the marine environment is a priority as well. That is why Denmark, together with the Nordic countries, has committed to lead the work towards a global agreement to reduce plastic marine litter. On land, protection and restoration of the world's forests are essential as well. They are halting the loss of biodiversity and mitigate climate change, nature's own brilliant invention. We are committed to reaching an agreement on biodiversity at the conference of the parties next year. This requires ambitious and specific goals on conserving biodiversity, while we also allow sustainable use of marine resources. With all this in mind, we support the proposed global target for 30% protected land and sea areas that are managed with biodiversity conservation as a key long-term purpose. To make it in time, we need urgent global action, and everyone needs to join in and pull their weight. The task before us is enormous, we know that, but so is the risk if we fail. Failure is therefore not an option, and we owe it to the generations to come to do the right thing now. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Denmark for the statement just made. I now invite the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, I join the world leaders in support of the theme for the United Nations Summit for Biodiversity, called for action on biodiversity for sustainable development. Tonga commend Your Excellency for convening this summit to remind us of the urgent need to recognize our dependence on a healthy planet through strategic and unified action. Healthy ecosystems and rich biodiversity are fundamental to life on our planet. For small island developing states in particular, we share the unique and intimate interconnection between the land, water, and coastal system. With a high vulnerability to climate changes and limited human resource capacity, which call for special attention and a renewed commitment to holistic and equitable approaches to sustainable development. Biodiversity underpins our economies, from agriculture to food and beverages to construction. We are dependent on nature. These industries require either direct extraction of resources from forests and oceans, or rely on ecosystem services such as healthy soils, clean water, pollination, and a stable climate. We depend on natural resources for our livelihoods, whether it is through farming, fishing, forestry, or other nature-based activities. Mr. President, today nature is in crisis. the unsustainable use of natural resources through human action, including deforestation, encroachment on wildlife habitats, intensified agriculture, pollution, and acceleration of climate change have pushed nature beyond its limit. It would take 1.6 Earths to meet the demands that humans make of nature each year. If we continue on this path, loss of nature will have severe implications for humanity, including collapse of food and healthy systems, life as we know it today. COVID-19 has ravaged the global and local economies, restricting activities within and between countries, thereby affecting the implementation of relevant SDG targets. While it may be perceived as a setback, progressive activities onward and upward must continue with greater urgency than ever before. It must also be noted that there are signs of recovery for the environment in the midst of this pandemic, and to which has highlighted the critical interconnection between people and nature. However, despite the challenges, this pandemic has enabled us to reconceptualize, reprioritize, and recalibrate our approach to sustainable development so that we may guard the well-being of our people and our contribution to the local community and call for a more sustainable world. I thank you most sincerely.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Tonga for the statement just made. And I now invite the Minister of Ecology, Geology and Natural Resources of Kazakhstan to deliver a pre-recorded statement on behalf of the landlocked developing countries.
President of General Assembly, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor to join the participants of the UN Summit on Biodiversity today. On behalf of the group of landlocked developing countries, I express my gratitude to the President of the General Assembly for convening this high-level and timely event. Biodiversity underpins all life on Earth. Biodiversity impacts the lives of the people as it is essential to food security, health, livelihoods, jobs, water security, healthy oceans, and disaster prevention. The COVID-19 pandemic is another reminder of the close relationship between human health and the health of our planet. Sustainable use and conservation of biodiversity is therefore key to achieving sustainable development. The landlocked developing countries are a group of 32 countries with a combined population of more than 500 million. We face special challenges related to our geographical remoteness, lack of direct access to the sea, and isolation from world markets, compounded by structural deficiencies and limited capacities to deal with external shocks. Our countries are experiencing the dreadful impacts of climate change. An estimated 54% of the total land of the landlocked developing countries is classified as dry lands. Lands covered by forests in the LLDCs has declined steadily from 17.2% in 2015 to 16.8% in 2020. Just in recent years, there were severe floods associated with Cyclone Idai experienced in Zimbabwe and Malawi, devastated floods in Nepal, and deadly droughts in many African LLDCs. The climate impacts and threatening biodiversity and contributing to the loss of animal and plant species and degradation of ecosystems in LLDCs. Several LLDCs are also mountainous countries suffering from melting glaciers. Mountainous areas are known to be the key biodiversity hotspots and are especially vulnerable. Biodiversity exists independently of international borders. Thus, scaling up of global and regional efforts to the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity and for the restoration of degraded ecosystems is critical. Given the importance of biodiversity to the livelihoods of our population, the LLDC group calls for accelerated biodiversity action. We stress the urgency of action at the highest levels in the support of post-2020 global biodiversity framework that contributes to Agenda 2030. We urge that the framework considers the special biodiversity needs of LLDCs and places the global community on a path towards realizing the 2050 vision for biodiversity, living in harmony with nature. Unwavering assistance from the international community is needed towards not only setting national biodiversity goals in line with the Aichi biodiversity targets, but also towards meeting those targets. In 2020, at least 18 LLDCs are not on track to meet their national biodiversity targets. Enhancing access to financing, targeted funding and partnerships for biodiversity for the most vulnerable countries, such as the LLDCs, is crucial. It is also important to support resilient measures for climate adaptation and mitigation efforts and for combating desertification, land degradation, droughts, receding of mountain glaciers, and other natural disasters. I would like now to say a few words in my national capacity. Biodiversity conservation is one of the most important national interests of Kazakhstan. Our country is committed to the Convention on Biological Diversity. The adoption of the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity concept until 2030 is the next step. Implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals 15th in Kazakhstan is to expand the network of specially protected natural areas, create ecological corridors for animal migration, and protect and reproduce forest lands. Moreover, according to the President of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Tokayev's address to the people of Kazakhstan, we plan to adopt a long-term plan for the conservation and sustainable use of biological diversity and plant more than 2 billion trees in the countryside by 2025. It depends on us what kind of world our future generation will live in. In this regard, I express my deep hope that this summit will bring its fruitful results to the 15th conference of the party to the Convention on Biological Diversity in 2021. To conclude, let me reiterate the unfailing support of the LLDC's member states in implementing the Global Development Agenda, including on biodiversity.
I thank the Minister of Kazakhstan for the statement just made. I now invite Minister of Foreign Affairs of Algeria to deliver the pre-recorded statement.
Thank you, Mr. President. President, I would like to thank you for holding this important session on protection of biodiversity from emerging and major threats. Algeria's position means it is a country that contains a number of different ecosystems and some 16,000 species, of which 700 are endemic and 226 are threatened. But they do enjoy special protection guaranteed through our legal and institutional framework. To preserve this inestimable wealth, and in application of the United Nations Convention on Biodiversity, Algeria has drawn up a national plan, and that's been in place since the millennium. First we had national strategies and then plans of action to reinforce our legal protection capacity and institutional protection capacity. The government then ratified the second national strategy for biodiversity and the programme of action for 2016 to 2030, in line with a national vision that is closely connected to the government's plans for economic and social development, as well as Algeria's vision for reducing the impact of climate change. The objective is to preserve our biological wealth and also to ensure that we have the means to do so. Mr. President, to make best use of the ecosystems in Algeria in a reasonable and lasting way, especially since they are suffering from the impact of land degradation, desertification, climate change and human factors, Algeria is working to preserve the frameworks and mechanisms that will enable us to mitigate the deterioration of ecosystems and biodiversity. We are doing this to strengthen the green economy and also to promote the green activities and jobs in all sectors of the economy, and to raise awareness in particular among civil society. My country has set an ambitious goal to preserve all of the ecosystems through improving land, to anti-desertification, sustainable use of resources, as well as through managing various other systems. The efforts to classify these territories include a number of different territories, as well as different parks, including natural parks, including some 1 million square kilometers, an exceptional figure at global level. President, in conclusion, I'd like to hail the connection between the main environmental issues and the importance of concerted and consistent action to implement the 3 Rio Conventions and to meet the 3 objectives following 2020. These being the Convention on Biodiversity, without forgetting the responsibility of states to develop and provide assistance. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Algeria for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Conservation of Myanmar to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, I would like, on behalf of the government of the Republic of the Union of Myanmar, to convey our deep appreciation to the President of the General Assembly of the United Nations for organizing this important and timely summit on biodiversity. I'm delighted to have the opportunity to reaffirm our commitment to the environment and underscore the importance of biodiversity for sustainable development. We inhabit a small planet and depend heavily on ecosystems, biodiversity and products they have. However, biodiversity is continuing to decline rapidly, resulting in the loss of ecosystem services. Our world is facing increased and continuous challenges from climate change and natural disasters due to loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services. It is now time to remedy the situations. The future of our planet is still in our hands. If we take care of nature, it will take care of us. It awakes another overarching framework for biodiversity. The post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, which is being prepared through participatory process to meet the 2050 visions of living in harmony with nature. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, here I would like to briefly touch upon Myanmar's endeavors for biodiversity conservation. We are focusing on nature-based solutions to halt biodiversity loss and to enhance sustainable use. Nature-based solutions, NBS, offer cost-effective solutions to environmental challenges and simultaneously provide environmental, social, and economic benefits while contributing to building resilience. Protection of our forests and the restoration of our ecosystem is a national priority. 10-year nationally funded $500 million Myanmar rehabilitation and reforestation program is in place. The 10-year re-establishing natural habitats program is also being implemented in 19 protected areas in the country. We recognize the important roles that indigenous peoples and local communities who have governed, managed, and conserved biodiversity-rich land and marine areas for centuries long in biodiversity conservation. Accordingly, we have revised the laws to embrace local communities in forest and biodiversity conservation and management. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to conclude, I am pleased to inform you that in order to ensure nature's contributions to sustainable development are effective, we are promoting nature-based solutions such as restoration, protection, and sustainable management of biodiversity. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Natural Resources and Environmental Conservation of Myanmar for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Environment of Uruguay to deliver the pre-recorded statement.
Señor Presidente. Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General, Secretary of the Convention on Biodiversity, delegates and representatives of member states, international organizations. Uruguay has just raised the institutional hierarchy of environmental issues by creating the Ministry of Environment in July this year, and it is therefore an honor for me to participate as Minister of the first Secretariat of State created specifically for environmental issues. By creating this administration, we are now upplaying the experience accumulated over these years in environmental issues and ensuring that we can involve all our citizens. This is essential if we are to strengthen our national agenda and accelerate economic, social, and cultural transformations to ensure we achieve sustainable, productive development in an agricultural country, and we must have climate change measures in place to reduce our carbon emissions. It's a priority to conserve water, manage our waste, and conserve our soils. We're also aware that oceans of the world are facing unprecedented threats as a result of human activity, including tons of plastic waste that end up in the sea. As such, we must promote the protection and sustainable development of oceans and coastal environments. We are concerned with having a more strategic, effective, and participative strategy, and our national system of protected areas is key to this policy. We will be strengthening environmental education and raise more awareness among our people in giving value to this tool to ensure that we can preserve the environment for coming generations. We have a national biodiversity strategy, 2016 to 2020, that we will be updating in this administration, and this lays the groundwork for the national policy for conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity, as well as the strategic plan on biological diversity 2011-2020 and the Aichi benchmarks, which are the groundwork for our policy. We're also restoring our ecosystems as a strategic way of deepening and expanding our policies to the national territory, and we ensure that this is sustainable over time. We have experience in this, and we believe that we will successfully achieve this based on bringing together all our institutions. This is how we're proceeding, but we need to do more. In sum, we have all the conditions in place in terms of natural resources and human resources to grow as a natural country. This is how we will be pursuing our policies. Finally, with respect to the next international negotiation of the CBD at COP15 and its protocols, we trust that this will be a chance for us to increase our environmental commitments and to earmark more financial resources to promote the ecological transition that we're all committed to. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Environment of Uruguay for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Environment of Japan to deliver the pre-recorded statement.
I am honored to address this summit, which will play an important role toward the COP15. I would like to express my sincere gratitude to President Bozkır and all the persons concerned for their efforts to realize this summit. The COVID-19 crisis is a serious message from our ecosystem. It taught us that we need to redesign the whole society. Today, I would like to share my thoughts with you about two key points that the post-2020 global biodiversity framework we need to have. One is redesigning our socioeconomic system, and the other, the transition to a decentralized society. First, redesign of our socioeconomic system cannot be realized without sustainable supply chains. One important step towards that goal is to set measurable targets to visualize the sustainability of the supply chains under the new global framework. In Japan, ESG investment has grown at the fastest pace in the world over the past 3 years, increasing about sixfold to $2.5 trillion. There is potential for further growth in ESG investment if numerical targets are set. The private sector is already moving forward. For example, one of the biggest Japanese food companies has set a target to procure 100% sustainable palm oil and sustainable paper by 2020. We have high expectations for the launch of business alliances committed to such measurable targets and goals. Secondly, I would like to emphasize the importance of the transition to a decentralized society where local communities are revitalized by the nature around them. The sites for local food and timber production, such as places we call Satoyama, continue degrading globally. The Satoyama initiative, which Japan is promoting with many partners around the world, has pushed forward the conservation and the sustainable use of such environments through vibrant local communities. I believe that this initiative, as CEO Carlos Manuel Rodriguez of Global Environment Facility said, will be a form of vaccine to overcome the serious threats posed by COVID-19. The Satoyama initiative is now joined by various organizations from 73 countries. Japan would like to expand it to more than 100. We will make sure that the experiences gained through 450 projects under this initiative are shared by the world. By this, Japan is willing to help other countries to develop their national biodiversity strategies and action plans and other relevant policies under the new global framework. Now, let us work together in redesigning the whole society and to realize the 2050 vision, living in harmony with nature. Thank you. Arigato.
I thank the Minister of Environment of Japan for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Natural Resources of the Russian Federation to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, Excellencies, colleagues. The Russian Federation attaches great importance to preserving biodiversity and the sustainable use of its components. Meeting these objectives, who's responsible for it? Not only the federal and regional governments, but also the private sector and civil society. It's important to come up with a mechanism to involve business in projects to preserve endangered species, including through public-private partnership. This vision is at the basis of Russia's policy in this area. To ensure the viability of the biosphere, we need the efforts of all countries taking into account their national conditions. In the Russian Federation, we stress the development and strengthening of a system of specially protected natural territories, and also protecting and re-establishing rare and endangered species of animals and plants. Today, the most valuable pieces of our natural environment are preserved within the borders of 334 federal protected areas, 109 reserves, 64 national parks and 61 areas. The system of protected areas in Russia includes around 13,000 territories of federal, regional and local significance. The total area of this is 255 million hectares, or more than 13% of the area of the Russian Federation. Considering other forms of territorial protection that, according to international standards, are also protected regions, Russia has more than 25% of its territory under legal protection. This is a significant contribution to meeting strategic goals in biodiversity, according to which by 2020 at least 17% of land should be protected. We also set the goal of creating no fewer than 24 new specially protected areas by 2024 of an area of 5 million hectares. Of these, over 14 have already been created, covering 4.6 million hectares. We are confident that the measures adopted and planned will enable us to protect the ecosystem and also help develop ecotourism, increasing the number of visitors to our nature areas to 10 million people. This year, we published a new list of animal species in the Red Data Book of the Russian Federation. A third of them are new forms of fauna that have been included, which guarantees their protection at state level. More than 100 species have also been taken out of the book as their situation has improved. Practice shows that well thought out measures to protect rare species gives a positive result. In recent years, we've been able to grow the populations of Siberian tigers, Persian leopards, Amur leopards, snow leopards, polar bears, bison, and falcons. Thus, there are 540 Siberian tigers in the far eastern territory of Russia and 118 Persian leopards. Preventing the extinction of flora and fauna and guaranteeing a balance in the ecosystem requires a comprehensive approach and the harmonization with efforts in other areas of conservation and sustainable development. As a forestry power with more than 20% of the world's forest resources, Russia attaches particular importance to careful forest management and also measures to adapt to the impact of climate change, including sustainable use of our water resources on a basin management principle, including in a cross-border context. I'd like to also stress the role of indigenous peoples. Their traditional experience and knowledge in sustainable use of natural resources is particularly useful in efforts at local and regional levels. Maintaining the sustainable use of biodiversity is one of the most important areas of international cooperation on conservation. It should take place on the non-discriminatory basis, using international legal architecture that already exists and universally recognized reliable scientific data. The post-2020 global diversity framework should be an effective targeted addition and not a replacement to multilateral conservation instruments. It's important that it reflect the common vision of countries, correspond to the reality of the current time, and also facilitate the implementation of the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda, not only in its environmental but also socio-economic aspects, including the main objective, the eradication of poverty. This document should respect the sovereignty of countries over their own natural resources and economic activity and take into account experience, national priorities and their specificities. We should also pay attention to the needs of countries in special situations, least developed countries, landlocked countries and small island developing states. It's important that the language of the global framework be based on clear wording agreed at an intergovernmental level. It also corresponds to the UN's working practices and be broadly intelligible to a broad group of people. This is the best way to ensure that it is implemented by all interested parties In conclusion, I wish to stress our confidence that this summit will be an important step in preparing for the 15th Conference of the Parties to the Convention on Biological Diversity.
I thank the Minister of Russian Federation for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Immigration of Antigua and Barbuda to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Chairman, Excellencies, most of the life on this planet, particularly related to multicellular organisms, is dependent on stable climatic conditions. Remove an organism from its ideal climate and place it in another, and life becomes uncertain. It may be too cold, too hot, too wet, too dry. The altitude may be too high, making the air too thin, or place the organism along the coast and watch it struggle to cope with near omnipresent salt water. This, my friends, is the reality we currently face. 2020 marks a critical juncture for one of the defining global challenges of our time, the loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services, which underpin nearly all of the Sustainable Development Goals. It is one of the greatest risks of the 21st century. Biodiversity loss undermines human health and well-being, societal resilience, and progress towards the SDGs. It places severe costs on our economies and makes addressing other global challenges, such as climate change, more difficult. The nexus, therefore, between COVID-19 and our natural habitat is compelling, and there is little doubt that a cleaner atmosphere translates into reduction of human risk to diseases. For far too long, we have taken the natural benefits of the earth for granted. Human pressures are undermining biodiversity, the very anchor to life, both on land and below water. Hurricanes, floods, droughts, wildfires, and other extreme weather conditions are the consequences of our rapaciousness and our inability to act decisively in preserving nature's offerings. The Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services paints a stark picture, one that requires policymakers to act in unison and offer solutions to the current threats we face. This summit on biodiversity is therefore a call to action and a critical assessment of our commitment to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. Excellencies, our failures in realizing 20 Aichi biodiversity targets should remind us as to why exactly we are here today. We now have an opportunity through this summit to establish the necessary political will needed, revisit our shortcomings, and seek to develop a post-2020 global biodiversity framework at the 15th Congress of the Parties next year. A global framework that must bring about the transformative changes in national goals, policies, and actions needed to obviate biodiversity loss and achieve SDGs. Small island developing states like mine are forever at the forefront of biodiversity loss. Our lands are fragile, and the abundance of life contained in our oceans are under threat. The ecosystem of SIDS is the commercial engine of our economies, the very source of food and shelter for our populations, and helps to shield our natural habitat from coastal erosions and land degradation. Global estimates show that biodiversity loss occurs more frequently within SIDS, owing to a very small size and climatic exposure, none of which are brought about as a result of our actions. The loss of our ecosystem will render us stateless and force our population to seek refuge elsewhere. This is a burden no state wants to endure, and a crisis we can all avert. Our small states contribute the least to destruction of the atmosphere, but the effects are felt greatest amongst us. Yet still, as small states, we continue to lead the international community in acting responsibly. Our states were some of the first to ratify the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Paris Agreement. We have pledged high ambitions and formed alliances outside of our grouping in order to ensure that we hold all accountable. Antigua and Barbuda, along with Norway and the Maldives, co-chairs the recently formed group of Friends to combat marine plastic pollution. This group has broad geographic membership, over 60 member states, and several renowned NGOs, all working towards strengthening political momentum for an effective, coherent, and coordinated action and solutions to address plastic pollution globally. Singularly, Antigua and Barbuda continues to lead in implementing policies that seek to raise consciousness and ensure that all our citizens play an active role in protecting our environment. As an example, in 2017, we enacted progressive legislation to incrementally ban single-use plastic. We have been able to observe the benefits almost immediately in reduced output and result in cleaner land and sea environs. We've also enacted the Environmental Protection and Management Act, which provides for sustainable environmental protection and management of Antigua and Barbuda, and is regarded as one of the most comprehensive environmental protection legislations anywhere in the world. Excellencies, as we face the challenges of 2020, let us find it within ourselves to be united in our approach and determined that the results we so eagerly strive for will foster an earth that is cleaner, healthier, and safer for generations to come. Now is the time to act. Let us press forward and act responsibly for more salubrious biodiversity. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Antigua and Barbuda for the statement just made. I now give the floor to the distinguished representative of United Arab Emirates to introduce the pre-recorded statement.
أصحاب المعالي والسعادة.
Your Excellencies, I have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of the United Arab Emirates to be given by Dr. Abdallah Naimi, the Minister of Climate Change and Environment. Your Excellencies, at the outset, I have the pleasure to join you today in this important summit, which focuses on one of the most important issues that we attach great importance to, as part of our efforts to protect the environment and to achieve the sustainability thereof. Although biodiversity and the sustainability thereof is not at the time being on the agenda of many countries, where countries are mainly focusing on the economic recovery from COVID-19, however, the increasing pace of biodiversity loss and about 1 million species are endangered, all this heralds a crisis that requires us to attach greater importance to environment. Thus, I would like to emphasize this, that protection of environment and the conservation thereof is the cornerstone of the UAE since its inception until now, and thanks to the wisdom of the leadership of UAE. For 5 decades, the UAE intensified its work for environment by an integrated system of legislation, including preservation of natural resources, conservation of biodiversity. Also, we have launched a number of initiatives to bolster environmental conservation. And through this system, we managed to implement a number of SDGs, including SDG 14.5 of marine biodiversity, as well as Goal 11 of HE regarding expansion of protectorate, as we have 49 protected areas representing 15.5% of the total area of UAE. We also take pride in the record of our programs that we have launched to protect endangered fauna, and Mohammed bin Zayed funds for preserving these fauna is one of the most important examples, as it earmarked more than $20 million to support the initiatives to preserve 1,350 endangered species in 160 countries. We have made great strides in biodiversity conservation, and we have developed a number of policies such as the National Biodiversity Strategy, as well as national plans of action for marine turtles, as well as the National Project for Ecological Tourism. And also we have encouraged innovation in marine ecosystems, as we have invested in breeding coral reef, and we are planting thousands of mangroves. UAE recognizes the importance of biodiversity and the pressures and challenges faced thereby. Thus, we do stress that we will continue to work towards the implementation of SDGs. In conclusion, and from this very platform, I call for intensifying and to making more synergized and concerted efforts to preserve biodiversity, especially at this very juncture, which witnesses a lot of challenges to the environment, in order to guarantee a sustainable future for the present and future generations. And thank you.
I thank the Minister of United Arab Emirates for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Integration of the Republic of Moldova to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. Chairman, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am pleased to join virtually this high-level meeting in discussing the progress, challenges and further needs for effective implementation of the Convention on Biological Diversity and all biodiversity-related goals. And I would like to thank Secretary General for convening this timely summit on biodiversity for sustainable development. The Republic of Moldova acknowledges the limited progress made in the implementation of the main three objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity and encourages all parties to scale up efforts to fulfill them by recognizing the contribution of such efforts to the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. From this standpoint, I would like to reiterate the Republic of Moldova's full support for the ongoing tireless work of the open-ended working group on the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. We consider that the outcome framework on the biodiversity will serve as a benchmark in the process of transposing at the national level the objective of sustainable consumption of biological diversity by supporting all three dimensions of sustainable development: economic, social and environmental, in a balanced and integrated manner. Mr. Chairman, the Republic of Moldova is firmly committed to the Goal 15 Life on Land of the 2030 Agenda. At the beginning of this year, the National Strategy Moldova 2030 on the sustainable development of the Republic of Moldova was adopted. The document implies taking on the responsibility to urgent action on biodiversity for sustainable development by creating efficient financial tools and mechanisms for biological diversity and natural ecosystems conservation activities. Given the scale of the resources required to achieve the SDGs, the goal of the government of the Republic of Moldova, as a party to Convention on Biological Diversity and other multilateral environmental agreements, is to integrate ecosystems-based approaches and natural-based solutions to climate change adaptation, mitigation and disaster risk reduction into our strategic planning and cross-cutting policies. In closing, Mr. Chairman, let me reiterate the Republic of Moldova full support for Secretary General's efforts to keep on the track and accelerate the implementation of the SDGs, inter alia with emphasis on biodiversity-related goals and targets. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Moldova for his statement. I will now close this spillover session, and it's my pleasure to introduce the pre-recorded video statement from the Under-Secretary General, Zemil Liu, from the Department of Economic and Social Affairs. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain seated for the start of the Leaders' Dialogue.
Ladies and gentlemen, biodiversity is essential for our life, our societies, and our planet. It underpins sustainable development and integral to the Sustainable Development Goals. but global diversity is under threat. No region is spared from species loss and ecosystem degradation. In fact, none of the Aichi biodiversity targets will be fully met. Preserving biodiversity and reversing its negative trends is an existential priority. We have tools to make this happen. Science, technology, and innovation can protect and restore the natural habitats and ecosystems. Public budgets, private investment, and innovative finance must be fully aligned with those objectives, and capacity building and partnerships are key. Let us turn 2020 and 2021 into super years for nature. Let us make ambitious commitments at the events on biodiversity, food systems, oceans, sustainable transport, energy, forests, and climate change in the coming year. Let us reaffirm our commitment at today's summit to deliver the biodiversity targets of 2030 agenda, to preserve our planet and to protect our people. I thank you.
I call to order Leaders' Dialogue 1 of the Summit on Biodiversity on addressing biodiversity loss and mainstreaming biodiversity for sustainable development. Heads of state and government, ministers, excellencies, let me take this opportunity to cordially welcome all of you to this Leaders' Dialogue. Pursuant to General Assembly Resolution 74-269 of 31st March of 2020, I am honored to introduce the co-chairs for this dialogue, Her Excellency Angela Merkel, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany, and His Excellency Imran Khan, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I now have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of the co-chair, Her Excellency Angela Merkel, Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany.
Herr Präsident, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. The destruction of the environment and climate change, and thus also the loss of biological diversity, are accelerating at a pace never seen before in the history of humankind. This poses a threat to our quality of life, economic systems, and social cohesion. We have no choice now but to initiate or step up sustainable and effective measures to protect our vital natural resources. We cannot afford to ignore this or to waste any more time. I therefore very much welcome the UN's decision to hold this summit on biodiversity so that we can agree on further steps. For next year, at the COP15, our task will be to adopt a new framework for the protection of biodiversity after 2020. We need to turn the tide on a global scale. In 2019, the World Biodiversity Council set out what this would require. We have to expand protected areas. We have to restore ecosystems. In general, we have to use land and sea more sustainably and manage them in a more ecologically sound way. By we, I mean all states. I'm therefore pleased that many states have already demonstrated their commitment to ambitious biodiversity protection by endorsing the Leaders' Pledge for Nature presented recently. Germany is one of them. That is very important to me. We are thus also providing solid funding for our protective measures. For many years now, we have been making available €500 million annually for the protection of biodiversity around the world. In addition, we want to work together with private donors to create a new instrument to finance protected areas, the Legacy Landscapes Fund. It's true that we face immense challenges. However, they will become ever greater if we don't tackle them, and we have to do it, if not now, then when? Let's be ambitious and take action. It's up to all of us to make a difference. Thank you very much for your contribution.
I thank the Chancellor of the Federal Republic of Germany. I now have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of the co-chair, His Excellency Imran Khan, Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan.
I want to thank the United Nations for organizing this Leaders Summit on biodiversity. Pakistan is one of those fortunate countries which is diverse from north to south, east to west. Pakistan has 12 climatic zones, and the reason is that we have the steepest gradient. In the north, the highest mountain in Pakistan is the second highest mountain in the world, K2. From there to the sea are 2,000 kilometers. So we go from alpine climate zone to right down to the tropics. And my government has pledged to protect this biodiversity, to protect our flora and fauna. And for this, we have enlisted the help of local communities. Because Pakistan is vulnerable to climate change, we are in the top 10 countries most vulnerable to climate change. And for that, we have taken up the challenge to plant 10 billion trees. And to plant these 10 billion trees, we have enlisted the help of local communities. So by giving them jobs, they protect the forests as well as they grow nurseries so that we can achieve our target of 10 billion trees. We have also increased our national parks from 30 to 39. So in the 2 years of our government, we have increased the national parks by 9. The rest, my minister will take you through the presentation. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Islamic Republic of Pakistan. I am now pleased to hand over the conduct of the dialogue to the respective representatives of the co-chairs joining us remotely in the meeting. Her Excellency Svenja Schulz, Federal Minister for the Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety of Germany, and His Excellency Malik Amin Aslam, Minister of Climate Change of Pakistan. Minister Schulz, you have the floor.
Yes. Thank you, Excellency, and distinguished participants. I'm really honored to co-moderate this Leaders Dialogue. It addresses topics which are crucial and important for putting the biodiversity on a path to recovery and achieving sustainable development. We need to take a whole of society and whole of government approach to address the drivers of biodiversity loss, and we need to take care of biodiversity in all our politics and actions and mainstream biodiversity into relevant sectors such as agriculture, forestry and trade. And I am excited to hear about ambitious actions planned and taken by countries. Due to the high level of interest in speaking at this summit, the Assembly will continue to hear the pre-recorded statements and the spillover event to take place from 6 p.m. So we will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Prime Minister of Tuvalu on behalf of the Pacific Island Forum. The Prime Minister of Tuvalu.
Mr. President, Excellencies, as Chair of the Pacific Islands Forum, I have the honor to deliver this statement on behalf of the 14 member states of the Pacific Islands Forum, with presence at the United Nations, namely Australia, Federated States of Micronesia, Fiji, Kiribati, Nauru, New Zealand, Palau, Papua New Guinea, Republic of Marshall Islands, Samoa, Solomon Islands, Tonga, Vanuatu, and my own country, Tuvalu. At the outset, allow me on all our behalf to express our deepest condolences to those who have suffered due to the ongoing COVID-19 global pandemic. The Pacific region has a unique biodiversity with many species, both flora and fauna, not found anywhere else on Earth. However, with the world facing a biodiversity crisis, this uniqueness is in peril. We have an opportunity to act now to confront these global threats, but this requires a genuine commitment from all states to take urgent action. We therefore encourage and support increased global ambitions in the context of the post-2020 biodiversity framework under the Convention on Biological Diversity. As forum leaders, we are committed stewards of the Blue Pacific continent, working to strengthen the management, use, and conservation of our vast and biodiverse Pacific Ocean. The ocean is inseparable from Pacific peoples, our cultures, economies, and societies. 98% of our region is ocean, and together, Pacific Island countries are stewards of over 40 million square kilometers of ocean. Today, threats including marine pollution and illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing are undermining our sustainable development efforts, which rely on healthy marine ecosystem services. At the same time, climate change is threatening ocean systems and species, impairing our very viability as large ocean island states. Pacific Island Forum members have demonstrated a long-standing commitment to sustainable oceans, including through the 2002 Pacific Islands Regional Ocean Policy, the 2010 Framework for a Pacific Oceanscape, the Regional Roadmap for Sustainable Pacific Fisheries, and the Framework for Nature Conservation and Protected Areas in the Pacific Islands region. We have also demonstrated strong global leadership in advocating for urgent action on oceans, leading to the adoption of SDG 14 and its targets, built on the Archie biodiversity targets. The importance of ensuring a healthy, productive, and resilient ocean must be adequately reflected in the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. We believe urgent action by the international community to reduce greenhouse gas emissions is critical to keep us on the 1.5 degrees Celsius pathway. We must fully utilize the UNFCCC's and climate change to consider the UNFCCC's responsibilities relating to the climate oceans nexus, and we look forward to contributing to those discussions. Forum members are working to protect our ocean from harmful plastics through our Pacific Regional Action Plan on Marine Litter 2018 to 2025. And we call on Pacific Rim countries to join and to commit to action in addressing marine pollution and debris. We remain focused on achieving, in a timely manner, a robust and effective international legally binding instrument under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea, on the conservation and sustainable use of marine biological diversity of areas beyond national jurisdiction, BP&J instruments. The work on the new BP&J instruments and continuous efforts in the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, as well as work on ocean matters under the UNFCCC and other intergovernmental processes must be cognizant of each other and work to the fullest extent appropriate towards common biodiversity objectives. Just as we advocate for the health of our ocean biodiversity, we continue to advocate for the reduction and elimination of any threat posed to our people and ecosystems by pollution, including nuclear waste, radioactive and other contaminants, shipwrecks, and World War II relics. To this end, forum leaders have endorsed the commissioning of an appropriate body to undertake a scientific assessment of nuclear contaminations in the Pacific, including in the nuclear test sites at Reunit in the Republic of the Marshall Islands. Undoubtedly, the effects of the COVID-19 pandemic will be felt in the years to come, exacerbating existing regional development challenges. In our effort to build back better, we must ensure that sustainability objectives are hardwired into our collective responses and considerations of biodiversity are mainstreamed into all sectors. In doing so, we must adopt clear strategies to safeguard both biodiversity and human health throughout the COVID-19 recovery. We must come out of this pandemic unified, resilient, and better positioned to protect the biodiversity of our One Blue Pacific and One Blue Planet. Mr. President, Excellencies, I thank you. I thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of Tuvalu, and we will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Belize on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States.
Mr. President, I have the honor to deliver this intervention on behalf of the Alliance of Small Island States. We are in the midst of a planetary emergency as one crisis begets another at an accelerated pace. The unprecedented speed at which ecosystems are being compromised and biodiversity is dissipating could alone trigger a collapse of human society. Small island developing states are home to a number of the world's biodiversity hotspots and countless endemic species. For centuries, we have relied on our natural resources for food, clean water, and protection from coastal erosion and extreme weather events. It sustains livelihoods by contributing to industries such as tourism and fisheries, which constitute more than half the GDP of many small cities. For islands, biodiversity transcends mere economic value. Our relationship with nature forms an integral part of our history, cultural heritage, and identity. It is alarming that the species native to SIDS are at the greatest risk of extinction. Of all the species extinctions worldwide, the majority have occurred on islands. With over 25% of global coral reefs within our jurisdictions, SIDS are also the countries that are most vulnerable to coral reef degradation and loss. The pressures driving these irreversible losses on our islands, such as climate change, pollution, overexploitation, poaching, and illegal wildlife trade, are human-induced and are preventable. It is within our capacity to halt and reverse this abuse of nature if we undertake ambitious science-based global targets. In 2010, we set off on an ambitious path to address biodiversity loss with the 20 Aichi biodiversity targets. A decade down the line, none of the targets have been fully met, and only 6 have been partially achieved. Similarly, in 2014, the international community pledged to support the efforts of SIDS to conserve biological diversity in the Samoa Pathway. While we have periodically measured progress in implementation, there is insufficient data to indicate any notable progress. It is clear that the world is not on the right track, and more ambitious and concrete actions need to materialize leading up to the 15th conference of the parties to the Convention on Biodiversity next year. We need to develop and fully implement an ambitious and transformational post-2020 global biodiversity framework at the conference, which is adequately resourced and which will adequately address the special case of SIDS. Progress must be balanced across all 3 pillars of the Convention, noting that the discussions on fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising from genetic resources have not advanced sufficiently. I cannot emphasize enough the importance of harnessing the synergies between protection of biodiversity and sustainable development. What we are experiencing now with COVID-19 is indicative of what occurs if we do not. As the world emerges from this pandemic, we have a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to build back better, including taking nature-positive actions to halt and reverse biodiversity loss by 2030. Our recovery strategies should be comprehensive and coherent across the interlinked agendas of climate, ocean, and sustainable development, with the aim of delivering optimal benefits for people and nature. They should also be underpinned by inclusivity, involving all relevant stakeholders, including the private sector, civil society, indigenous peoples, and local communities. Progress can only be accelerated and sustained with a whole-of-society approach. For SIDS, the lack of availability of and access to adequate resources continue to restrain our ambitious actions. Funding and support for nature-positive activities fall abysmally short of our needs, while investments in activities that are harmful to biodiversity, such as fossil fuels and other detrimental subsidies, remain exponentially high. For the envisioned transition to sustainable pathways, we need to drive a global effort to redirect financial flows to environment-responsive development. SIDS remain fully committed to halting and reversing biodiversity loss by 2030. Belize and a number of SIDS joined the Leaders' Pledge for Nature, which was endorsed 2 days ago at the Leaders Event for Nature and People, and we encourage all stakeholders to join us in sending a strong signal of commitment to the international community. It is unconscionable for us to continue to turn a blind eye to the irreversible destruction that we are causing to the planet. The time to act is now. I thank you.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs and Foreign Trade of Belize, and we will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the President of Kyrgyz Republic.
Distinguished moderator, ladies and gentlemen, the important component of the Kyrgyz Republic's foreign policy is the promotion of ecological diplomacy and green economy. We're a country of environmentally friendly products and clean energy. November last year, Kyrgyzstan ratified the Paris Agreement on climate change. Our country is focused on the gradual reduction in the use of traditional sources of energy. Kyrgyzstan is actively supporting international initiatives in the sphere of the environment and also promoting its own. First and foremost, these are the establishment of a global snow leopard summit, updating of the UN resolution entitled The Role of the International Community in the Prevention of Radiation Threat in Central Asia, and the convening of the International Year of Mountains and the establishment of the Group of Friends of Mountainous Countries. Distinguished moderator, in the framework of the current session of the General Assembly, the Kyrgyz Republic will present the next draft resolution aimed at the preservation of the world's biodiversity. This is entitled Nature Knows No Borders, Transboundary Cooperation, a Key Factor for Biodiversity Conservation and Sustainable Use. We emphasised in particular the strengthening of international cooperation in areas such as the preservation of biodiversity and healthy ecosystems, the development of trans-border cooperation in biodiversity, the implementation of green economy principles to achieve sustainable development, and also the generation of initiatives in regional cooperation to ensure sustainable use of biodiversity. The draft reflects the outcomes of the 13th Conference of the Parties to the Convention on the Conservation of Migratory Species and its declaration. It received the approval of global organisations including the World Wildlife Fund, the UN Convention on Biodiversity, UNEP, the Ramsar Convention, the German Union for Nature Conservation. I hope that the resolution will receive the broadest support of Member States and UN institutions. Ladies and gentlemen, the Kyrgyz Republic will continue to support international efforts in the sphere of biodiversity and environmental protection. I'm confident that the ideas and proposals expressed will help us to solve the current ecological issues. The future of the planet's nature and preservation of its biodiversity is in our hands. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the President of the Kyrgyz Republic, and we will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the President of the Republic of Mozambique.
Your Excellency, Mr. President, Your Excellencies, heads of state and government, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the government of Mozambique and on my own behalf, I would like to thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for convening this Biodiversity Summit. We take this as a very useful topic because the world today fulfills an agenda which is an imperative for the Mother Nature, and failure to respond to the call to preserve the planet means succumbing. Distinguished participants, Mozambique is indeed a biodiversity-rich country, taking into consideration its location and features. About 70% of Mozambican territory is covered by vegetation that, in addition to contributing to socio-economic development, helps in carbon sequestration, protects water sources, and plays an important role in mitigating climate change. The country is also endowed with a wide variety of wild mammals, with the most viable population of dugongs on the East African coast. Close to 50% of Southern African bird species occur in Mozambique. The network of protected areas has increased substantially in recent years to include different aspects of biodiversity that currently account for about 26% of the country's total area. However, challenges remain in the efficiency and effectiveness of conservation of these areas. Due to climate change, there have been longer and warmer periods of drought and more unpredictable rainfall, increasing the risk of crop losses, floods, and uncontrolled fires. Despite all the policies and measures that are instituted by the government to implement the Convention on Biodiversity, this process is hampered by insufficient material and human resources to fully comply with the Convention's obligations. The government of Mozambique has taken steps, including the identification and implementation of adaptation actions that ensure the protection of endangered species of flora and fauna, and the establishment of cross-border conservation areas. Ladies and gentlemen, the concept of states in the debate on biodiversity is essential because it is a matter that does not follow borders, and the sustainability of the planet depends on biodiversity. The negative practices of one can harm in equal measure that best practices benefit us all. Our expectation is that we will continue to make this our agenda in the protection of the planet, both the animal and the planet kingdom, so that we can ensure a bright future for present and future generations. To conclude, I wish to reaffirm our commitment and confidence that this summit will surely make a difference in as far as biodiversity is concerned, given the consensus we expect to reach. Thank you so much for your attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Mozambique, and we will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the President of the Republic of Zambia.
Your Excellency, Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Excellencies, Heads of States and Government, distinguished participants. It's an honor to be part of the United Nations Summit on Biodiversity, in particular the dialogue focusing on biodiversity loss and mainstreaming of biodiversity for sustainable development. This discussion reminds us of the critical role that biodiversity plays in sustainable development, as it is our natural capital and supports healthy functioning of ecosystems. Mr. President, the COVID-19 pandemic has undermined economic activity, particularly the tourism and conservation efforts, by completely altering human movement and activities. Mr. President, in Zambia, apart from the threat of COVID-19, critical biodiversity is facing a growing challenge of loss, largely due to human-induced activities. Mr. President, Zambia is endowed with abundant biodiversity of both flora and fauna, which form the basis of our socio-economic development. The National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan of 2015 estimated that Zambia has over 12,500 different species of both flora and fauna. However, forestry, fisheries, wildlife, and the aquatic biodiversity found in our parks, forests, lakes, and rivers continues to be endangered. In order to address this serious threat to biodiversity, my government has enacted policy and legislative frameworks to promote biodiversity conservation. Our National Vision 2030 and the 7th National Development Plan have integrated environmental issues, and both documents place emphasis on the consistent and sustainable management of the environment and natural resources. Sector policies in agriculture, forestry, wildlife, and wetlands all attest to our aspirations in this regard. The formulation of the National Biodiversity Strategic Action Plan 2, NBSAP2, is an important stride in our effort to domesticate the broader international conventions. Further, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development has provided tremendous opportunities to mainstream biodiversity in key national priorities, and at the same time help countries to achieve the objective of the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2011 to 2020 and its Aichi biodiversity targets. Other practical steps that my government has taken in addressing biodiversity loss and mainstreaming biodiversity include: 1, the promotion of climate-smart agriculture to facilitate increased agricultural productivity and to promote biodiversity conservation. 2, an ambitious annual national tree planting program, as well as promoting regeneration of indigenous tree species. 3, promoting wildlife species, restocking in affected sanctuaries, and also promoting fish farming to augment our natural fisheries. My government remains committed to prioritizing sustainable management and conservation of our biodiversity, and fully supports efforts to put in place an ambitious post-2020 global biodiversity framework under the Conservation and Biological Diversity. The biological diversity that also contributes to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and places all of us on a path towards realizing the 2050 vision of biodiversity. I thank you for your attention.
We might need to unmute your microphone.
Sorry, so I thank the President of the Republic of Zambia, and we will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the President of the Republic of Costa Rica.
Today I wanted to highlight 3 things that can lead us on a better path. The first one is responsibility. We need to be self critical, not only as states but also as individuals. How conscious are we of the effects of our actions on our ecosystems? How can we correct our mistakes and generate transformations? Costa Rica is an advocate for rebuilding the development model into one of well-being, the cornerstone of which is the preservation of the environment, a model that recognizes the interdependence between biodiversity, climate change, health, food, and culture, that is truly inclusive and is based on solidarity that allows us to live and not just to survive. The second value is humility. We must recognize that we are not the most important beings, and we must be humble enough to learn from nature. Nature-based solutions are the best and wisest tools that we have to restore dignity to the planet and to guarantee long-term sustainable well-being. There is an urgent need to redirect resources used for carbonized and destructive practices toward investments in nature-based solutions which produce high-value ecosystem services and enhances the well-being of communities. Costa Rica, along with France, leads the High Ambition Coalition for Nature and People, a joint effort of like-minded countries to protect 30% of the planet's most significant terrestrial and marine ecosystems by 2030. To achieve this goal, it is essential to have an ambitious and transformative post-2020 global biodiversity framework, one that would allow us to halt and reverse biodiversity loss. Equity is the third value that I wish to highlight. We have the responsibility to look after our forests, oceans, mangroves, savannas, for everyone, not just for a few. Costa Rica has committed to the decarbonization of its economy and to the conservation of its natural resources, conscious that these are acts of solidarity for the benefit of everyone, not only Costa Ricans. We are at a turning point. We must change the paradigm and channel all our efforts and resources into building back green with a systemic, inclusive, and solidarity-based approach. One example of a concerted effort is the negotiation process for an instrument for the conservation and sustainable use of marine biodiversity in areas beyond national jurisdiction. I urge all our partners to act with fairness and solidarity in this negotiating process. Finally, I would like to call for the commitments reflected in the Leaders' Pledge for Nature to become a reality so that we can achieve the goal of living in harmony with nature, and to do so by 2050. Thank you.
Pre-recorded statement from the President of Georgia.
Excellencies, we are in a state of planetary emergency in this period of 6 mass extinction. Today's dangerous decline of nature is unprecedented. The COVID-19 pandemic has only reinforced our understanding that we cannot ignore nature and that climate change, inducing disbalances and pandemic, is one of the biggest threats to humankind and biodiversity. More than ever, we see the need for urgent transformative changes. Speaking of my country, Georgia is distinguished by its unique biodiversity, with thousands of endemic species and hundreds of thousands of hectares of protected areas. Through the Emerald Network that we have now joined, we are pushing toward our goal of covering up to 20% of Georgia's territory with protected areas. One of those territories is Tusheti, a region that has preserved Georgia's most cherished
environmental treasures with a great potential for ecotourism, and which I visited just last week. Tusheti is one of those reservoirs of biodiversity that we have to preserve altogether. For a country like Georgia, economic development is a crucial aspect. However, we aim to balance development and nature's needs and apply precautionary principles to ensure biodiversity protection. Recent fundamental legislative reforms allow us to include environmental dimension in all development programs. In terms of biodiversity, our principal focus is set on agrobiodiversity and forestry, but we aim at moving from sectoral to more systemic approach. Thus, on behalf of Georgia, it is my honor to join the Leaders' Pledge for Nature and underline our commitment to an increased effort for biodiversity protection. Dear colleagues, this is exactly the time for us to rethink the future we want for our planet in three major directions. First, mainstreaming environmental policies can only be successful if the governments, the private sector, and all parts of society are involved. The role of education is immense here. We must teach the next generations that preserving our biodiversity is our common mission. Second, healthy habitats are needed not only for biodiversity, but equally for human well-being. There are numerous fundamental connections between human health and nature's health, and mainstreaming projects should explore such connections. This may help us be better prepared for potential future pandemics and apply the One Health principle for all. Last, unlocking the economics of biodiversity. We should aim for an integrated future where the economics of biodiversity are translated into development outcomes. We all need to see that expenditures for protecting our biodiversity are not a waste. They are investments into a more sustainable economy and a cleaner future. It is only through effective synergy mechanisms that we can bend the curve of biodiversity loss. The COVID-19 pandemic is a strong signal that the time to act is now. Thank you. Thank you.
I thank the President of Georgia, and we will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the President of the Republic of Estonia.
Dear friends, despite ambitious targets and agreements made at the global and regional levels since the Rio Convention, we haven't been able to slow down the rate of loss and degradation of ecosystems. Also, we have to accept that protected areas are still impacted by global warming, which unavoidably limits the effects of conventional biodiversity preservation tools. We know that resilience depends on genetic diversity of a population. To avoid isolated and therefore inbred colonies, we need to establish a coherent network of ecosystems and habitats that will allow species to move between reserves. We need more ecosystemic and long-term thinking, integrated into all sectoral policies. Current production-consumption models do not account for the ecosystem services provided by biodiversity. Detrimental land use practices, widely used in agriculture and also forestry, and polluting the ocean must be halted. The climate change might already be the most significant driver of biodiversity loss. To this day, nature-based climate solutions supported by biodiversity have been underused in climate adaptation strategy, although they can remarkably improve resilience to multiple climate hazards. The fragmentation of our actions is the main reason why we are not globally efficient in tackling existential environmental crises and have lost valuable time. We must acknowledge the remote responsibility. Atmospheric air is one, ocean water is one. Common goods do not recognize human-drawn borders. It takes enhanced multilateral cooperation to effectively respond to the current environmental crisis. The United Nations has a fundamental role here. Thereafter, it is crucial that we do our best to implement the ambitious post-2020 global biodiversity framework and finalize negotiations for protecting high seas under the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. The UN declared Decade on Ecosystem Restoration has to be at the center of the Build Back Better approach. The cost of our inaction will be immense and will render achieving the Sustainable Development Goals impossible. As we celebrate the 75th anniversary of the United Nations, we are in a state of planetary emergency. The current year has revealed to us, perhaps more clearly than ever before, our dependency on healthy ecosystems that reaches far beyond the impacts on our health. We, humans, are extremely efficient in exploiting natural resources and survive environmental changes. But somewhere there exists a threshold even for us, the edge of the cliff we don't want to cross. Take action, take it now, take it together.
I thank Her Excellency, the President of the Republic of Estonia, and we will now hear the pre-recorded statement from the President of the Republic of Botswana.
President, I welcome the opportunity to participate in this high-level dialogue, which is apt in addressing biodiversity loss and mainstreaming biodiversity for sustainable development. I must underline that Botswana's development foundation and aspiration is anchored on strong sustainable management and conservation of our rich biodiversity capital. Consequently, biodiversity is the mainstay of our tourism, which contributes 5% of the gross domestic product. Let me also state that Botswana, as a signatory to the United Nations Convention on Biological Diversity, is committed to the successful delivery of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. In this regard, she is fully cognizant that her abundant and pristine natural heritage is a shared resource for Botswana, the global community, and future generations. In order to safeguard our biodiversity ecosystems, we have developed programs to ensure the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals, in particular, Goal 15, Life on Land. Furthermore, biodiversity management has been integrated as a cross-cutting issue in our development instruments, namely the National Development Plan and the Vision 2036. Other instruments we use to ensure coherence in our conservation strategy include the Environmental Impact Assessment and the National Framework for Sustainable Development, which provides for multifaceted partnerships, involvement of local communities, and identifies sustainable finance as essential for biodiversity agenda in Botswana. Mr. President, Botswana, in line with her commitments, continues to maintain high standards in the sustainable management of her ecosystems, such as the Okavango Delta, Makgadikgadi Wetlands System, the Chobe area, by, among others, ensuring that economic development activities that take place in these rich ecological areas are aligned. Mr. President, it is also worth noting that local communities are key stakeholders in Botswana's policy of poverty eradication and sustainable livelihoods through management of natural resources in their environs. We have thus worked with them to develop the community-based natural resource management program and the National Environmental Fund to support implementation of this program. Additional support is received from the United Nations Development Program Small Grant Program. Mr. President, regarding wildlife, it is pleasing to note that Botswana's wildlife management has been successful. As a result, our elephant population has significantly increased over the last 30 years from 54,000 in the 1990s to the current number of over 130,000. We have also been able to bring rhinos back from the brink of extinction. We have also declared 41% of our land parcel for conservation as protected areas. This is one of the highest proportions in the world and comprises protected areas in the form of national parks, game reserves, and wildlife management areas. Mr. President, notwithstanding the above, we note that ecosystems and livelihoods of our people are under pressure from the increased population of elephants. We have thus developed the Human-Wildlife Conflict Strategy and the Elephant Management Plan to mitigate this phenomenon. Botswana is also participating in cross-border initiatives with their immediate neighbors. These include the Gavango-Zambezi Transfrontier Conservation Area, the Kalahari Transfrontier Park, and the Greater Mapungubwe Transfrontier Area. Mr. President, the international community remains an invaluable partner in Botswana's conservation efforts. Let me therefore thank them most profoundly for their continued support and partnership, especially in addressing the human-wildlife conflict, which has the potential to tilt the ecosystem and affect the existence of other species and community livelihoods. I must underscore that human-wildlife conflict has proved to be a complex issue, and as such, it needs collective efforts. In this respect, I wish to call for continued partnerships to address climate change threats, such as alien invasive species, wildlife diseases, and land degradation, among others. We have responded by developing a climate change policy, climate change adaptation plan, ecotourism standards, and signed up for the land degradation neutrality program. In conclusion, I wish to reaffirm Botswana's commitment to the full implementation of the post-2020 biodiversity framework and to the 2050 global biodiversity vision of living in harmony with nature. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the President of the Republic of Botswana, and we will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the President of the Republic of Chile.
Once again, science has placed us on alert. Our planet's biodiversity is in danger and is being lost at an unprecedented rate. Today, 1 million animal and plant species are now in danger of extinction. The threat of global warming is real and it is imminent. Science has spoken, and it has spoken loud and clear. Our citizens require of us as a moral imperative a change in direction. Technology provides us with the tools, and common sense compels us to act. The Convention on Biological Diversity is absolutely fundamental. We need it to strengthen conservation of biological diversity and to deliver sustainable development. At COP15 under China's presidency, the challenge is before us to draw up a strategic plan for the coming years. We must have more achievable targets, and we must incorporate in our discussion the importance of marine diversity. The loss of biodiversity is not only an environmental issue, it also is affecting our economies, the development of our societies, and the quality of life of our citizens. We must curb biodiversity loss and show that we can live in more harmony with nature. Promoting a new deal with nature, changing some of our behavior or lifestyles is absolutely vital, because development is only possible if it is sustainable. Halting this loss of biodiversity goes hand in hand with tackling climate change. And regarding both challenges, we as countries need to listen closely to the voice of science, and we must also scale up the ambition of our initiatives. Oceans, which cover 70% of the Earth's area, represent the main sustenance of life, and they're in danger. Oceans contain a great portion of biodiversity, and they provide protection against climate change. Furthermore, they're also a source of food for millions of people. Chile, our country is strongly committed to conserving our oceans, with more than 40% of our marine areas now under protection. And in Chile, we are advancing decisively towards setting up a Biodiversity and Protected Areas Agency, which will be the main agency responsible for the conservation and restoration of biodiversity across our country. Furthermore, we have increased the coverage of protected areas, and we launched a national wetlands protection plan, which I am sure will help us put a stop to the degradation of all these ecosystems which are essential for preserving life. I now invite you to undertake the commitment to ensure that by 2030 we will have at least 30% of our land and 30% of our seas under environmental protection. It's time, the time for surveys is over. Now it is time to take action.
I thank the President of the Republic of Chile, and I now hand over to my co-chair and colleague, His Excellency Malik Amin Aslam, the Minister of Climate Change of Pakistan.
Thank you, Excellency. And Pakistan is privileged to be co-hosting this very important summit on the leaders for biodiversity. And this comes at a very critical time for humanity because the COVID pandemic has forced us to rethink and to reset our priorities, not only for economic development, but also to reimagine and rethink our relationship with nature. So I think at this critical time, it's a privilege to be co-chairing this session with the Excellency, the German Minister. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand.
Mr. President, it is my great pleasure to give a statement on the significant occasion of the Summit on Biodiversity. At present, we are facing a global crisis regarding the decline and loss of biodiversity in all areas, mostly as a result of humans and climate change. This challenge has impacts on every life. Thailand is one of the most highly biodiverse countries in the world. Unfortunately, human activities such as land encroachment and the overexploitation of natural resources for economic purposes have led to biodiversity loss. Recognizing the consequences, we have prepared ourselves for the changing environmental situation as follows. Firstly, Thailand has the policies to conserve, protect, restore, and arrange for the sustainable use of biodiversity, as well as integrate biodiversity issues into the Constitution. The National Biodiversity Strategic and Action Plan has been developed to achieve the objectives of the Convention on Biological Diversity and the Sustainable Development Goals. Secondly, Thailand emphasizes the importance of all stakeholders, including the private sector and civil society, as a key to success, and promotes a whole-of-government approach at all levels to overcome the biodiversity loss and encourage sustainable use. We are in the process of drafting the National Biodiversity Act. Thirdly, we have learned from COVID-19 that when people keep their distance from nature, nature and the ecosystem can recover themselves. So, Thailand is preparing the annual plan to temporarily close the national parks in the country for 3 months each year. This is intended to promote the recovery of the natural forest and wildlife species, and will involve the management of activities and the limiting number of tourists. Moreover, Thailand is launching the Biocircular Green Economy model, which is expected to distribute fair and equitable income, reduce the inequalities in access to natural resources, and encourage people to live in harmony with nature. Finally, the Royal Thai government reaffirms that we will maximize our efforts to solve the biodiversity problems and call for all countries to work together to conserve our biodiversity and the environment through multilateral processes. I hope that the negotiations of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework can be successfully concluded next year, to be the framework to protect our biodiversity for the present and future generations. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Thailand. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Prime Minister of Canada.
Hello everyone, bonjour à tous. It's great to speak to you all today at the Biodiversity Summit. With our environment increasingly under threat from climate change, it's now more important than ever that we do more to restore the balance of nature, protect plant and animal species, and sustain our planet. Because nature is essential to virtually every part of our lives. From the economy to culture and health, we are all dependent on the natural world. It provides clean air and water, food and medicine, and health and wellness, all the things that we cannot take for granted as we continue to grapple with the health and economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic.
This is why Canada is striving to be a leader in terms of biodiversity and the conservation of nature. In 2018, we invested $1.3 billion in conserving the nature of our country. This financing will help us to live up to our international commitments in terms of biodiversity, sustainable development, and climate change. And we have managed to surpass the target we have set for ourselves of protecting 10% of Canadian marine areas by 2020. We have put a price on pollution in order to ensure that the environment is respected and in order to ensure that money comes back to Canadians. We have also taken important measures to prevent the use of single-use plastics, which are so harmful to the environment, and we have found natural solutions to contribute to the fight against climate change. We have also sought to roll out a plan that would see 25% of the land and 25% of the oceans of Canada conserved and covered by conservation orders by 2025. And we've also worked to achieve that 30% of our lands and oceans will be protected in the same way by 2030, in line with the global targets of conserving the lands and oceans of the planet.
Coalition for Nature and People, co-founded by our friends from Costa Rica and France. But there's more to do, because to take care of ourselves, we must take care of nature. We need to partner with Indigenous peoples, root our decisions in science, and seek local perspectives to build a healthier and more resilient planet. Together, we can be ambitious and leave a cleaner and more sustainable world for our children and grandchildren. Thank you all for everything we're doing together.
I thank the Prime Minister of Canada, and we will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of International Relations and Cooperation of Namibia.
Your Excellency, Volkan Bozkır, President of the 75th session of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellencies, Heads of State and Government present, Ms. Elizabeth Maruma Merima, United Nations Assistant Secretary General and the Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biodiversity, I wish to begin by expressing my profound appreciation to you, Mr. President, for convening this summit under the theme Urgent Action on Biodiversity for Sustainable Development. Biological diversity is of immense importance to the Namibian people and the Namibian economy. Around 70% of Namibia's population depends on the natural resources based for their income, food and medicinal needs, as well as for fuel and shelter. Natural resources-based sectors such as mining, agriculture, fishery, and tourism also form the backbone of our economy. This summit is indeed timely, as the Global Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2011-2020 and its arch biodiversity target comes to an end, and we decided on the new post-20 Global Biodiversity Framework. For Namibia, the findings of the recently launched 5th Global Biodiversity Outlook are deeply concerning, that we as a global community have failed to meet the most of the arch biodiversity targets, and that biodiversity continues to decline and at an unprecedented rate, and that the pressure driven this decline are intensifying. For this reason, Namibia is calling for the highest level of ambition with the post-2020 biodiversity framework. However, as with any plan or vision, to show ambition is not enough. The means of implementation is key. With developing countries being home to the most of the world biodiversity, there is a need to scale up resources mobilization to these countries, including through capacity building, financial support, and technological transfer. Mr. President, as far as the fair and equitable sharing of benefit to our communities and people from the use of biological and genetical resources has never assumed such importance and must be central element of the post-2020 framework, in line with the Nagoya Protocol on biodiversity and genetical resources benefit sharing. This is the best way to incentivize the sustainable utilization of biodiversity and will thereby lead to the effective conservation. It will also incentivize the full involvement and participation of our communities in conservation. Namibia is a champion of this approach, and I'm pleased to report that we have been able to put in place a community-based conservation program that now covers about 20% of the country's land mass and the population of many threatened and endangered species is thriving. Mr. President, technology in the field of biological and genetical resources continue to evolve rapidly. Moving forward, there is a need to ensure that we prevent, manage, or control the potential adverse impact of biological on biodiversity and human health, and to ensure that fair and equitable benefit sharing is also applicable to technological advance in this field. In conclusion, I would like to assure you of Namibia's commitment to the development and the full implementation of an ambitious and transformational post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Namibia will continue to take necessary action to contribute to the achieving of the vision of living in harmony with nature by 2050. I thank you.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister of Namibia, and we will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Minister of Science, Technology and Environment of Cuba.
Señor Presidente.
Mr. President, distinguished permanent representatives and guests, we thank you on behalf of the government of Cuba for the convening of this summit on biodiversity against the extremely sobering backdrop of the global health crisis caused by COVID-19. His Excellency Mr. Antonio Guterres, Secretary General of the United Nations, recently warned that the pandemic has set us back 25 years in the search for solutions to major global problems. It is no stretch to predict that it will also cause new and greater damage to biodiversity, exacerbating the existing degradation of ecosystems that we're witnessing. In this context, the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework is being negotiated, a framework which should serve to guide the performance and action of productive output sectors and be the stage for establishing genuine commitments of financial resources, knowledge and technologies in favour of developing countries. At the national level, Cuba continues to give priority to the enjoyment of a healthy and balanced environment supported by the new constitution in this ambition. The implementation of the National Programme on Biological Diversity 2016-2020 has allowed for progress to be made in the sustainable management and restoration of marine, coastal and terrestrial ecosystems. Actions to prevent and confront illegal activities that affect biodiversity have been ramped up thanks to the adoption of a governmental plan to address this specific problem. And the National System of Protected Areas, which covers 20.4% of our national territory, has been bolstered. As 2030 approaches, in the National Plan for Economic and Social Development, we have set ourselves other goals, such as increasing forest areas by up to 33%, increasing the reuse of water, the recycling thereof, by 15%, the gradual reduction of single-use plastics and other sources of land pollution, boosting renewable energy production up to 24%, as well as the implementation of financial solutions that will contribute to the fulfillment of our national biodiversity goals. Our determination to make progress in this field will be maintained despite the economic, financial and commercial blockade imposed by the United States, which has been tightened by the current administration. Without the blockade, Cuba would have more access to financial resources, supplies and technologies to allocate to its pro-environment mission, and it would have fewer limitations on the development of its international cooperation, particularly South-South cooperation. I wish to conclude on a note of confidence and optimism. Humanity will react to the enormous challenges we face, and man will fight to keep nature safe as an inseparable part of our lives, to preserve the waters, resources, flora and fauna that nature gifts us. If we join together and work in a supportive and sustained manner, we will achieve this aspiration. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Science, Technology and Environment of Cuba. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Minister of Environment and Energy of Greece.
Excellencies, on behalf of Greece, I would like to greet the 2020 United Nations Summit on Biodiversity. Ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic we are currently going through must serve as a reminder that when we destroy biodiversity, we destroy the system that supports human life. Because the more biodiverse an ecosystem is, the more difficult it is for a disease to spread rapidly. COVID-19, therefore, provides us an opportunity to revisit our relationship with nature. Our efforts to rebuild our economy must focus on creating a green economy. Economic growth, social protection, and environmental sustainability must go hand in hand, as demonstrated by the UN Sustainable Development Goals. In Greece, biodiversity protection is a main priority of our country's green transition. Our planned initiatives towards this direction include the largest reforestation plan ever implemented in our country. A particular area of focus for us is our protected areas, which comprise almost 1/3 of our country's territory. We have recently created a Natural Environment and Climate Change Agency in order to upgrade the protection of species and habitats in these areas, but also to create synergies between environmental protection and sectors such as ecotourism, education, and the primary sector. We do not view biodiversity protection as an isolated issue. but as an integral part of our sustainable growth model. This is why, on behalf of my country, I strongly endorse the call for an urgent action on biodiversity for sustainable development and wish every success to the 2020 Summit on Biodiversity.
I thank the Minister of Environment and Energy of Greece. We will now hear from representatives of the UN system, intergovernmental organizations, and civil society. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, representing the UN system and as a Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, it is my pleasure to address this important summit and join your call for urgent action on biodiversity for sustainable development. Many recent reports include the 5th Global Biodiversity Outlook, the Global Assessment of IPBES, and FAO's report on the state of the world biodiversity for food and agriculture confirm that the biodiversity is indispensable and that it is being lost quickly. Let me put it plain and simple. Without biodiversity, there would be no food. Smallholder farmers depend on the biodiversity and healthy ecosystem to provide long-term food security and nutrition to rural communities and promote a healthy biosphere. Investment in biodiversity-sensitive smallholder agriculture, community rangeland, and forest management are needed. In addition to food, biodiversity provides many vital services, be it a nutritional cycle, and clean air and drinking water, biochemicals, climate and disease regulations, as well as important cultural, spiritual, and religious functions. The loss of biodiversity also undermines our efforts to tackle poverty in many regions of the world. There is hardly any economic sector that does not depend directly or indirectly on biodiversity. Yet, we continue to degrade our biodiversity. To halt biodiversity loss, we needed to radically transform our economies, make sure that they are inclusive and sustainable, and that they have a positive impact on our climate and the environment. It is essential that the productive sectors work in resource-efficient and low-carbon manners to ensure this is achieved. Mainstreaming biodiversity across our economies is a challenging task, but together we can make it the best outcomes. As governments are negotiating the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, United Nations system is committed to supporting them in making the transformative change and mainstreaming biodiversity across their economies and societies. The United Nations system supports members in making biodiversity an integral part of the innovation strategies as well as disaster risk reduction strategies and in implementing international agreement and policy to ensure food security, livelihoods, sustainable jobs, and green industries through conservation, the sustainable use, and fair and equitable sharing of benefits derived from biodiversity. The restoration of terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem, conservation of genetic resources, species, and ecosystems, the effective use of the nature-based solutions, green and blue financing, and sustainable value chains, changes in consumption and production patterns are among the priorities that guide our approaches. As UN organizations, we also ensure that the biodiversity mainstreamed across our internal operations, programs, and policies to achieve sustainable development goals. Ladies and gentlemen, there are important links between this summit and the UN Food System Summit 2021. The future of our agro-food systems depends on biodiversity. The future of biodiversity depends on how we transform our agro-food systems and the care of nature. The global pandemic hit the world hard and put an even greater spotlight on the interdependence of the health planet and health human being. It is high time to bridge our agendas together. This important event and the Food System Summit are excellent opportunities to take our collective work towards to achieve the global food security and to show nature the true relevance that it deserves. Let us do it historically and holistically, coherently, and persistently. Thank you.
I thank the Director General of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations for his statement. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Director General of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to thank the President of the United Nations General Assembly for holding this summit. The global pandemic has reinforced what we already knew. Today's biodiversity crisis stems from the crisis in our relationship with nature, with other species in the living world. Indeed, human activities are responsible for the alteration of 75% of Earth's ecosystems, 40% of the marine environment, and 50% of watercourses. The time for transformation is now. Crises also create opportunities, the opportunity to change how we see our relationships with nature, with each other, and with the Earth. We know that there is no future for business as usual. We need a new normal for biodiversity. For this reason, we're moving towards a crucial collective goal, preserving at least 30% of the Earth's surface in protected areas across land and sea. This is a very ambitious but essential objective, and UNESCO's networks of protected sites are proof of this sustainable development in action. With our 701 biosphere reserves, 140 geoparks, and 213 natural heritage sites, we already protect 6% of the Earth's surface, an area equivalent to that of China. I would like to thank Italy for working alongside UNESCO to support a new and ambitious project in this field, one that seeks to preserve at-risk environmental heritage by working with young people in particular. In these sites, alternative ways of life are already a reality, where UNESCO takes tangible steps to inspire change by building on all of the fields of its mandate. Firstly, we use education, science, local and indigenous knowledge to restore the relationship between people and nature, including by restoring degraded ecosystems and oceans. We also work to conserve the harmony of the ecosystems by encouraging their sustainable use. And lastly, because young people are leading the way when it comes to biodiversity and climate change, we are amplifying the power of youth, providing open access to a wide range of knowledge and sharing innovative solutions. As this shows, by building on common values such as education, science, culture, we can establish a new pact between humans and nature. This pact is an immense work in progress. It will require a broad consensus, both technical but also ethical. This is the spirit of the Coalition for Nature that UNESCO co-leads with UNEP, because the UN is a place where such type of consensus can be built. We owe it to ourselves, and we owe it to future generations. In the words of Sir David Attenborough, in our hands now lies not only our future, but that of all other living creatures with whom we share the earth. I thank you.
I thank the Director General of the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization for her statement. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Director General of the International Union for the Conservation of Nature.
Biodiversity is declining globally at rates unprecedented in human history, causing fundamental harm to nature and people. IUCN draws urgent attention to the nature emergency while recognizing that it must be tackled in tandem with climate change. We can address this emergency through the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework with targets that add up from local to national to global levels. Together, we must halt the loss of biodiversity by 2030 and strive through restoration for net gain by 2050. The framework must be for everyone. The Rio and biodiversity-related conventions, all governments, the private sector, indigenous people, local communities, and all of civil society. It must clearly link to the 2030 agenda and communicate how biodiversity conservation is critical to sustainable development. A crucial ally is nature itself. We must use nature-based solutions which benefit nature and people by protecting, sustainably managing, and restoring ecosystems. Fundamental to these are standards, such as the IUCN Global Standard for Nature-Based Solutions, which ensure that these solutions are truly effective and qualifiable. As we tackle the nature emergency together, the economy is key. We must stop investing in activities that deplete nature, and we must abolish incentives to exploit and degrade nature. Operations in sectors that can negatively affect biodiversity, including extractives, agriculture, infrastructure, forestry, and fisheries, must change and contribute to biodiversity. Governments are beginning to insist that companies disclose their impacts on biodiversity, and the finance sector is recognizing the risk to the economy posed by the biodiversity loss and starting to charge for loans contributing to it. Investment is necessary and must leverage the achievement of biodiversity targets while generating economic benefits and conserving biodiversity. In this way, we can redirect efforts towards building economies that sustain and regenerate nature. We look forward to discuss this idea further at the IUCN World Conservation Congress in Marseille, where the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework will be high on the agenda.
I thank the Director General of the International Union for Conservation of Nature for his statement. And we will now hear the pre-recorded statement from the President of the Interparliamentary Union.
Quiero agradecer al presidente.
I'd like to thank the President of the United Nations General Assembly for the invitation to participate in this Biodiversity Summit. The Interparliamentary Union is the global organization bringing together national parliaments. 179 countries are members of our organization. It is up to parliaments to protect the planet, not only from the human perspective, but also to protect the planet in all its biodiversity. Yet we are seeing pollution, climate change, changes in land use, overexploitation of natural resources, as we well know, excessive contamination of rivers, soils and seas. All of this is undermining the biodiversity of our planet. Today's COVID-19 pandemic that we're living through is a major wake-up call. A scant few months ago, we were celebrating clear blue skies, fish in the canals of Venice, and wildlife in urban parks. This pandemic should also be a call, as the UN has said, to build back better, to build back in an inclusive and sustainable way. For legislators, and especially for the Interparliamentary Union, biodiversity conservation is a priority. We've been working on this issue since 2004, in point of fact. At our 111th Assembly, we unanimously adopted a resolution undertaking as legislators to preserve, defend and work for biodiversity. But international resolutions of this ilk should translate into national and local solutions and agreements. That's why lawmaking, budget allocation and oversight must be a priority. They must translate into realities and solutions. Tackling poverty is also a must, so that, for instance, people never need to chop down trees to maintain a livelihood to survive. A similar imperative is protecting endangered species and pursuing alternative farming methods. We need to enact clear laws which governments can comply with in order to achieve these goals and aspirations. And of course, we need to do the hard budget work that makes it possible to find alternatives and solutions in policy spaces. We are the generation that can make a difference. We can be the generation that saves the planet, or we can be the generation that ends up destroying it. We can be the generation that decides to halt climate change, or the generation that turns our back. At the IPU, we've chosen to be the generation of change. We will continue working to save biodiversity.
I thank the President of the Interparliamentary Union for her statement, and we will now hear the pre-recorded statement from the President of the World Wildlife Fund International.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, leaders of this generation and generations to come. I am honored to be here with you today, speaking for WWF and for many voices from the diverse civil society movement that are calling for ambitious action and systemic change needed to preserve biodiversity and the Earth systems that all life depends upon. We are in a state of planetary emergency. By the time I finish speaking, we'll have lost another 50 hectares of the world's forest. Our oceans are being fished to exhaustion while being filled with an estimated 12 million tons of plastic every year. WWF's recent Living Planet report reveals a 68% decline in wildlife populations since 1970, caused by habitat loss and degradation, driven primarily by an unsustainable food system. The decline of nature also makes us much more vulnerable to future pandemics. Our planet is flashing red warning signs of systems failure. The message is clear. We need to take decisive action today to avoid disastrous impacts to humanity. The damage we are doing to our planet is increasingly costly to undo, and it does not have to be this way. A nature-positive transition can generate up to $10 trillion in annual business value and create nearly 400 million jobs in the next decade. For this, we believe 3 urgent actions are needed. Number 1, to provide ambitious leadership, putting nature at the center of political decisions so that they address this emergency. The right to a healthy environment must be recognized as a fundamental right. Number 2, commit to a transformational global biodiversity framework and its immediate implementation to ensure that the world is nature positive within a decade. This will mean conserving at least 30% of the planet and restoring and sustainably managing the rest, recognizing indigenous peoples and local communities' rights and their critical role in caring for nature, curbing illegal wildlife trade and overfishing, and halving the footprint of production and consumption. And number 3, put nature at the heart of a green and just recovery and increase funding for nature-based solutions, eliminate subsidies that harm nature, and incentivize a nature-positive new economy. Excellencies, the whole world is mobilizing like never before. Environment, development, and humanitarian organizations, businesses, youth, faith groups, and cities are all calling for and expecting bold and courageous decisions. More than 500 companies are urging governments to adopt transformative policies, and youth are going from the streets to online fora asking leaders to act. Today marks a unique opportunity in history. Many heads of state have already endorsed a leader's pledge for nature to reverse biodiversity loss by 2030, All governments at this UN Biodiversity Summit must heed and embrace that pledge if we are to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals for our children. We need to build a world that is nature positive, carbon neutral, and equitable for all. Ladies, gentlemen, excellencies, we at WWF will continue fighting by your side and will be there to remind you that these actions and results will be our only legacy. Thank you.
I thank the President of the World Fund International for his statement. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the last speaker in the Leaders' Dialogue, one on addressing biodiversity loss and mainstreaming biodiversity for sustainable development. On behalf of my co-chair and myself, I would like to thank all the participants for the forward-looking and result-oriented intervention. As announced in the letter of the President of the General Assembly dated 22nd September 2020, inscribed speakers remaining to be heard in Dialogue 1 will be given the floor in the spillover event to be held from 6 p.m. this evening. I now give the floor to the co-chair and Her Excellency Svenja Schulze, the Federal Minister for the Environment, Nature and Conservation and Nuclear Safety of Germany, to make her closing remarks.
Yes, I would like to thank the speakers very much for their statements. The dialogue has made very clear that we need biodiversity to achieve sustainable development. We have to hold and reverse the dramatic loss of global biodiversity and the destruction of nature. And I am really delighted that our dialogue and this summit as a whole are sending a message. In our countries and together, we are taking effective measures to protect the natural foundation of our life. And we will implement these measures ambitiously. Thank you very much.
I thank the Federal Minister for the Environment, Nature Conservation and Nuclear Safety of Germany. At this point, I would like to make some closing remarks concerning our deliberations. I would also like to thank the excellent interventions made by various members and various leaders in this biodiversity summit. This biodiversity summit was supposed to be a trigger and provide the momentum for COP15. Unfortunately, that is not the timing for this meeting, because what we've seen is that the super year of nature, and this meeting was timed for that super year of nature, which included the World Conservation Congress of IUCN, the COP15 and COP26, has all been pushed forward to the next year. And we hope the next year, 2021, will be the super year of nature. This year, 2020, became a year in which we all focused on nature. And that was by force by the COVID pandemic. Nature not only gave us a very stark warning, but also showed us an opportunity. The warning was that when you cross the thresholds and when you cross the limits of nature, and when you tilt the balance of nature towards deterioration, nature always strikes back. But at the same time, the opportunity that nature has given through these all lockdowns and the COVID pandemic is that there is a new world possible, and that we can build back better, build back green, and move towards a green recovery. And Pakistan is committed to this green recovery, which is based on nature-based solutions. As you heard from our Prime Minister, our policies, which include planting 10 billion trees, which includes having a protected area initiative in which we are enhancing our protected area coverage from 12 to 15%, and which also includes the green stimulus that we gave in this time of depression to protect nature and to create jobs, is all based on nature. It is all based on the premise that there is a win-win-win possible. And that win-win-win is that we can enhance our climate resilience, we can protect our biodiversity, and at the same time, we can create livelihoods to create this new green economy. And I think that's where the hope lies. And that's what we heard from all the speakers in the event today also. So with this, I would like to thank all the speakers for their interventions. And we have now concluded the Leaders' Dialogue number 1. Before proceeding to Leaders Dialogue number 2, the distinguished participants are invited to view a video presentation. Please stay seated for the Leaders Dialogue 2. Thank you very much.
I call to order Leaders Dialogue 2 of the Summit on Biodiversity, Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation, Capacity Building, Access and Benefit Sharing, Financing and Partnerships for Biodiversity. Heads of State and Governments, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this Leaders Dialogue. Pursuant to General Assembly Resolution 74-269 of 31st of March 2020, I am honored to introduce the co-chairs for this dialogue. Her Excellency Isabella Löfven, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Environment and Climate of Sweden, and His Excellency Ralph Gonsalves, Prime Minister of Saint Vincent and the Grenadines. I now have the honor to introduce the pre-recorded statement of the co-chair, the Prime Minister of Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, His Excellency Ralph Gonsalves.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we meet today against a worrying backdrop of global biodiversity challenges and failures, a deepening climate crisis, and the COVID-19 pandemic. Our world is badly wounded. The only salve is multilateral cooperation, sharing best practices, taking action at home, and being good neighbors to one another in this global village. Global partnerships, including those between governments, the private sector, and civil society, are absolutely vital. In St. Vincent and the Grenadines, we have found ways to promote major industries and to protect biodiversity simultaneously. For instance, in 2018, we installed a coral reef early warning system in the Tobago Keys. This site was chosen based on its value to the tourism sector and the richness of the marine biodiversity. In 2018, a decision was taken to work with the businesses and consumers to reduce demand for single-use plastics and accelerate communications on the value of ecosystems, thereby reducing biodiversity loss and optimizing the economic benefits. In addition, we have banned the hitherto ubiquitous styrofoam containers, often used for food. We are employing much better ways to regulate the disposal of grey water from coastal businesses and effluent from yachts and other pleasure craft. We plan to protect further our reefs by restricting the types of sunscreen and used by swimmers and divers and beachgoers. We are taking comprehensive action that will slow beach degradation and protect our coastal assets. Coastal and river defenses are being put in place, but it is all very costly for a vulnerable small island developing state like ours. I take this opportunity to commend Vincentians, both individuals and businesses, for the actions they are taking to protect our rich biodiversity and our environment as a whole. From the initiative by All Island Recycling to place garbage bins on almost every corner in our capital, to the Ashton Multipurpose Cooperative, a small enterprise, working to conserve the marine and coastal ecosystems in Union Island. So too, I thank our international partners for working with us to foster even better cooperation and partnerships. But still, as always, much more needs to be done. Excellencies, collectively, the world is lagging way behind in achieving the goals of the 3 Rio Conventions on climate change, desertification, and biodiversity, integral parts of a composite whole on which our very survival depends. The COVID-19 pandemic has brought into focus the dangers of destroying biodiversity, as well as underscoring our dependency on each other. Let us build back, not just build back better, but to build back optimally and enduringly for all humanity's sake. A High Representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines will co-chair this leaders' dialogue. Thank you.
I now have the honor to invite the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Environment and Climate of Sweden, Her Excellency Isabella Lövin, co-chair of this afternoon's dialogue, to address the meeting.
Excellencies, colleagues, it's a special honor to speak to you and to co-chair the Leaders' Dialogue number 2, together with Permanent Representative Ms. Rhonda King, especially in these difficult times when many of us are still suffering from the COVID-19 crisis and pandemic. My heartfelt sympathy goes to all those that has lost friends or family members. The COVID-19 crisis has taught us 2 things. First of all, we as a humanity are vulnerable. But secondly, that countries and leaders around the world can act quickly and decisively when faced with a common threat. This is something that we must build on when facing the biodiversity crisis. Dear friends, the disastrous loss of biodiversity is a crisis in the truest sense of the word. Climate change, together with unsustainable land use and exploitation, add up to a perfect storm. Humanity is pushing the precious ecosystems of our Earth to the limit and beyond. As a species, we are sawing off the branch that we are sitting on. We must stop sawing and start healing. It's now crucial that a green transition forms the basis for the recovery after the pandemic. Massive financial resources are unleashed around the globe. If these can be used to invest in nature, we can go a long way in a short time. Sweden supports the building of financial architecture that supports sustainable solutions and sustainable economic systems that protect rather than harm nature, as we spelled out in the Addis Ababa Action Agenda. Biodiversity remains one of the priorities in Swedish international development cooperation. In Sweden, investments in biodiversity, industry's climate transition, and sustainable transport will help us emerge from the crisis. For example, the Swedish government has taken an initiative on a record-sized budget for nature that now amounts to $560 million for 2021 that will help stop species extinction and protect and manage valuable ecosystems and natural habitats, and reinforce efforts for clean seas and water. Restoration of wetlands means letting nature do the climate work for us, preventing emissions. Friends, globally and nationally, there are clear and strong linkages between human health, climate change, food security, and the loss of biodiversity and ecosystems. There is only one health. Lasting solutions will require greater attention to nature-based solutions, as well as to safeguard access to food for all. Leaving no one behind requires also a strong focus on education not least for women and girls. In other words, building back better and greener will have to be in line with other long-term objectives, such as the Agenda 2030. And I believe that young people should not be asked to provide hope for the future. We are the ones responsible to give them hope. And I say, yes, we can build back better. Sweden has offered to arrange a UN high-level meeting in 2022 to mark the anniversary, the 50th anniversary of the 1972 Conference of the Human Environment in Stockholm. We see a unique opportunity for accelerating a transformation inspired by youth across the globe, a transformation that redefines our relationship to nature and leads to sustainable and green economies and development. Finally, I'd like to conclude by stressing the importance of capacity building and science to ensure implementation of the global biodiversity commitments. I look forward to our discussions today.
I thank the Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Environment and Climate of Sweden. I'm now pleased to hand over the conduct of the dialogue to Her Excellency Isabella Lövin, Deputy Prime Minister and Minister of Environment and Climate of Sweden, and representative of the Prime Minister of Saint Vincent and the Grenadines, Her Excellency Inga Ronda King, Permanent Representative to the United Nations. Deputy Prime Minister Lövin, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Distinguished participants, due to an overwhelming number of inscriptions to speak at this summit, the Assembly will continue to hear the pre-recorded statements in the spillover event to take place from 6 p.m. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement by the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji on behalf of the Pacific Small Island Developing States.
Mr. President, distinguished leaders, Excellencies, Mbulavinaka. I have the distinct privilege today to speak on behalf of a group of 12 Pacific Small Island Developing States: Fiji, the Federated States of Micronesia, Nauru, Kiribati, Palau, Papua New Guinea, Marshall Islands, Samoa, the Solomon Islands, Tonga, Tuvalu, and Vanuatu. With a united Pacific voice, the people of these island nations demand urgent action to protect the vast, unique flora and fauna that graces our forests and reefs. The Pacific Ocean is the largest body of water on the planet and hosts some of the richest marine ecosystems. Almost 98% of the Pacific region is ocean, and as a result, the ocean and its extensive resources are central to the lives and future prosperity of Pacific Island people. And in the Pacific, we are on the front lines of an existential reckoning, the likes of which humanity has never seen. The world is in a state of planetary emergency. By land, air, and sea, we are losing nature at an unprecedented rate. The current rate of extinction is tens to hundreds of times higher than the average over the past 10 million years, and it is only accelerating. Biodiversity loss has critical implications for humanity, from the collapse of food and health systems to the disruption of entire supply chains. So even as the world is grappling with economic recessions caused by COVID-19, leaders around the globe need to recognize this. An ecological recession could have even worse and permanent consequences. Our small island economies are among the first to feel this fallout. We are structurally dependent on the natural ecosystems that support both tourism and fisheries, making us all the more susceptible to the devastating impact that biodiversity loss can have on this and other industries. So as the world recovers from the impacts of this pandemic, we must ensure to build back better and bluer, we must invest in and commit to a sustainable and regenerative blue economy. We cannot go back to the status quo, one in which dying reefs, depleting fish stocks, and warming seas are the norm. Doing so would trigger the collapse of entire ecosystems, along with the societies and economies that depend on the vitality. Mr. President, Pacific leaders have called for a 2050 strategy of the Blue Pacific continent dedicated to drivers of change, forces such as technology, labor mobility, and transportation, all of which will no doubt shape the next 30 years of our region's blue development. Against this backdrop, as Pacific Seeds, we are working on reducing our emissions, building resilience, and fighting to protect our oceans and its resources. This is all part of our Pacific vision, one that is anchored by bold blue commitments to hold ourselves accountable and lead the world by example. As part of this Pacific vision, Fiji and others have taken the lead to ban single-use plastic bags, given the enormous threat of increasing plastic pollution to the health of our ocean resources and our people. Fiji plans to ban styrofoam by the start of next year. By 2050, every economy in our region must achieve net zero global emissions. Zero excuses. By 2050, we must have built a resilient Pacific, one that has been smartly adapted to the worsening climate impacts we know are headed our way. By 2050, our region's oceans must be secured by powerful protections that preserve their bounty and beauty for all time. We've already established some of the world's largest and deepest no-take zone, marine protected areas in the world, aimed directly at restoring the health and wealth of the global marine biodiversity. Mr. President, we are calling on all leaders of the world to follow the Pacific lead and be inspired by the Pacific vision. Be leaders, blue leaders. Call for urgent action to develop a new, legally binding global agreement that holistically addresses marine litter and plastics. By doing so, we can proudly say that we help cultivate a more harmonious existence with nature, leaving the world better than we found it. Binakabakalevu, thank you.
I thank my dear friend, the Prime Minister of the Republic of Fiji, Vinaka Vakalevu. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement by the President of the Republic of Ecuador.
My dear fellow presidents, this year we are meeting together in the midst of the worst health, social and economic crisis confronting the world in recent times. Scientists tell us that 3/4 of new diseases are caused by the toxic relationship between mankind and nature. And what is occurring today is, in my view, a heart cry from our planet itself, urging us to more and more effective action. The planet is pleading with us to reverse the loss of biodiversity, because at stake is the availability of food, water and medicines, in particular for the most vulnerable in our societies. Current policies, protection measures and measures for the sustainable use of resources have not been sufficient to reverse the damage to nature around the world. It is therefore our obligation, our duty, to transform patterns of production and consumption. We cannot allow the unfettered exploitation of nature. Climate change, the introduction of non-native species and pollution inter alia jeopardize the preservation of whole global ecosystems. Reversing this trend hinges on the commitment and buy-in of all. For this reason, there is a pressing need for a new global framework for biodiversity post-2020. This post-2020 framework needs to be ambitious, robust and realistic. It needs to draw inspiration from the successes and failures of the Convention on Biodiversity, and it has to position us to meet and succeed in the 2030 agenda. And also, it has to be more insistent on the financing for environmental management, for capacity building, and for the transfer of technology. Ecuador is staunchly committed to this global fight. We ratified the Escazú Agreement on public participation and access to justice on environmental matters, and we have acceded to the Global Ocean Alliance so that by 2030, at least 30% of our oceans are protected. It is time for our lives and our livelihoods to be guided by technological innovation, the bioeconomy, and sustainable production and consumption, and also by the efficient and effective use of resources. Friends, one and all, Ecuador is one of the 20 most mega-diverse nations of the world. We are home to fragile, unique ecosystems that need special care and attention, such as the Galapagos Islands, which are the treasure of Ecuador and of the whole world. Regrettably, they have been affected by harmful human practices which have put at risk their ecosystems. Due to their scientific value, their conservation should be a shared responsibility. We therefore call upon countries to self-regulate, to limit their fishing activities, to respect the United Nations Convention on the Law of the Sea. Within the Strategic Plan for Biodiversity 2011-2020, the main target of conserving 10% was to conserve 10% of marine and coastal areas, and Ecuador has achieved this goal, indeed more than achieved it, by conserving 12%. Dear colleagues, we cannot turn our back on nature because that would mean turning our back on our people, on our very own families. Let us not wait. Let us not wait for the next pandemic to act tomorrow, because perhaps tomorrow would be far too late. Thank you very much.
I thank the President of the Republic of Ecuador. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement by the President of the Republic of the Maldives.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Mr. President, distinguished heads of states and governments, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. This is the era of the Anthropocene. The major determinant in climate health and the Earth's well-being is human activity. It is up to us whether we harness our scientific knowledge and technology for destructive ends, which bring short-term profit, or if we use them to implement sustainable and restorative development strategies. Last year, I presented our Climate Resilient Island Initiative to the international community, showcasing a model that can be used by other small island states to develop sustainably by conserving eco-rich areas, phasing out single-use plastics, and rapidly transiting into renewable energy. We have also joined with international non-governmental entities such as the Blue Prosperity Coalition, a global alliance of ocean experts dedicated to growing blue economies and preserving the ocean's health. The scientific expedition that they have begun countrywide will assist our maritime spatial planning by assessing our oceans to identify areas best suited to ensure sustainable growth in our blue economies. The Maldives is deeply concerned by plastic pollution. We are founder and co-chair of the group of friends to combat marine plastic pollution. At least 8 million tons of plastic end up in our oceans every year and make up 80% of all marine debris from surface waters to deep sea sediments. Through collective efforts to combat plastic pollution, the group of friends to combat marine plastic pollution will continue to work collectively to develop a strategy for global engagement at the United Nations headquarters and raise awareness of marine plastic pollution. At home, I have pledged to phase out single-use plastic by the year 2023. To preserve our ecosystems, we have committed to designate at least one island, one reef, and one mangrove in each of our atolls as protected areas. Some of these are now eligible to be listed as UNESCO World Heritage Sites. We have also prioritized reforming our waste management systems, and increasing our use of renewables. Mr. President, we are now living the consequences of our constant disrespect towards nature. It is a zoonotic disease, COVID-19, that has caused this pandemic and brought the world to a standstill. If we continue to disrespect the boundaries of the natural world, we will face similar and possibly worse consequences. Let us keep that in mind as we build back our communities, economies, and institutions from the disease's impacts. Let us do right by our Earth. Thank you.
I thank the President of the Republic of the Maldives. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement by the Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg.
Monsieur le Secrétaire Général.
Mr. Secretary General, dear colleagues and friends, we have reached a crucial crossroads in the history of humanity. This pandemic has been a harsh reminder of something that was always true, but which some people had lost sight of. We depend on nature and its whims and vagaries. The recent Global Assessment Report on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services sheds light on the erosion of biodiversity. 1 million of flora and fauna species face extinction. This report also makes it clear that it is not too late to act and calls for transformative change, through which nature can be conserved, restored, and used sustainably. In this context, I would like to focus on 3 areas of priority action. Firstly, the need to strengthen the science policy interface. These scientific assessments must be taken into account to support the development and implementation of our policies. Properly valuing our natural capital by giving it pride of place in development and well-being should allow us to refocus our political choices by moving away from an approach that aims to achieve most often short-term profits, instead focusing on a system that generates sustainable profits that benefit everyone. Secondly, we need to strengthen multilateral action. Migratory birds, rivers, and also, as we have seen, viruses know no borders. Only global, determined action will allow us to act effectively for the protection and sustainable use of our natural resources. My country, Luxembourg, is therefore a member of the High Ambition Coalition for Nature, which has committed to protecting 30% of our planet by 2030. Today's summit is a strong signal of our shared will and desire to act. Thirdly, we need to evolve financial and economic systems. At the beginning of September, Luxembourg became the first European country to launch a sustainability bond framework to overcome the challenges of economic development that takes into account these important environmental concerns and concerns about social equity. Right after that, my country issued the first sovereign sustainability bond in Europe. The bond is listed on the Luxembourg Green Exchange, which is the first platform in the world that is exclusively devoted to green and social financial instruments. This innovative framework allows Luxembourg to consolidate, is allowing Luxembourg to consolidate its position as a hub of excellence in sustainable, innovative, and responsible finance. Other initiatives are also being encouraged, including the promotion of partnerships that allow us to create the leverage needed to attract private funds, such as the Climate Finance Platform, which was launched by Luxembourg and the European Investment Bank. Through this platform, Luxembourg is supporting, to the tune of 5 million euros, the Land Degradation Neutrality Fund, which is restoring ecosystems in the countries of the Sahel. The government has also established partnerships with private sector partners and has set up in connection with them the Forestry and Climate Change Fund, which supports sustainable forest management models in Central America and therefore is making an active contribution to the fight against deforestation. Vanishing Treasures is another project financed to the tune of €9 million by Luxembourg in collaboration with the United Nations Environment Programme. This project preserves the biodiversity of mountainous areas and protects symbolic species such as the Central African gorilla, the Bengal tiger, and the snow leopards of Central Asia. In conclusion, I remain convinced that the strength of men and women has always been their ingenuity. Let us draw on this inexhaustible resource to find the necessary solutions that will allow us to ensure a dignified life that is respectful of nature for all and above all for the next generation. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement by the Prime Minister of Norway.
The biodiversity crisis is a threat to human well-being in all regions of the world. This crisis needs a forceful response. Protecting nature is key to reaching many of the SDGs. Protecting nature will also help us tackle climate change. In Norway, we are now protecting swamps and wetlands. This is a win both for threatening species and for climate. Nature-based solutions for climate action should be at the center of attention both at the Biodiversity COP in Kunming and the Climate COP in Glasgow. We need to mobilize more resources for biodiversity. We must step up and increase action for nature, both globally and at home. Norway is responding with increased ambitions. First, we have strengthened our national target under the Paris Agreement, and we are ready for an ambitious post-2020 agreement on biodiversity. Second, in December, the High-Level Panel for Sustainable Ocean Economy, led by the President of Palau and myself, will launch a transition agenda for clean, healthy and productive oceans. There is an enormous growth potential in the ocean economy if we place sustainability at its course. Effective protection, sustainable production and equitable prosperity need to go hand in hand. Third, Norway will continue to work with tropical forest countries to help drive down deforestation. And we will provide support to countries that deliver results. Several forest countries are taking resolute steps to reduce their deforestation rates. A strong coalition of private companies are signaling willingness to pay for those results. We have standards in place to ensure that emission reductions are real, additional and lasting. We also have institutions to allow markets to function smoothly. Let us put in place a coalition to end tropical deforestation. We need to speed up and scale up action. The Biodiversity COP in China is an opportunity for change. Together, we can achieve an ambitious outcome and ensure effective implementation of the new global targets.
I thank the Prime Minister of Norway. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement by the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh.
Mr. President, Secretary General, Excellencies, Bangladesh fully subscribes to the urgent action on biodiversity for sustainable development, and I am pleased to have this opportunity to share a few thoughts today. We live in an interdependent world where every species on planet Earth has a specific role to play in our ecosystem. However, according to the WWF and the Zoological Society of London, the world's wildlife populations have fallen by an average of 68% just from 1970 to 2016. Bangladesh is heavily dependent on fresh water, and freshwater biodiversity is declining at the fastest rate in the world, with 85% of global wetlands have already been lost since the Industrial Revolution. The populations of freshwater mammals, birds, amphibians, reptiles, fishes have fallen by an average of 4% each year since 1970. We are aggravating climate change and loss of biodiversity, and as a result, increasing the risk of zoonotic disease like COVID-19. Mr. President, we are not only causing extinction of other species, we are actually moving towards ultimate extinction of human beings if our current actions continue to be unchecked. In Bangladesh, biodiversity conservation has been recognized in our constitution as a fundamental principle of the state policy. Our father of the nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, enacted the Wildlife Preservation Order as early as in 1974. Bangladesh is one of the few countries that enacted law to implement the Convention on Biological Diversity. Our parliament passed Bangladesh Biological Diversity Act 2017 aimed at preserving biodiversity. We have declared more than 5% of total terrestrial area and about 5% of the marine area as protected and ecologically critical areas. Mr. President, to save the planet and to save us, we must take the following actions. 1. While investing, we should focus on future sustainability. 2. For safeguarding biodiversity, creating greater public awareness through our education system and research, and strengthening national legislations and monitoring mechanisms are key action. 3. Global access to benefit sharing must be ensured for the true owners of the genetic resources and associated traditional knowledge. 4. Achieving the Paris goals would be the difference between our extinction and our survival. We must implement them. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Prime Minister of the People's Republic of Bangladesh. Now we will hear a pre-recorded statement by the Taoiseach of Ireland.
President, Secretary General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the biodiversity challenge is one of the defining issues of our generation. If the planet that we inhabit today is to remain viable for the generations that follow us, we must halt and reverse the rapid deterioration and loss of biodiversity we are seeing. Unless we do so urgently, we cannot hope to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. A biodiverse planet is essential for humanity, for our social and economic progress, for our physical and mental health, for sustainable and secure food production and water security, for climate resilience. Mr. President, addressing the biodiversity crisis has to go hand in hand with addressing the climate crisis. Last year, Ireland became just the second country in the world to declare a climate and biodiversity emergency. We're taking bold and ambitious steps to tackle these crises at home and abroad. We have adopted a whole of government, whole of society approach. We are committed to setting up a citizens' assembly on biodiversity, reflecting the important role civil society has to play in shaping our response. Ireland will soon begin developing our fourth National Biodiversity Action Plan, underpinned by the objectives of the Convention on Diversity. The conservation of marine biodiversity is especially important to Ireland. While approximately 90% of our territory is maritime, our protected marine areas are relatively small. My government has now initiated a formal consultation on the future expansion of Ireland's network of marine protected areas. As Ireland prepares to take a seat on the United Nations Security Council from next January, we are committed to highlighting the threat to international peace and security posed by issues such as climate change, environmental degradation, and conflicts over natural resources. Our international development policy sets a target of doubling the proportion of overseas development assistance going to climate finance by 2030. Together with our colleagues in the European Union, Ireland supports a strong and durable post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Mr. President, the level of biodiversity loss we are witnessing today is unprecedented, unsustainable, and untenable. The onus is on all of us to rise to the challenge and to build a more sustainable, biodiverse world for generations that follow.
I thank the Taoiseach of Ireland. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement by the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic.
Mr. President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, for several decades now, we have been learning our lesson that any short-term benefit that people can get from harming nature cannot last in the long term. Facts provided to us by science are clear. Biodiversity and ecosystem services continue degenerating worldwide at an unprecedented rate, and we can already experience the impacts. This summit has to communicate a strong and clear message that we take science seriously and that there is no sustainable future unless we duly consider the importance of biodiversity and find effective ways to address both direct and indirect drivers of biodiversity loss. In this regard, the Czech Republic welcomes the EU Biodiversity Strategy to 2030 as the world's most ambitious plan to protect and restore nature, that we also support a green recovery following the COVID-19 pandemic. Next, we are committed to achieve the adoption of an ambitious and transformative post-2020 global biodiversity framework. To successfully implement the new framework, we need to be able to assess our progress. Therefore, we see a scientifically sound approach to monitoring and a robust set of indicators agreed by all parties as crucial elements of this global biodiversity framework that will help us make more informed decisions and take better targeted actions. As for the Czech Republic, we are facing similar challenges as other countries and still need to improve the conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. Through the implementation of the recently adopted action plan to our national biodiversity strategy, we will aim, for example, at more active involvement of relevant stakeholders in biodiversity protections, including through better education and transfer of knowledge, and at strengthening biodiversity data collection for improved science-based decision-making. Similarly, we are committed to support enhanced action on global level. If we all join our efforts and build our future together, in 2030, when we look back at the last decade and the results of our work, we will be able to say, this time we have actually made a difference. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Czech Republic. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement by the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal.
Mr. President, Excellencies, the heads of state and government, Mr. Secretary General, distinguished delegates. I begin by thanking the Secretary General of the United Nations for convening this important summit. Biodiversity resources are a lifeline for us. They provide fresh air, clean water, food, and livelihood, mineral and medicine, and help sustain human life and economy. Biodiversity connects generations and surpasses national boundaries. Living in harmony with nature is part of Nepali culture. Our ancient sages and saints have passed down valuable knowledge of biodiversity and taught us the value of its conservation. Therefore, Nepal accords high priority to biodiversity conservation and has made a good progress. Protecting biodiversity constitutes a critical component of our national aspiration of prosperous Nepal, happy Nepali. 23% of our geography has been designated as protected area and we have achieved Aichi target 11. We now plan to expand it to 30% by 2030. Nepal's progress in landscape level conservation and transboundary cooperation on migratory species are considered as success stories. So is the engaging communities to managing human-wildlife conflict. Availability of clean energy from hydroelectricity has reduced stress on biodiversity. Through a strong law enforcement system and enhanced cooperation at international level, we have achieved zero poaching of rhino for almost a decade. We have almost doubled the number of tigers, well ahead of the target year of 2022. The world can learn from our experience. Excellencies, Nepal's mountain ecosystem is a unique laboratory and true source of knowledge to inquisitive scholars, researchers, and scientists. Mountain ecosystems make critical common property resources for the benefit of humanity, which extends beyond our borders. Human encroachment, pollution, climate change, and wildlife crime all have negative impacts on biodiversity. It is a multi-stakeholder business that requires commitment and action from all actors, nationally and internationally. We need to set more ambitious targets with the right balance of people's right over natural resources and its sustainable protection. We also need sustained investment in biodiversity conservation. Implementing urgent climate action is a moral obligation. We need to harmonize the efforts under multilateral agreements and internationally agreed development frameworks. Let us stand united, save this beautiful planet forever for our posterity. We have no right to compromise their future. Let us make it more habitable than today. Let us muster requisite political will, promote ideas and innovations, and act robustly to conserve biodiversity. Thank you. Thank you.
I thank the Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Nepal. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement by the Prime Minister of Spain.
Señor President, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and of government, ambassadors, delegates. The sixth mass extinction of species is happening before our eyes, and we have to do all that we can to halt it. Between 2001 and 2014, 173 species of vertebrates went extinct, 400 in the last 100 years. Under normal circumstances, such extinctions would have taken 10,000 years. The conclusion to be drawn is clear. Our lifestyle and our production model are destroying biodiversity at an unstoppable rate. Pollution, the over-exploitation of resources, and deforestation are giving rise to imbalances and damage that not only threatens our health and well-being, but our very survival as a species. In other words, our relationship with this planet that is our home is that of a parasite. We are the parasites. We absolutely depend on nature, which makes us extremely vulnerable, even if we try to ignore that inconvenient fact. Nature accounts for nearly 50% of the world's GDP. 25% of the medicines we use today contain active ingredients found in nature, and 60% of human infections are of animal origin, including COVID-19, which has hit us all so hard. But we can turn this situation around. We can go back to a relationship of symbiosis rather than a parasitic one. And proof of this is to be found in the UN Convention on Biological Diversity. The HE goals for 2020 guided our efforts during these past few years, though we did not meet them. Let us take advantage of the delay to the Kunming summit to scale up the ambition of our commitments. My country, Spain, is one of the world's 25 biodiversity hotspots and one of the countries of the European Union with the greatest biological diversity. We have rolled up our sleeves and made environmental sustainability one of the fundamental pillars of the action of our government, and it's a cross-cutting pillar. We have been reaffirming many commitments, including the following: to ensure that at least 30% of our land and marine surfaces are protected areas by 2030. Secondly, to restore at least 15% of degraded land. And thirdly, to defend the One Health principle, recognizing the interconnection between people, animals, plants and their shared environment, and the possibility of risk and infection that can rise if that interconnection is not properly managed. For this reason, Spain adheres to the Leaders' Pledge for Nature, which we will be signing in the context of this summit. We are living, dear friends, through an unprecedented environmental emergency, and inaction is not an option, particularly not for the most vulnerable, nor for the young, but not for any one of us. Only through the multilateralism led by the United Nations can we overcome this threat. We only have one planet, and it is up to us to save it. So let us do that.
And I thank the Prime Minister of Spain. I now hand the floor to my co-chair, the permanent representative of St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Levin. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement by the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Senegalese abroad.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Secretary General, ladies and gentlemen, the arrival of the COVID-19 pandemic is a reminder to us, irrefutably, that human development will involve the responsible development of our ecosystems and biodiversity. The figures are irrefutable. 75% of emerging infectious diseases, including COVID-19, are transmitted to humanity through animals. We must therefore look again at our relationship with nature. Global biodiversity is being impoverished. 1 million animal and vegetable species are currently facing extinction. In Africa, The loss of forest surface area has been the highest in the world in the past decade, 3.94 million hectares per year at least. In sub-Saharan Africa, 494 million hectares of land have been affected by soil degradation. Lastly, anthropic pressure is of concern because there will be 9.5 billion inhabitants on the planet by 2050. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of this, the loss of biodiversity is a global emergency for which we must all feel concerned, to echo the words of His Excellency Mr. Macky Sall, the President of the Republic. For that reason, I welcome the holding of this session and the relevance of its theme, which allows us to discuss strengthening scientific, technical and financial capacities with a view to conserving the biodiversity that we need to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. Ladies and gentlemen, through its natural reservoirs and reserves that have 7,830 animal and vegetable species, Senegal is committed now more than ever to the fight against the degradation of its biodiversity. First of all, through the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan launched in 1998, which allowed inter alia for the creation of vast networks of protected areas. Next, in 2019, under the instruction of the head of state, Senegal launched the Green Emerging Senegal Plan with the aim of sustainable reforestation through a 50 billion CFA franc investment program and the creation of a National Institute for Forest Research and research into erosion and wind and water energy, among other areas. Lastly, in the context of the fight against climate change, Senegal, under its nationally determined contribution, is planning significant conditional and unconditional adaptation and mitigation measures assessed at 108 million CFA francs up to 2025. This means that our country will need the support of technical and financial partners in the spirit of North-South, South-South and triangular cooperation. Ladies and gentlemen, in light of the United Nations Decade for the Restoration of Ecosystems 2020 to 2030, the Conference of the Parties COP15 of the Convention on Biological Diversity planned for in China will allow us to set new milestones for biodiversity protection, which will be more ambitious to take into account the challenges of climate change. The future we want for our world is at stake, and you can count on Senegal to share the lessons of its experience in this area. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Senegalese abroad for his statement. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement by the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources of Malaysia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera. Mr. President, I would like to thank the United Nations General Assembly for providing me the opportunity to deliver this message on behalf of Malaysia. Malaysia is one of the 17 recognized megadiverse countries, which together was more than 70% of the world biodiversity. As a party to the Convention on Biodiversity, Malaysia has been consistent in fulfilling our obligation through national policy on biodiversity 2016 to 2025 and to report the progress of its implementation through Malaysian national report to the CBD. The national policy on biodiversity has emphasized that Malaysian biodiversity is a shared heritage and hence a shared responsibility. In that spirit, Malaysia has empowered multiple non-government actors, including indigenous people and local community, NGOs, academics, and the private sector to take part in the conservation of biodiversity through strategic partnership. Further, believing in the spirit of the third objective of the Convention on Biodiversity, Malaysia passed the Access to Biological Resource and Benefit Sharing Act 2017 and successfully acceded to the Nagoya Protocol in 2018. Malaysia has piloted project on ABS in 2019 that has successfully improved livelihood of the indigenous communities. And present, we are also in the process of establishing the Malaysian Biodiversity Center, MBC, which will reflect our commitment toward strengthening biodiversity management in Malaysia. In line with current needs, science, technology, and innovation have continued to play a significant role in improving biodiversity management. In this view, Malaysia will further strengthen research and development efforts to advance conservation through sustainable forest management, biotechnology, composite material, and remote sensing technique. Such initiatives must be supported by the United Nations through financing assistance, technology transfer, and capacity building. As for financing, the government of Malaysia has made funds for conservation available through the National Conservation Trust Fund, matching grant with the private sector, and small grant to indigenous conservation projects. In 2019, ecological fiscal transfer for biodiversity conservation has been introduced to motivate state government to intensify effort to protect and expand existing natural forest reserve and protected area. We are also exploring the diversification of funding sources with the development of the REIT Plus finance framework, forest conservation certificate, and forest carbon offset. 2020 has been a challenging year. The COVID-19 pandemic, a zoonotic disease, has caused many nations to bear a socioeconomic brand. While Malaysia is also one of the countries affected, I hope we can take this as an opportunity to re-examine our relationship with nature. On a concluding note, I am optimistic about the future beyond 2020. Let us move forward toward achieving the overall goal of nation living in harmony with nature by 2030. Biodiversity is our life, our heritage, and our future. Thank you. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Energy and Natural Resources of Malaysia. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement by the Minister of Agriculture and Environment of Cabo Verde.
Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Mr. President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, representatives from all countries and international organizations. Allow me, on behalf of Cabo Verde, to congratulate the United Nations on its 75th anniversary and to welcome all participants to this Summit on Biodiversity. In this context, where the humanity is facing a strong COVID-19 pandemic crisis, I take this opportunity to express my country's solidarity with all the other countries engaged in emergency and recovery responses and the reconstruction of their economies. The humanity's survival is closely linked to the conservation of biodiversity. We all have the responsibility to place knowledge, technological advances, and common effort at the service of the recovery and the maintenance of healthy ecosystems, not only because we depend on them for our food, health, and quality of life, but for their intrinsic value. A lot of progress has been made globally and on a country level, but we must accelerate the steps, consolidate the achieved gains, efficiently and meet the new established goals. In this respect, we must take in consideration the very different situations between regions and countries and harmonize our action. Cabo Verde is included in the context of island and archipelagic realities with small fragmented territory, very fragile ecosystems, and where we can find several endemic species. The island countries with reduced response capacity to external shocks, especially those resulting from climate changes, demand particular attention. We call for increased solidarity and international cooperation, more financing, greater flexibility to access the existing funds, and greater flexibility in knowledge and technology transfers. Cabo Verde has adhered to the main international conventions related to this issue. We have made great efforts to safeguard our ecological heritage and biological diversity. We are working to better integrate biodiversity in tourism within the context of a pandemic, aiming for a much more sustainable basis. We congratulate ourselves for the initiative Leaders Pledge for Nature and commit ourselves to materialize it, halt biodiversity loss, ecosystem degradation, and promote inclusion and equal opportunity access to natural resources, strengthen resilience and adaptation of the effects of the climate change. We prospect in the near future the inclusion of 2 of our islands in the UNESCO World Network of Biosphere Reserves and thus further promote healthy coexistence between human actions and nature. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Cabo Verde for his statement. We will now hear from representatives of the UN system, intergovernmental organizations, and civil society. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Director General of the International Labour Organization.
The COVID-19 pandemic has been a brutal reminder of the urgent need to reset humankind's relationship with nature. In the same way, the alarming decline in biodiversity threatens our world of work as the land and the oceans on which it depends face degradation through unsustainable practices. Our future prosperity, our very survival, requires that we act decisively and act now to protect biodiversity. As many as 1.2 billion jobs rely directly on ecosystems and the services that they provide, be it through the provision of food and water, the regulation of our climate system, or the control of disease vectors. So if we are serious about creating decent work for all, in line with the Sustainable Development Goals, we must not forget that today's jobs and tomorrow's depend on preserving ecosystems and that they are sensitive to the loss of biodiversity. Put simply, without a healthy planet, there can be no productive economies nor decent work. So as we approach the end of the UN Decade on Biodiversity and the beginning of the Decade of Accelerated Action for the 2030 Agenda, the world stands closer to a tipping point to existential devastation, far greater than the economic damage that we face today from the COVID-19 pandemic. Recovery from the COVID-19 crisis must be rooted in rebuilding the relationship between people and nature. The ILO Centenary Declaration for the Future of Work underlined the environment as one of the key drivers of transformative change in the world of work. It set
I thank the Director General of the ILO. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the President of the World Bank Group.
Dear Excellencies, the value of biodiversity to economies, livelihoods, and life on our planet is irrefutable. At the World Bank Group, we're responding on all fronts to the pandemic. We're working with countries in many ways. For example, we're helping to create more than 116 million hectares of marine and coastal protected areas and 10 million hectares of terrestrial protected areas. Through our environmental and social framework, we're factoring biodiversity and nature into our operations. Through our new programs like Pro-Blue and Pro-Green, we're supporting countries with research and know-how, including addressing threats from marine pollution and promoting sustainable agriculture. And through IDA, our Fund for the Poorest, we're helping put robust biodiversity plans in place. The urgency is clear. Upcoming bank research shows that the collapse of 3 key ecosystem services, tropical forests, pollinators, and marine fisheries, could translate into a reduction of 1/5 in real GDP growth for low and lower middle income countries by 2030. But smart policy actions could help reduce and reverse these declines and still be good for economies. That includes repurposing harmful subsidies in agriculture, fisheries, and fossil fuels. Working to recognize, measure, and manage natural capital and ecosystem services is a priority for us. We look forward to working with you all on the needed public and private financing. Let me hand over to Managing Director of Development Policy and Partnerships, Marie Pangestu.
Thank you, David. Partnership is indeed essential if we are to have impact and get to the scale that's needed. That's especially important when it comes to the private sector. The World Economic Forum tells us that more than half of global GDP, or $44 trillion, is exposed to risks from nature loss. Only if we act together, the private sector, government, institutions like our own, and communities, can we turn this around. The World Bank is partnering with the private sector in many ways. For example, through the informal working group setting up the task force on nature-related financial disclosures. This work will help financial institutions measure, disclose, and minimize nature-related risks, including overexploitation of natural resources. The Conference of the Parties on the Convention on Biological Diversity offers an opportunity to get a new global deal for nature that could shift how we produce food, build infrastructure, and protect the planet from climate change. The new post-2020 biodiversity framework will inject new urgency to grow out of global poverty in harmony with nature. Ministries of finance and economic decision makers, local communities, including indigenous people, are all key partners in this effort. We are also teaming up with our development partners through World Bank programs, such as the Global Program on Sustainability, which focuses on environmental economics, Pro-Green, which boosts efforts to stop deforestation and restore degraded lands, and Pro-Blue, which works to keep oceans healthy. As countries seek to recover from the pandemic's harsh impacts, economic stimulus packages will need to take a long view towards a sustainable future. Rebuilding better includes improving how we build, produce, and consume, while protecting critical habitats and preventing future zoonotic diseases. At the World Bank, we remain committed to supporting countries' investment in nature, and we look forward to working with all of you on this most vital agenda. Thank you.
I thank the World Bank Group for their statement. We now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Chief Executive Officer of the AXA Group.
Your Excellencies, distinguished members of the General Assembly, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great honor to have the opportunity to address you all today. As an investor and insurer, the company I manage, AXA Group, relies on a well-functioning economy and therefore on stable ecosystems and a thriving nature. Biodiversity loss is a major issue for our planet and our societies. The disruption of ecosystems can result in critical problems, ranging from natural resource shortage to sanitary threats. Urgent action is needed. AXA has long been committed to tackling climate change. Biodiversity is a natural extension of our climate efforts. 2 years ago, we publicly committed by signing the French initiative Act for Nature. Last year, during the G7 meetings, we shared several recommendations co-developed with the WWF. These included the twin call for launch of a task force on nature-related financial disclosures, as well as the development of biodiversity risk metrics. We also launched a Biodiversity and Climate Impact Action Fund dedicated to nature-based solutions. And a few months ago, we signed a partnership with the WWF focused on biodiversity. Today, I'm glad to share with you 4 new steps we are taking. Firstly, we commit through pledges. Together with more than 20 financial institutions, we support the new Finance for Biodiversity pledge, calling global leaders, you, to agree on effective measures to reverse nature loss. Secondly, we will invest more and double the size of our Biodiversity and Climate Impact Fund, directing $350 million towards protecting natural capital and improving resilience of vulnerable communities. Thirdly, we will work on metrics. AXA has joined forces with peers to select and partner with a new biodiversity risk data provider. And finally, we support coalitions. We joined the informal working group launched just a few days ago, which will craft the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures, TNFD. As you can see, the private sector is committing. All companies have a responsibility to evolve, and finance is a key enabler, provided it can operate in a level playing field. However, we cannot drive change on our own. Public action is essential for us to meet expectations of the youth and the society at large. We need common frameworks and international science-based biodiversity targets. We also need an agreement that supports the action of investors and insurers towards biodiversity protection. And we need policymakers to catalyze all these efforts. This is why, during next year's COP15 conference in Kunming, I hope that solutions aligning business models with nature can be found. I believe we can have a robust Kunming agreement which, like the Paris Agreement, will show a clear roadmap for action. Together, let's act for nature.
I thank the CEO of the AXA Group. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Chief Executive Officer of the Sintasa Group.
Dear Excellencies, it is an honor to address this assembly today on behalf of the Business for Nature Coalition and Sintasa Group. My name is Shinta Kamdani, and I'm the CEO of Sintasa Group, an Indonesian strategic investment holding comprised of 16 subsidiaries. I'm also the president of the Indonesia Business Council for Sustainable Development. Before the COVID-19 pandemic, the need to create more resilient economies and societies were clear. It is now inescapable. Healthy societies, resilient economies, and thriving businesses rely on nature. According to the World Economic Forum, half the world GDP is at the moderate or high risk due to natural loss. Realizing the importance of nature, the Indonesian government has integrated nature to its development planning. This is a welcoming initiative, and governments should continue taking such leadership that guide and incentivize business investments. Business as usual is simply no longer an option. At Sintasa Group, we have devoted our business toward the lens of sustainable excellence by focusing on long-term value rather than efficiency alone. We adopted our ambitious roadmap called the Sintasa for the Earth, which commits us to integrate sustainability into our core business model. We are expanding our business portfolio in renewable energy and developing Indonesia ecotourism business. We are not acting alone. The Indonesian business sector is also acting. The Kantingan project run by PT Rimba Bakmur Utama has generated an average of 7.5 million certified carbon credits annually. I could name many more companies that are integrating nature in their core business. For example, the great giant pineapple and the East-West Seed Indonesia. Business must scale up and speed up efforts, and voluntary action is not enough. Only together we can protect, restore, and sustainably use our nature resources. This is why Syntesa Group, together with more than 560 companies with revenue over $4 trillion are urging government to adopt policies now to reverse nature loss in this decade. This political leadership should be reflected by adopting a strong post-2020 global biodiversity framework at the Biodiversity COP15. Together, we must create an equitable, carbon-neutral, nature-positive world. We must start this transition now, and we are committed to playing our part. Nature is everybody's business. Thank you for your attention.
I thank the CEO of the Syntesa Group. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Mayor of Montreal, Canada, and the Local Governments for Sustainability Global Ambassador.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, Excellencies, dear colleagues, mayors, ladies and gentlemen. Last year, I was before you at the Climate Action Summit to discuss the fight against climate change. This year, I'm with you once again to discuss another global emergency that we are facing, namely the destruction of biodiversity. First of all, I would like to thank you for having invited cities to participate in this conversation at a time in which we are meeting in a very unique context. The COVID-19 pandemic, as well as upending our habits and our economy, has brought us to a serious moment of reflection about the future of our relationship with nature. The loss of biodiversity is growing at breakneck pace, reducing substantially the ability of nature to provide for the well-being of its populations. It is time for us to reconsider the relationship between human beings and nature and to pursue development that respects the limits of our planet. But in the face of all of these red flags, there is a glimmer of hope. We know that when the international community gets down to it, we can turn back these trends. The protection of the ozone layer through the Montreal Protocol is a very concrete example of this. Therefore, in order to make progress, we need to have collective engagement and partnerships. Cities are on the front lines of climate change and other environmental and public health crises. For that reason, across the world, cities are already in action mode to protect ecosystems, be it through the establishment of green belts, biodiversity corridors, protected areas, or the planting of trees. Montreal and many other cities are stepping up to the plate, and cities as well as regional and local governments are ready for partnership for an ambitious global agenda on biodiversity as outlined in the Edinburgh Declaration. The international community has an opportunity that must be seized by producing a global biodiversity framework at COP15. Here, I'm pleased to inform you that the cities brought together in ICLEI have expressed their formal support for the Leaders' Pledge for Nature. We are at a key moment in our history. Together, aware of the limits of the planet on which we live, we must curb and reverse the trends that are causing the loss of biodiversity. We must become more resilient and prepare ourselves for future shocks, whilst also ensuring that we leave no one behind. In the name of cities, regional and local governments, I offer our cooperation to the UN and all its member states, as well as other speakers from civil society. For the new biodiversity protection targets to be successful, they will need to be ambitious, and they will need to be part and parcel of the recovery that we will need to make from the current pandemic. But above all, we have the obligation to have a green, sustainable and resilient recovery. It is a question of our quality of life and the future of coming generations. Thank you.
I thank the Mayor of Montreal, Canada. We will now hear a pre-recorded statement from the Indigenous leaders and SDG advocate.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, for Indigenous peoples, nature is our past, our history, our heritage. It is time for all of us to realize that nature is also our future. You may have read the report saying our species are dying. You may have watched TVs that show our forests are burning. You may want to take a last picture of the sea ice before it's all gone. But for us, nature is not only a picture you watch, a report you read, or a something you study to get a PhD. For all indigenous peoples worldwide, nature is our way of life. Nature and its various ecosystems are our supermarket and our restaurant, always open late at night or in the middle of a crisis. Nature is also our pharmacy, giving us traditional medicine to protect our health. Well-functioning ecosystems are also a natural barrier to protect us from animal-borne disease. We have a pact with nature. If we protect Mother Earth, she protects us back. It is time in this decade for you to learn from us, from indigenous peoples, those who have centuries of experience living in harmony with nature. We are engineers and doctors of the nature. And we are deeply concerned. Climate change and the biodiversity crisis is getting worse every day. So it is time to change our relationship with nature. Like indigenous peoples, you should build a pact with nature. Stop industrialization agriculture. Stop fossil fuel extraction and stop deforestation. Come with us in our forests, our savannas, our coral reef to learn how to build a green economy and rebuild back better. We are not proposing you to come back to the past. We are offering you the real nature-based solutions with indigenous people's traditional knowledge that help us for the better green recovery. Together, we will build our future.
I thank the Indigenous leaders and SDG advocate for her statement, an excellent note to end this segment. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard the last speaker in Leaders Dialogue 2 on the topic Harnessing Science, Technology and Innovation, Capacity Building, Access and Benefit Sharing Financing, and Partnerships for Biodiversity. On behalf of my co-chair, Deputy Prime Minister Levin, and myself, I wish to take this opportunity to thank all participants for their forward-looking and results-oriented interventions. As announced in the letter by the President of the General Assembly dated 22nd September 2020, inscribed speakers remaining to be heard in Dialogue 2 will be heard at the spillover event to be held from 6 p.m. this evening. Leaders Dialogue 2 is hereby concluded.
Heads of State and Government, Ministers, Excellencies, we have reached the end of our discussion on the urgent action on biodiversity for sustainable development, as we have heard important messages and insights emerging from the plenary and leaders' dialogue. It is now my honor to give the floor to the Deputy Secretary General, Ms. Amina Mohammed, to make a closing statement.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, today's summit has highlighted the urgency of addressing global biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation. That concern is shared by growing numbers of people around the world. The more than 1 million respondents of the global consultation organized for the UN's 75th anniversary listed climate change and the destruction of the natural environment as their most overwhelming medium and long-term concern. But to rescue the planet's fragile tapestry of life, we need vastly more ambition and action. The COVID-19 pandemic has again shown how ecosystem degradation and human encroachment in ecosystems and loss of natural habitats can lead to the emergence of deadly infectious diseases. These same ills of ecosystem destruction and biodiversity loss threaten the attainment of the SDGs and the objectives of the Paris Agreement to limit global temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius above pre-industrial levels. Whether on land or in the ocean, we can plainly see the ongoing and escalating decline in biodiversity around the world. We have failed to meet the international biodiversity targets that were established in 2010, many of which were incorporated into the Sustainable Development Goals. Today, climate disruption, from devastating wildfires to record floods, is causing immense damage to people, economies, and accelerating nature loss. Yet the irony remains that nature-based solutions offer some of the best remedies to global heating and its impacts on societies. And that is why these nature-based solutions need to have a place in the more ambitious, nationally determined contributions that we need for long-term resilience and stability for all. Excellencies, it is clear, as the Secretary-General has said, humanity is at war with nature. But this summit has also highlighted actions and commitments being made around the world to bend the curve of biodiversity loss and move towards a nature-positive world, thus making peace with nature. Thanks to the work of the scientific community, we know what the challenges are. We understand the scale of this planetary emergency. We have the tools to address many of the challenges. We are becoming aware that the way we produce and consume is not sustainable, and it has led us beyond the planet's environmental limits. That is why financial systems and calculations of gross domestic product need to incorporate biodiversity in their calculations. Conserving and sustainably managing nature is a fundamental sustainable development issue. Our societies are intimately linked to nature, which we all depend on for security, well-being, health, and survival. The conservation, restoration, and sustainable use of biological diversity are an effective and anti-poverty strategy. Protecting biodiversity is key to climate action, both adaptation and mitigation. The bottom line is that investing in nature is investing in a sustainable future. Mr. President, Excellencies, today we have heard commitments from heads of state and government and other stakeholders. We have set ambitions high. We now need to ensure that these ambitions are taken forward in the multilateral system, including through the development of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. And we also need to ensure that these ambitions are delivered on the ground to address the drivers of biodiversity and ecosystem loss, to restore biodiversity where it has been degraded, to ensure that people benefit from the sustainable use of biodiversity, and to guarantee that urgent and ambitious action for nature is taken across all sectors. The COVID-19 recovery presents us with the opportunity to transform our relationship with the environment. We should grab this opportunity and ensure that the COVID-19 recovery are people-centered and planet-sensitive. As we move to the decade of action to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals, it is time to deliver on our commitments to ensure that no one and nowhere is left behind. Let us re-establish our relationship with nature and put ourselves and our home on the path to the future that we all want. I thank you.
I thank the Deputy Secretary General for her statement. I will now make a closing statement from the rostrum. Excellencies, my profound thanks to you for your participation, engagement, and guidance at this historic summit. The initiatives and commitments we have heard today will help lay the foundation for COP15 in Kunming. Biodiversity protection will require transformational changes in our economies and societies. It will be difficult, but it is far from impossible. Humankind is capable of incredible feats of science and engineering, of deep compassion and consideration. The key messages from today's dialogues have reminded me of that and have given me hope. First, despite the severe hardships it has imposed, COVID-19 presents us with a unique opportunity for a green reset. As many as 1.2 billion jobs rely directly on ecosystems and the services they provide. The international community can protect and expand upon these livelihoods and both protect biodiversity and boost economic growth through a green recovery. Doing so, however, will require efforts to mobilize public and private financing to support socioeconomic recovery that embraces nature-based solutions and disaster risk reduction. Second, without a transformative approach to food production and distribution, we risk damaging biodiversity and in turn limiting our own food security. I need not remind you that biodiversity loss undermines global efforts to tackle poverty and hunger. No biodiversity means no food security. Addressing unsustainable agriculture thus constitutes an SDG accelerator, supporting both biodiversity and climate action. It is therefore important to take forward the initiatives and gains from this summit to the 2021 UN Food Systems Summit. In this and in everything we do to protect nature, we must learn from indigenous peoples. We must use education, science, and local and indigenous knowledge to restore the relationship between people and the natural world and restore degraded ecosystems on land and at sea. The upcoming second UN Ocean Conference will be another pivotal moment to galvanize action in this regard. Third, we must undertake whole-of-society responses to protecting biodiversity. This means engaging all stakeholders through intergenerational coalitions and youth leadership and mainstreaming sustainability into business models. Voluntary action is not enough. Today we heard corporations and leaders in the business community call for political will and leadership in creating pro-nature laws and regulations. As was rightly said, biodiversity is vital to all of our lives. Nature, both on land and in the sea, is everybody's business. And finally, we need action at all levels, in particular in the urban context. Today, cities will play a critical role in reviving and healing biodiversity. The Edinburgh Declaration for subnational governments, cities and local authorities in support of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework was discussed today as an example in this regard. Excellencies, as we draw close to the end of this historic UN summit, I would like to call on all of us to make ambitious commitments in support of biodiversity in the super year for nature ahead of us. As the UN celebrates its 75th anniversary, it is encouraging to see multilateralism continue to deliver the needs of the people for whom we serve. Let us work now with unwavering conviction so that our efforts today and throughout this process will be remembered 75 years from now. We are all in this together. Let's go to work. Thank you. Distinguished heads and state of government, ministers, excellencies, before adjourning the meeting, I would like to call the attention of members to the letter circulated on 20th of September 2020, which has information regarding the occupational safety and health plan for this meeting, including the possibility of follow-up in the unfortunate and hopefully unlikely event of a case of COVID-19. The meeting is adjourned. Please remain seated for a short musical presentation to be followed immediately by the spillover event to hear the remaining speakers.
We are all in this together. We are all in this together. And nothing can remind us like a simple act of kindness. मैं जो साथ निभाऊं, तू जो साथ निभाए, तो बात बन जाए, तो ये रात ढल जाए. And in the blackest of night, just one flash of light shows we're not alone. No, not today. It is time. Let's do this. It's our time. Let's do this. It is time to shine a light. Let's do this. It is time to shine a light. Come on. Whoa.
Further to my letter of 22nd of September, I am now pleased to continue the spillover event to hear the remaining statements from delegations. I now invite the Secretary for Relations with States of Policy to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, the Holy See is pleased to participate in this virtual summit on the urgent action on biodiversity, to contemplate with gratitude the gift of creation, and to take a serious look at what threatens the extraordinary richness of our planet. Pope Francis recently expressed his concern in these terms: "We cannot pretend to be healthy in a world that is sick, because the wounds inflicted on the planet are wounds that also bleed in us." For that reason, he underlined that we cannot remain silent before the very high costs of the destruction and exploitation of the ecosystem. Today's summit allows us to attend to those wounds, as it provides a timely opportunity to examine the root causes of biodiversity loss, to recognize the many harms caused by it, and to renew our shared commitment to protect our common home. The rapid loss of biodiversity has many causes, such as agricultural and industrial expansion, pollution, including marine plastic pollution, nuclear tests, and untreated waste. Moreover, the rise in the temperature of oceans has a devastating impact on many of the world's coral reefs. Fossil fuel consumption and excessive deforestation are fundamental drivers of climate change, leading to species extinction, which in turn reduces nature's resilience. The consequence of the disappearance of thousands of species are manifold and must be recognized. They threaten the well-being of the entire planet, as these species have played a critical role in maintaining the ecological equilibrium of many ecosystems and in addressing environmental challenges. Deforestation, for example, means not only the loss of living beings and ecological relationships, but also the loss of natural resources that are vital allies in the fight against climate change. In this regard, the protection of richly biodiverse regions of the world, such as the Amazon and the Congo Basin, as well as the restoration of those ecological equilibria that have been degraded or altered, are essential to reversing this alarming trend. The impoverishment of nature flowing from biodiversity loss exceeds the environmental dimension alone and leads to great human suffering, especially in the poorest regions of the world. Therefore, taking up the challenge of protecting the planet and all its creatures requires an approach that combines care for our common home with care for our brothers and sisters and integrates immediate measures with long-term strategies, which is what Pope Francis has called integral ecology. To implement this approach, we must rethink development paradigms. When biodiversity is merely considered a deposit of resources available for exploitation, this reductionist model and the consequent throwaway culture lead to the irresponsible treatment of nature and human beings. Yet a truly integral development, which complements the promotion of the common good with respect for human dignity, can be achieved only when development policies are at the service of the human person and incorporate a holistic understanding of the environmental, economic, social, and human implications of using our shared natural resources. The recent pandemic of COVID-19 is a clear example of the importance to implement with urgency and conscientiousness this integral and holistic understanding of our development policies, acknowledging that every living being has intrinsic value and purpose, and as such must be cherished, is a shared responsibility involving everyone's talents. Restoring a harmonious relationship with nature is a crucial challenge that calls us to act with urgency, as we commit to work together towards making our planet a healthy place to live and preserving the gift of creation for future generations. Thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Secretary for Relations with States of the Holy See for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia to present a pre-recorded statement.
Living in harmony with nature has been in Nagoya Consensus. Indonesia works hard to protect life support system, preserve biodiversity, and sustainably utilize resources. In the COVID-19 pandemic, we are racing against time to cope with a very fast global spread. For Indonesia, the One Health approach consisting of healthy environment, healthy animals, and healthy people is proper to the present condition. Indonesia has designated around 66 million hectares out of 120 million hectares of forest areas, or 35% of the 190 million hectares land area, and designated more than 23 million hectares sea as protected areas. Indonesia is also bringing up function of 1.34 million hectares of high conservation value forest within concession areas and consolidating the fragmented habitats for species survival. Indonesia has increased the population of several endangered species, including the Javan rhino, Sumatran elephant, Sumatran tiger, and the Bali myna. Indonesia has developed 3 types of bioprospection: the anti-frost bacteria isolate, anti-cancer, and mushroom of high economic value. Bioprospecting is an attempt as a nature-based solution to mankind's problems including as a community-based economic mover to recover from the crisis. A great support from people participation through community-based conservation and policies on local wisdom as guided by ministerial regulation are particular means. I emphasize, by all those mechanisms, the local people in Indonesia is provided with access and involved in the social forestry. Let's take this moment together to first build a post-2020 cooperation framework by taking into account mutual benefits, including support for developing countries through resource mobilization and technology transfer. Second, encourage and utilize protected areas as environmentally sound economic growth centers such as for ecotourism, forest bathing, forest healing, and development of medicinal plants and other genetic resources. These are implemented through fair and equitable benefit sharing mechanism, which appreciate the knowledge and local wisdom on biodiversity information and genetic materials. And lastly, strengthen the implementation of other global agendas such as the 2030 Agenda and the Paris Agreement. We have to always make the earth a favorable place for all things living in harmony. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Indonesia for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environment of Cyprus to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is an honor for me today to share with all of you our views for this crucial issue, the life itself on the planet, the protection and halting of the loss of biodiversity. During the past months, we have been experiencing a unique situation with the COVID-19 pandemic, revealing in a painful way how important it is to keep a balance between humans and nature. There is an urgent need to take immediate actions to address the direct and indirect causes of biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation. This is fundamental in order to achieve the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals and reach the 2050 vision for biodiversity, living in harmony with nature. Unfortunately, current efforts have not resulted in the desired outcome. We must therefore upscale action and raise ambition. As part of the European Union family, Cyprus strongly supports the Union's Green Deal, which encompasses policies for combating climate change, protecting nature and biodiversity, promoting circularity and sustainable agriculture, forestries and fisheries. The Green Deal places biodiversity in the center of many sectors. This is an important step for achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Cyprus strongly supports this framework. Our government has recently approved a national biodiversity strategy and action plan, which includes clearly set objectives for the conservation of habitats and species, as well as for improving management of protected areas. Additionally, we are developing our circular economy strategy, aiming to change current production and consumption patterns. At the same time, education and information campaigns focusing on biodiversity and our consumption patterns are underway. Biodiversity loss and climate change are interdependent. Therefore, it is essential to enhance our efforts towards meeting the goals of the Paris Agreement. Cyprus has adopted a national climate adaptation strategy, as well as a mitigation strategy, through which nature protection solutions are promoted. Another important issue we must address is the illegal wildlife trade, through which zoonotic diseases are emerging with devastating consequences. This international issue is linked with biodiversity protection, our consumption patterns, as well as our values. In conclusion, there is an urgent need for policies that move towards transformed economic models which will embody the biodiversity dimension. Now is the time to make such positive leaps and upscale our efforts. Our discussions today, as well as at the upcoming CBD COP15, stress this ambition at high level. Thank you for allowing me to share our views. I wish to all of us success in bringing the necessary changes this new decade.
I thank the Minister of Cyprus for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Local Affairs and Environment of Tunisia to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Mr. Secretary General of the United Nations, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the Organization of the United Nations Summit on Biodiversity on the margins of the 75th anniversary of the creation of this organization, the United Nations, is taking place at a time when the world is facing ever-increasing challenges due to the deterioration of natural resources and ecosystems. This summit is taking place along with the finalization of the Strategic Plan on the Convention on Biodiversity 2011 to 2020. We should assess what has been achieved and focus on the commitments needed to achieve post-2020 targets, and do this in line with the 2030 Sustainable Development Goals. In the context of this challenge, Tunisia is making efforts and has launched initiatives to preserve biological diversity and also to ensure its sustainable use and the just distribution of the benefits of genetic resources. This is a driver of development and of the fight against poverty. The Tunisian constitution attaches importance to biodiversity as broadly defined to include in national working plans this concept to consider food security in the context of a plan which assesses the needs of our generation and also the needs of future generations in harmony with international strategies and agreements. In this context, Tunisia has worked first of all to develop strategies focusing on biodiversity, the blue economy, the fight against soil degradation and the fight against climate change, as well as combating natural disasters. Secondly, we have worked to preserve major ecosystems to achieve the UN's targets and goals, particularly when it comes from land and marine reserves. Thirdly, we prioritize natural ecosystems in cities to reduce pollution, to protect health, and to combat new diseases. Fourthly, we have promoted projects to preserve ecosystems such as coastlines and maritime areas, and to ensure that we mobilize resources to be implemented in multilateral and bilateral cooperation. We are convinced that the security of a people depends on their food security. We are facing real threats following the deterioration of biodiversity in this area and the deterioration of ecosystems. We call for a mobilization of political will and the efforts and resources we have available to halt the deterioration of biodiversity for future generations. Tunisia will always be sure to promote and make the most of UN mechanisms to ensure development and also protect the environment. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Local Affairs and Environment of Tunisia for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Nature, Environment and Tourism of Mongolia to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Your Excellency, Mr. President of the United Nations General Assembly, Your Excellency, Secretary General of the United Nations, honorable distinguished delegates. First of all, I would like to appreciate for gathering here today discussing the utmost important biological diversity issues at this historical 75 years anniversary of the United Nations. Distinguished delegates, all of us know that the biggest challenge for biodiversity is that nature and human-made factors. Current air temperature of 2.5 degrees increase in Mongolia is severely impacting its ecosystem balance. 76.8% of total territory of Mongolia has faced desertification, land degradation in a variety of ecosystems, which again identified as another driver. Climate change is considered as highest risk and threatening to biological diversity. The frequency of natural disasters, drought, and extreme harsh winter that is increasing due to climate change. Another very important means of conservation for the biodiversity is to have up to 40% of forest basins under the protection. Mongolia is working with concrete and targets to increase forest coverage from current 7.9% up to 8.6% in the next 4 years. We are confident that the above actions will be efficient to conserve the biodiversity. Mongolia has joined the high ambitious coalition which aimed to establish the 30% of global land and ocean as protected areas in order to conserve biological diversity and preserve the nature. As of today, a National Protected Area Network has reached 21% of the total territory. It will be achieved 30% in 2030. Today, we are all facing the challenge of mitigating climate change, to increase the adaptation, to introduce the low-carbon technologies, water scarcity, and rehabilitation on human and nature-made degraded areas and all types of pollutions. All these are not only the matter of health of nature and the environment, but the health of planet. I'm confident that we, decision makers, all would agree on the role of international cooperation and knowledge technology sharing is the key to reach the success and sustainability. Therefore, I would like to inform you that Mongolia has just joined the Leaders' Pledge of Nature. Last but not least, I'm confident that universal new solutions, initiatives, and concrete decisions will be adopted as the main result of this United Nations Biodiversity Summit. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Nature, Environment and Tourism of Mongolia for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of the Environment and National Beautification of Barbados to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, one of the most important weapons in the arsenal of any country to resist the vagaries of climate change is biodiversity. Barbados has long recognized that its biodiversity, along with its people, are its most valuable national assets. It has therefore always been clear that the conservation, management, and sustainable use of biological resources and the ecosystem services that they provide are the guiding force of our sustainable development. Barbados is a well-known hotspot for biodiversity, boasting unique species and genetically significant populations which cannot be found elsewhere. Consequently, ecosystems and species lost in Barbados will forever be lost to the entire world, which is why we have reaffirmed our commitment to the international trust as enacted by CITES. In 1993, Barbados, recognizing, of course, the importance of its role in conservation, acceded to the Convention on Biological Diversity. By 2002, Barbados laid its first national biodiversity strategy and action plan in Parliament. Under the guidance of this document, Barbados has seen the rediscovery of the endemic leaf-tall gecko, Philodactylus pulcher, in 2011, and has worked assiduously with national and international partners in the recovery of this species. Our efforts have seen the critically endangered endemic species recover from less than 250 in the early 1990s to an updated national population of over 6,000. However, recognizing that there is still a long way to go in the recovery of the gecko, the government of Barbados has designated crown lands for exclusive use in the conservation and recovery of this national significant species. With regard to our endemic flora, Barbados had the misfortune of losing most of its original forest cover during the colonization of the island in the 16th century. However, through aggressive conservational strategies, the government has successfully created a system of connected open spaces under the National Park Plan. Through this mechanism, we have identified ecologically significant sites as national forest candidates. One such site can be found at Turner's Hall, which is recognized as Barbados' last stand of virgin forest, and for which my ministry is preparing an updated management and restoration plan. Despite these great strides towards balancing the preservation of our biological and land resources with the constant challenge of sustainable development, the journey has not been without its challenges. Even as a middle-income country and as a small island developing state, Barbados has unique challenges with access to much-needed finance to further our environmental conservational goals. The predictability needs of funding is an area that needs to be addressed at the global level. If the international community is going to continue to have a meaningful impact on the preservation and conservation of species that cannot be found anywhere else in the world. Mr. President, during my tenure as Minister responsible for the environment and national beautification, I am committed to the establishment of a national biodiversity unit under my ministry. It is my firm belief that the preservation of our biological resources gives Barbados the best chance of resisting the existential threat posed by climate change. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of the Environment and National Beautification of Barbados for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السيد الرئيس إننا
In the name of God, the gracious, the merciful. Mr. President, we live in a world that is rich in vital natural resources. Preserving and protecting them is a duty and a shared goal that is in the interests of the planet and of humanity. We thank you for chairing over the Summit on Biodiversity, and we align ourselves with the statement given by the G77 and China. Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the government of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia attaches primary importance to the protection of the environment and biodiversity. Environmental protection is enshrined in our Constitution, and Article 32 of that fundamental law stipulates the responsibility of the government to protect, conserve, develop the environment and to prevent pollution. In this area, my kingdom has adopted a number of effective measures to make a qualitative leap forward in the protection of the environment and the rational use of natural resources. Laws have been adopted, including the overall statute on the environment, the national strategy for the environment, the national strategy for biodiversity, the national strategy for natural pasture areas, as well as an overall system for the management of genetic plant resources and agriculture resources. We have also created a national commission for biodiversity. The Kingdom is bolstering its conservation efforts for the conservation of biodiversity by acceding to international conventions and protocols such as the United Nations Convention on Biodiversity, its Nagoya and Cartagena protocols, the International Convention for the Protection of Migratory Wild Species, and a number of other conventions and memorandums of understanding emerging from that, as well as the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, the United Nations Convention on the Fight Against Desertification, and the United Nations Convention on the International Trade in endangered species of flora and fauna. In this context, the government has developed a plan for a system of protected areas, including natural reserves and desert, mountainous and marine landscapes. Several regions have been classified as natural reserves, nature reserves, which contributes to achieving Target 11 of the Aichi biodiversity targets. These nature reserves are the natural habitat and the genetic bank for land and maritime biodiversity in the kingdom. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, the vision of the kingdom for 2030 outlines the and defines the environment and sustainable development as primary goals. It reaffirms the importance of protecting the environment as a national duty and a fundamental pillar for the development of peoples, as well as an essential factor for quality of life and a component in the success of ambitious development plans. The goals of the National Development Transformation Programme under the 2030 vision have an important goal, namely ensuring the perpetuity of natural resources. This includes the goal of preserving food security and its development, as well as the sustainable use of water resources, protection of the environment from natural disasters, as well as the sustainable use of natural areas. The Kingdom has made substantial progress in this area, Mr. President. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, as acting president of the G20, has made preserving the planet a priority, and in the context of its action for sustainability and also in order to find satisfactory solutions to environment, climate and energy-related problems around the world. G20 countries under the Kingdom's presidency have adopted many good quality initiatives in the area of the environment, such as the Initiative for the Protection of Territories and the Growth of Green Areas as an essential factor for the survival and perpetuity of biodiversity, the Circular Carbon Economy Initiative, the Initiative for the Protection of Coral Reefs in order to preserve a healthy and resilient marine ecosystem through the protection of the most jeopardized at-risk ecosystems, and strengthening maritime areas by ensuring that they are clean and sustainable. This will have a big impact on the protection of the environment and the sustainability of resources, and demonstrates the conviction of the Kingdom over the importance of the environment and the need to protect it. In conclusion, preserving the environment and the wealth of biodiversity therein is a responsibility incumbent upon all of us. We hope that we will be able to combine our efforts and use our abilities to preserve the planet and our resources for a better future for future generations and humanity as a whole. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Saudi Arabia for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Mauritania to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of state and heads of government, Your Excellency, President of the 75th General Assembly of the United Nations, Your Excellency, Secretary-General of the United Nations, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of intergovernmental and non-governmental organizations, ladies and gentlemen. Ecology and environmental issues have over time carved out their own space and niche in international deliberations and discussions, but taking them fully into account into our current economic and social models is not progressing as fast as it should. Throughout the world, ecosystems and biodiversity are being weakened by processes of exploitation, which are dominated by short-term economic gain, which does not respect the environment and sustainability. We have to acknowledge that the goals we set for ourselves in the CBD agreement to cover the period 2011-2020 have not been met, will not be met, unfortunately, by the end of this year either. We have made protecting the environment and biodiversity one of our priorities as a government. We are seeking to ensure sustainable exploitation of our coastal regions, of our forests, of our wetlands, and of our agricultural land. And all of this is part of our expanded priority programme, which is being spearheaded by the President of the Republic and which was adopted the 2nd of September this year, so it's very new. This programme, against the backdrop of the COVID-19 pandemic, it is envisaged to establish the conditions for an inclusive, job-creating and sustainable development model. The socio-economic advantages of the restoration of our ecosystems will be harnessed and tapped to improve and boost the water and food security of our people, to reduce poverty and to create green jobs. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Mauritania remains fully committed to supporting the ambitions that we will set for ourselves in the post-2020 biodiversity framework, and it is our sincere hope that said framework will provide us with very specific guidance on means of action. We particularly hope that financing will be more accessible, more rapidly available, and more closely aligned with national priorities. In order to plug the gaps when it comes to the collection of environmental data, it will be crucial to facilitate access by developing countries to telemonitoring and data gathering technology. We think it's important that all countries be supported in the use of the integrated environmental accountability system developed by the United Nations. It would be remiss of me to conclude without recalling that the decade of action of the United Nations for the restoration of ecosystems that will begin in 2021 is a golden opportunity for all of us to adopt a purely environmental and green vision of biodiversity and to design in a more coherent and holistic manner our response to the principal issues, all of which are interdependent, confronting biodiversity, climate change, as well as our economy, our societies, and the future of employment. Failing to live up to this challenge would mean stripping of their livelihood and of their subsistence millions of people. It would aggravate existing inequalities and it would jeopardize resources and the brightness of the future generations. Thank you very much.
I thank the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Mauritania for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of Vietnam to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Dear Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, today biodiversity is gravely threatened by human actions, notably increasing wildlife trade, natural forest decline due to forest fires and timber exploitation, and global warming. These actions, some undertaken in pursuit of socio-economic development, have caused serious impacts on both terrestrial and aquatic biodiversity on a global scale. We can even see a resource curse in that those countries, like my own, blessed with rich natural resources, are seeing consequences of their overexploitation. The unmistakable manifestation of the causal relationship between humanity and nature. Ladies and gentlemen, our children and grandchildren may struggle to enjoy the valuable benefits of ecosystem services rich biodiversity provides. Surely, it is time that we look beyond policies and laws to consider biodiversity conservation as an ethical issue, first at leadership level and then for all citizens. Ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Vietnam government, I strongly urge every nation to unite in coordinated emergency action to protect this priceless resource while at the same time responding to the legitimate needs of future generations through a number of specific actions as follows. Building a green economy on the basis of natural capital investment in place of the current economy, which mainly relies on natural resource extraction and exploitation. Changing the mindset of the nature-exploiting economic development model to an ecosystem-based economic development model in balance with nature. Integrating biodiversity into development projects, climate change adaptation, and economic solutions, becoming a key measure of efforts in sustainable development. Urgently and effectively, addressing the current state of plastic waste pollution in our oceans. Encouraging regional and global initiatives to address environmental issues and challenges. focusing on establishing a harmonious and respectful relationship between people and nature. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of Vietnam for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of the Environment, Natural Protection and Sustainable Development of Cameroon to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Monsieur le Président,
President of the General Assembly of the United Nations, Secretary General of the United Nations, heads of states and governments, Executive Secretary of the Convention on Biodiversity, ladies and gentlemen, my country is participating in the discussion on the topic of putting science innovation in building capacities and sharing the benefits of partnership and financing for diversity. We therefore have the honor of sharing with you our vision and our action. My statement now will be on the use of resources, biodiversity, financial incentives, and new financial instruments. And this is all in the line of the needed economic recovery in the wake of the pandemic. When it comes to biodiversity resources, let me say that we acceded to the CBD and to the Nagoya protocols when we developed a national APA strategy which aims at capacity building, the developing of a legal framework, the promotion of the use of genetic resources. This strategy requires of putting together a national committee of experts, the modalities that we need in order to work out how to use genetic resources, and the technical capacities. In order to facilitate the lasting use of biodiversity, we need to use science, technology, and innovation. Furthermore, guidelines were provided in order to put together and operationalize a legal and institutional framework for the APA mechanism under the CBD Convention and Nagoya Protocol, which means that the private sector and other stakeholders will also have to play a full role here in the fight against the depletion of biodiversities for the sustainable development for one and all. Ladies and gentlemen, when it comes to financial resources and new financial instruments, let me say that we created a national Sustainable Development and Environmental Fund in order to help protect and restore the environment, combat climate change, and promote sustainable development. We also have a draft law on the incentives for environmental protection. And lastly, when it comes to the economic recovery in the wake of the COVID-19 pandemic, here we have developed a recovery strategy. It consists of 5 points. First, the health reaction. Second, economic resilience. Third, our strategy. 4, strengthening our research capacities. And 5, general resilience. And implementing this strategy helped us control the pandemic, and the economy has become more resilient, in particular the healthcare sector, the pharmaceuticals, and also our traditional medicine sector. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of the Environment, Natural Protection and Sustainable Development of Cameroon for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Environment, Agriculture and Sustainability of Andorra to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Excellencias.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the pandemic has laid bare the close relationship between health crises and the environmental crisis, due to the increase of pressure on ecosystems, which leads to a deregulation of our natural habitats and illegal trade in species. Therefore, the economic recovery from the crisis generated by COVID-19 must integrate an environmental dimension. The impact of the pandemic must not hinder governments' ability to devote resources to promoting sustainable development, always guaranteeing the principle of non-regression in environmental law. We must make the most of the current context to lay the foundations of a sustainable economic system. Last year, the government approved a strategic national plan for the implementation of Agenda 2030 and the 17 SDGs. This text represents a framework in which we develop our policy, including the post-COVID action plan. In January 2020, the Andorran Parliament approved the a declaration of a climate and ecological state of emergency, drawn up with the active participation of young people. This declaration calls upon the government, inter alia, to foster a transition towards carbon neutrality and to re-evaluate our natural areas and the biodiversity of our urban centres. Andorra has had the honour of holding the pro tempore secretariat, the Ibero-American pro tempore secretariat, and resuming after 11 years the Ibero-American Forum of Ministers of the Environment, with the aim of recovering a strategic dimension of the environment on the Ibero-American agenda. We have focused on combating climate change and on the loss of biodiversity, since these are two of the main challenges which our societies must face. We are therefore also working on the possibility of incorporating nature-based solutions, making the most of the buffer effect that well-preserved ecosystems can have on the climate. Over these last 2 years, our Parliament has approved essential laws for combating climate change and for conserving the natural environment, biodiversity and our landscapes, clearly showing that in Andorra we cannot conceive of our development without this being sustainable. It must have at its heart the relationship between mankind and nature, and the need for mankind and societies to reconnect to nature. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Environment, Agriculture and Sustainability of Andorra for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Water, Land and Environment of Eritrea to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, Excellencies, distinguished participants, I have the honor to address this gathering. 3 decades after the Convention on Biodiversity came into effect, there is more global awareness about our dependence on well-functioning biodiversity, the negative consequences of human action on the ecosystem, and the necessity of international cooperation to avert a likely crisis. However, our action is not commensurate with the immense challenge that we are facing. Global warming and pollution continue unabated, triggering climate crisis that upsets, among others, species distribution, phenology, population dynamics, and community structure. Species and their habitats are lost because of heedless exploitation of natural resources. Damage to the ecosystem is an existential threat. The COVID-19 pandemic and the destruction of biodiversity are not unrelated. It is a stark reminder of how the destruction of an ecosystem is causing greater interaction between humans and animals. And it showed how feeble we humans are in the face of a pathogen. Biodiversity is our barricade from novel disease. Mr. President, the chances for humanity to succeed in maintaining environmental integrity conducive to life will depend on a strong political will of all countries without exception to act promptly in unison, as well as on a more meaningful technological and financial cooperation between the developed and developing countries. With this strong conviction, Eritrea welcomes the leader's pledge to nature that it has also endorsed. On our part, we have been striving with modest progress to curb the ecological problems that pose threat to the life and socioeconomic progress of our citizens. The government has put in place an integrated environmental management program to ensure by 2040 that the natural environment is stable and capable of meeting the needs and well-being of its citizens. To this end, ongoing undertakings of biodiversity protection and enhancement will be scaled up through wider community participation, more investment, and tackling regulatory framework and enforcement weaknesses and gaps. Mr. President, in conclusion, I would like to draw the attention of this important gathering to the precarious condition of an abandoned oil tanker moored in the Red Sea near the Yemeni port of Al Hudaydah. Eritrea calls for a united stand to urge the concerned Yemeni political forces to cooperate in the safe unloading of the tanker in order to preclude marine ecological catastrophe and economic damage that could result by spill dispersion of over 1 million barrels of crude oil from the tanker into the waters of southern Red Sea. This summit comes at a critical time. A lesson from the crippling effect of COVID-19 pandemic of how ill-prepared humans are for a global crisis should compel every state to rise above narrow and immediate political and economic gains to protect the biodiversity of our planet and safeguard lives and livelihoods of present and future generations. We can and we should prepare before the next crisis hits. I thank you, Mr. President.
I thank the Minister of Water, Land and Environment of Eritrea for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of the Lao People's Democratic Republic to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Secretary General Antonio Guterres, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at the outset, we would like to express our sincere appreciation to the UN for convening this important summit on biodiversity during this challenging time, which is a great opportunity for all nations to recommit ourselves for the future of our world. This important summit is taking place at a time when we are moving towards the end of the UN decade on biodiversity 2011-2020. We have also embarked on the decade of action and delivery for sustainable development. Over decades, we have been seeing many outstanding achievements and progress made by member states. Despite the progress achieved in biodiversity target, the biodiversity loss has been increasing. That led to a fragile ecosystem and thus hindering the achievement of the 2030 agenda. Mr. President, the Lao PDR possesses a great range of biodiversity in Southeast Asia and has abundance of forest and water resources. As a state party to the UN Convention on Biological Diversity, CBD, since 1996, the government of the Lao PDR attaches great importance to the protection of the biodiversity. In this regard, the country has committed to developing national reports to the convention and establishing national biodiversity strategy and action plans and bio-trade program with objectives to maintain biodiversity as a key to poverty eradication. As a result, several progresses have been made. For instance, the national protected areas now cover 14.2% of the country's area, while the coverage of protected areas increases to around 20.2% if the provincial and district protected areas are included. Our government has been quick to realize the need to protect the country's biodiversity, including its iconic wildlife species It has established a comprehensive national protected area system and enacted laws, decrees, directives, and regulations on the management of forest, aquatic, and wildlife resources across the country. The forest cover will be reached 70% in the near future. And now, we are strengthening the enforcement of those laws and regulations, including the PM Order number 15 on the enforcing the ban of log timber importation for the protection and conservation of forests. In addition, the government has promoted public awareness, education, and community involvement in the conservation of biodiversity and environmental protection. Mr. President, in conclusion, I wish to emphasize that ownership is very important, but partnership is also critical to achieving the protection of biodiversity and our planet. Therefore, the Lao PDR is ready to cooperate with the international community in order to preserve the biodiversity and fulfill the Agenda 2030 for Sustainable Development. ขอขอบใจ I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Natural Resources and Environment of the Lao People's Democratic Republic for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Environment of Panama to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Biodiversity and sustainable development are interlinked concepts. Society cannot advance when life itself is being extinguished. Without biological diversity, ecosystems collapse. Food production declines. The water cycle is interrupted. And all of this results in the collapse of our development strategies. As a country, we are moving from a traditional development model, little heeding environmental costs, towards a new paradigm which recognises the value of biodiversity and healthy ecosystems. We are also looking at the fact that a return to the new normality and an economic recovery in our country must be accompanied by a reduced pressure on natural resources and biodiversity. This will foster progress towards sustainable development with no environmental regression. In Panama, just like in most tropical countries, deforestation and the fragmentation of the habitat have increased due to an expansion of agricultural borders or other development activities. Therefore, combating deforestation is a strategic axis for us in our work with organisations, agencies, communities linked to the forest and security entities. In an effort to halt deforestation in our country, we have decreed a moratorium on the granting of licences for forest exploitation. We are also launching a diagnosis of forest cover and other woodlands in Panama. Panama already has over 33% of its land area as part of our national system of protected areas, and over 13% of our jurisdictional waters are marine protected areas. We are soon to build the first hospital for the recovery and veterinary care of forest animals in our country. We are also promoting the conservation of other sites outside protected areas, such as indigenous regions or collective lands. We have signed a cooperation convention and agreement with the private reserves network in Panama. This was an initiative of civil society, promoting connections between protected areas and other conservation zones to form biological corridors. This crisis has shown us that a healthy life depends upon a healthy planet. Living in harmony with biodiversity, protecting and caring for ecosystems is the solution to our environmental problem. United, we will manage this.
I thank the Minister of Environment of Panama for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister for the Environment and Natural Resources of Iceland to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, humanity, our well-being and existence has been challenged severely during the last 9 months by a small fraction of biological diversity a virus. At the same time, our existence is entirely dependent on biodiversity. Our food and most of our medicine, clothes, shelter, and other essential ecosystem services all originate from biodiversity. It is essential for life on Earth to maintain and protect the diversity of living organisms and the structure and function of our ecosystems. The Biodiversity Convention and the 196 member states stand at a crossroads at the moment. The implementation of current strategy is ending and has just been valued globally by the 5th Global Biodiversity Outlook. Conserving and restoring biodiversity is a crucial factor in reaching the Sustainable Development Goals. It is also important in mitigation of climate change and successful adaptation to its impacts. The unprecedented system-scale environmental change taking place in the Arctic and other sensitive areas, for example, requires our immediate action. Habitat protection, invasive alien species, and restoration of degraded forest, wetlands, and other important ecosystems should and must be high on our agenda, as well as synergies with other environmental problems. Such synergetic approaches have been emphasized by the Icelandic government through our new climate action plan. One of its pillars is restoration of woodlands and wetlands, using nature-based solutions in combating desertification and climate change at the same time as regaining biodiversity. The Icelandic government is committed to nature conservation and now prepares the establishment of a large national park in the central highland of the country, vast wilderness area covering approximately 30% of the total area of Iceland, that will by far be the largest national park in Europe and Iceland's largest contribution to nature conservation so far. Ladies and gentlemen, scientific findings and facts about the decline of biodiversity, climate change, habitat destruction, and deterioration must be our guiding light. We need a long-term global ambition and commitment to make drastic and transformative change and to take actions in order to succeed for nature, climate, and people.
I thank the Minister for the Environment and Natural Resources of Iceland for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Madagascar to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the biodiversity in Madagascar is characterized by a very high number of species. We have about 14,000 species of plants, 90% endemic. About 95% of our animals are endemic. And this diversity is such that we in Madagascar is one of the hotspots of biodiversity. We have about 122 protected areas. In 2014 in Sydney, we committed ourselves to triple the territory covered by protected areas. Since 2019, under the leadership of the President, Andry Rajoelina, we have committed ourselves to replant 40,000 hectares per year and to continue doing this until 2030. The efforts have done so far show that we have honored the commitments we undertook under the CBD. The ecosystems on the island, terrestrial or marine ecosystems, are in the center of the government's concern. They are the cornerstone of our emergence, which is the basis for the general policy of the state. The commitments of Velirano, of the President of the Republic, are such that our development has to take into account the protected species. Your Excellencies, the maritime areas constitute sources of biological wealth. So we have the islands Il Glorios, Juan de Nova, Basas de India, Europa, but in our language they're called Sambatra, Nosikeli, Nosiberimaki, Nosiampela. These territories have been used by our ancestors for a very long time when it was possible to freely navigate the Mozambique Canal. They have been separated from Madagascar now in violation of the UN principles. For us, preservation of this natural heritage of ours is part of our territorial integrity. Ladies and gentlemen, we fully understand the environmental challenges of our time, and that is the reason for the commitment of the government to protect our forests and our biodiversity. The Summit on Biodiversity is the best opportunity for us to recall that we have a collective responsibility to preserve the biodiversity globally, to guarantee a world which is more fair, lasting, and equitable for us and for the future generations. I thank you for your attention.
I thank the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Madagascar for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister, Private Secretary for National Policies of the Presidency of the Republic of Nicaragua, to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Señor Presidente.
President, my delegation aligns itself with the declaration made on behalf of the G77 in China. Regarding the global impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic, we also see an alarming deterioration of the environment associated with this. This urgently requires a stronger global alliance based upon cooperation and multilateralism to agree upon a global biodiversity framework post-2020. Which focuses on biodiversity as a decisive element of sustainable development. President, this summit is a historic opportunity to commit to implementing the objectives of the Convention on Biodiversity in an inclusive way. This pandemic has shown us how fundamental it is to maintain the balance between ecosystems and to ensure that their deterioration, and we've seen rather that its deterioration leads to new threats and health risks. Therefore, it's necessary to stress a real change to our unsustainable production and consumption patterns and a different way of using capital. We need to adopt a sustainable vision to Mother Earth. Nicaragua is a tropical country which attaches great importance to biological diversity and its link with human well-being and their contribution to the 17 Sustainable Development Goals and with the eradication of poverty. In Nicaragua, our natural resources are valuable elements. So we have established policies and actions aimed at guaranteeing their full potential is sustainably used. Nicaragua focuses on trying to ensure that we care for and conserve and responsibly use our natural resources and ecosystems and our woodlands and forests through a focus on creative solutions which are based on nature within a context of sustainable development and local development. Principally, this contributes to improving the means of existence and livelihoods and the economic alternatives which are based on nature once again. We need to reconcile this, and in Nicaragua we conserve, protect and restore the environment in our 20 main biological corridors. This is done by creating partnerships with our various municipalities and our communities, working with partners by creating new ecological municipal parks and woodland reserves and forest reserves. President, in the context of global biodiversity post-2020, developed countries must uphold their commitments in official development assistance and activate financial resources on top of what they have so far, which are predictable and sufficient. Financing for development is a crucial platform for the conservation of biodiversity. We would also like to highlight the importance of dangers of climate-linked disasters, which are increasing in intensity and frequency due to climate conditions, weather conditions, and this in particular in developing countries which are extremely vulnerable to their impacts. President, all of our peoples aspire to living well within a context of sustainable development. Therefore, it is crucial to live in harmony with Mother Earth. Thank you very much, President.
I thank the Minister, Private Secretary for National Policies and Presidency of the Republic of Nicaragua for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of the Environment and Fisheries of Chad to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Monsieur le Président. Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen, given the challenge we have in climate change globally, in addition to which we now have the COVID-19 pandemic, given that the choice of biodiversity as a central topic of a high-level meeting within the framework of the 75th session of the General Assembly is very relevant and very topical, and we can but welcome it. Given the network of protected areas we have, which covers 10% of our territories, we have biodiversity which is particularly rich and varied. We have 4,318 species of high vegetables, out of which 71 are endemic, 722 species of animals, 39 million hectares of arable land, and a vast hydro network. We therefore have ecosystems which are internationally important, and they contribute significantly towards our economic and social development. The biodiversity plays a very important role in our socio-economic development, but its very existence is very much threatened by such factors as demographic pressure, the disordered felling of green wood, pollution, brush fire, poaching. To add, we need to add extreme climate events such as, for example, flooding, desertification, etc. Let me give you an example. Lake Chad, which contains most of the fish species of the countries and of which 30 million people live, the lake lost 90% of its water and its surface area shrank from 25,000 square kilometers to 2,500 square kilometers. In order to reverse this negative trend, the government, under the wise leadership of the Marshal of Chad, Idriss Déby Itno, who is head of state and government, and fully in line with the sustainable development under the Agenda 2030 of the United Nations and the Agenda 2063 of the African Union, as well as the Aichi biodiversity targets, we have provided ourselves, and this can be shown in a number of very important initiatives we undertook. Ladies and gentlemen, in order to combat climate change and in agreement with the Paris Agreement, we in Chad have our nationally determined contribution. If we have committed ourselves to cut in half our greenhouse emissions per capita, therefore, they will drop from 0.736 tons of CO2 equivalent in 2010 to 0.334 tons CO2 equivalent in 2030. And this will be done within the framework of a scenario which will, at the same time, bring forward and diversify the available resources. Our national strategy on combating climate change was developed and implemented, and this strategy provides for the integration of the planning and budgetizing climate change within our National Development Plan 2017-2021, as well as in our sectoral policies and strategies. In the same vein, and in line with the commitments we undertook to contribute even more to the reduction of greenhouse gases, which were undertook by the Marshal of Chad, Idriss Déby Itno, President of the Republic, Head of State and Head of Government, during the summit in 2019, we started the process of reviewing our nationally determined contribution and developing our own carbon strategy as well as our national adaptation plan. Furthermore, so as attain the point of neutrality when it comes to land degradation, and in the general context of combating desertification, we have undertook commitments under the Bonn Challenge to restore 5 million hectares of deteriorated land. And this is being implemented through the Pan-African Great Green Wall Initiative, the National Week of the Tree, the National Program on Developing Green Belts, and also includes the National Program of Restoring Land in the 23 provinces. In order to support these initiatives, in addition to banning the disorderly cutting of trees, about 3 billion CFA francs are budgeted and mobilized yearly by the government through the system of tax equalization and subsidies of butane gas, to use that instead of wood as a source of energy. Furthermore, and despite the sandstorms that we have been witnessing, we participate in maintaining the global environmental equilibrium thanks to the Baudelaire dust, which provides diatomites, which are essential to the Amazonian forest, the lungs of our planet. Ladies and gentlemen, as we implement our strategy and our national action plan on biodiversity, and in line with Target 11 under Aichi, new protected areas have appeared. We now have 11 of them. They cover 11,763,000 hectares, about 11% of our territory. And efforts are underway in order to attain the goal we had set ourselves, which is 17% of our territory. In order to safeguard our protected areas, we have hosted 2 major international conferences on cross-border crime against wildlife and poaching, one in 2017 and one in 2019. Now, when it comes to conservation and preservation of wildlife, in order to pool our efforts, mechanisms of the managing of wildlife areas and anti-poaching areas have been pooled amongst Chad, Cameroon, and Central African Republic. Furthermore, significant work has been done, in particular, in order to introduce the oryx, the addax, and the ostrich in the wildlife reserve in Wadi Rim ul Ahashim, that introduced black rhinoceros in the National Zakuma Park, the redneck ostrich in the Natural and Cultural Preserve of Enedi, and including the giraffe in Annex 2 of CITES. In order to make sure that we preserve our resources, major projects and programs are being planned, as well as a vast overhaul of our legal framework, which is underway currently. However, all of this work can only provide us with the results we hope for, only if they are supported by substantial funding from all stakeholders, in particular from the United Nations. And this is why, from this high tribune, we launch a solemn appeal to all of our technical financial partners and ask them to redouble their efforts in order to support Chad in its ambitious goal of conserving and safeguarding its biodiversity. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of the Environment and Fisheries of Chad for the statement just made. I now invite the Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources of the Gambia to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
Chairperson, the Secretary General, distinguished colleagues, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the government and people of the Gambia, I extend to you warmest greetings and express our sincere gratitude to the President of the General Assembly for convening this important summit on biodiversity. Mr. Chair, we are meeting at a time when the global community is facing increasing biodiversity issues that requires our collective actions to address as our shared challenges to achieve sustainable development. Undoubtedly, these challenges have been compounded by the emergence of COVID-19 pandemic. In this regard, I avail myself of this opportunity to assure you of my government's strong commitment to meaningfully contribute to the effective implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework to be adopted at the 15th meeting of the Conference of the Parties. Mr. Chair, for centuries, the Gambia has been home to a significant biodiversity. However, in the last few years, the country lost over 20 species of mammals and a good number of floral species. Our ecosystems are being degraded and species and genetic diversity reducing at an alarming rate due to increasing human activity, which places a lot of demand on resource consumption. It is against this background that the Gambia signed the Convention on Biological Diversity in 1992 and ratified it in 1994 as the 63rd party. In the subsequent years, the country ratified the Cartagena Protocol on Biosafety in 2004 and Nagoya Protocol on Access and Benefit Sharing in 2014. Mr. Chair, in its efforts to implement the three pillars of the Convention and its subsequent Global Biodiversity Framework 2011-2020 and related Archie targets, the Gambia has prepared and implemented the first and second generations of the National Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan, adopted and is making efforts to achieve the 20 Archie biodiversity targets. In this endeavor, the protected area network was boosted from 1% to 9% of national coverage. Diversification of governance types were explored and 14 indigenous community conserved areas were established. Private sector-led initiatives in natural resource management are also being explored. Mr. Chair, the Gambia with its partners has initiated the process of identification of ecological and biological sensitive areas for the establishment of marine protected areas in open sea water, in open ocean and deep sea. Among other achievements, the Gambia, through support of the Global Environment Facility country allocation, successfully implemented the CBD program of work on protected area, reviewed and updated existing legislations, ensure compliance, and establish strong community-based natural resource management schemes in order to effectively implement the Nagoya Protocol on access to and benefit sharing of proceeds from natural resources. Mr. Chair, my government has developed a natural resource policy that is anchored in building the capacities of local communities in sustainable natural resource management. Climate change also contributed to the dwindling biodiversity that has direct bearing on the lives and the livelihood of communities, of local communities. Through the National Climate Change Policy, the resilience of these vulnerable communities will be enhanced through adaptation and mitigation actions. Mr. Chair, the Gambia, through its national focal point, has actively participated in the preparation of the post-2020 global strategy and awaits keenly its adoption by the upcoming COP15 meeting. With the adoption of the new framework and its effective implementation, my government pledged to put nature on a path to recovery by 2030 to meet the SDGs and realize the vision of living in harmony with nature. In order to successfully fulfill these commitments, the Gambia has finished putting in place a winning strategy. Mr. Chair, in the next 5 years, the government will establish 2 new marine protected areas of more than 15,000 hectares and 4 ICCAs, establish new game ranches, improve revenue generation through ecotourism, provide support to community livelihood initiatives, finalize the review and adoption of a proposed biodiversity bill, the pending biosafety framework, and a new ABS framework. Mr. Chair, in conclusion, my government commits itself in increasing steadily through the years the budgetary allocation of the biodiversity conservation-related institutions and support their technical and institutional capacity building for sustainable development of our motherland, the Gambia. I thank you all for your kind attention.
I thank the Minister of Environment, Climate Change and Natural Resources of the Gambia for the statement just made. I now invite the Secretary of Environment and Natural Resources of the Philippines to deliver a pre-recorded statement.
The Philippines recognizes the imperative to scale up commitments in these crucial times. My country's vision for biodiversity is, by 2028, biodiversity is restored and rehabilitated, valued, effectively managed and secured, with ecosystem service maintained to sustain healthy, resilient Filipino communities and delivering benefits to all. We have already laid down some enabling mechanisms and continue to implement measures towards achieving this vision. A new law, Republic Act Number 11038, the expanded National Integrated Protected Areas System Act, mobilizes government resources to conserve and protect ecologically rich areas of our country. This new law includes 94 more protected areas in terrestrial and marine ecosystems for conservation, and is thus a direct contribution to Aichi Biodiversity Target 11. The projected cost of operationalizing our biodiversity vision exceeds $500 million. Biodiversity financial initiatives, which include private sector participation, are being explored. As a commitment to the Convention on Biological Diversity, we developed the Philippine Biodiversity Strategy and Action Plan to guide us in mainstreaming biodiversity strategies and actions across production landscapes. Cognizant of the continuing threats to our planet, the Philippines pursues international cooperation to achieve the goals and targets of the CBD, Paris Agreement, and the SDGs. We are committed to work towards an ambitious post-2020 global biodiversity framework. Let me emphasize, we can accelerate our biodiversity actions with guaranteed financing and strengthened partnership among nations and across sectors. Innovations, especially on containing this pandemic, must be shared with one another. Our country's biodiversity is part of humanity's heritage. We call on the international community to help us conserve and revitalize it. Thank you very much.
Gracias. Muchas gracias, señor ministro de Filipinas.
I thank the Minister of the Philippines. Next, we will hear an address by the Minister of Culture, Tourism and Environment of Angola for a pre-recorded statement.
His Excellency Mr. Volkan Bozkır, President of the General Assembly, His Excellency Secretary General, Excellencies Heads of State and Government, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. It is for me, on behalf of the Government of Angola, an honor and a privilege to intervene in such an important meeting, to which we thank the President of the General Assembly for organizing. It is a timely initiative to deliberate on the urgent action on biodiversity for sustainable development, given the imminent adoption of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework at the 15th Conference of the Parties on the Convention of Biodiversity. As the decade draws to an end, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform has documented our failure to reverse the trend on key metrics, such as extinction rates and atropically induced changes to ecosystem. It is therefore fitting that we gather to reflect on how to better harmonize our existence with nature and address the underlying drivers of biodiversity loss. Attaining sustained economic growth and sustainable development should be at the center of our policies and actions. Billions of people around the world seek improvement in their standards of life and are directly dependent on their immediate ecosystem for survival. As populations grow, it is imperative that we recognize that our strategies will only be successful if we restore, conserve, and equitably share the benefits of biodiversity on a sustainable manner. Mr. President, the Constitution of the Republic of Angola defines the right to a healthy environment as a fundamental right. In Angola, environmental safeguards and standards, including for conservation and prevention of the loss of biodiversity, are imbibed within national laws and regulations. Conservation areas in the territory of the Republic of Angola have grown around 100% since 2011, from a 6.6 coverage to 12.58% of the country's total area, distributed in 9 national parks and 5 reserves. We are now further expanding our protected areas network to better represent our ecosystems and effectively increase this coverage by 17% before 2025. Additionally, we have recognized 11 wetlands of national importance, as well as 5 additional ecological or biological significant marine areas, adding to the existing 2, of which 1 is in the process of becoming our first marine protected area. With the recent establishment of our Ministry of Culture, Tourism and Environment, we fully acknowledge the role of local communities in the protection of the genetic resources in their custody and deem traditional knowledge as a core factor to strengthen our biodiversity management strategies and policies, further sustained by the establishment of a conscious tourism industry. Excellencies, considering the intrinsic values of biodiversity, including the genetic, social, economic, scientific, educational, cultural, and recreational values, as well as the role of ecosystem services in sustaining life on the planet and the well-being of humanity, issues related to biodiversity are essentially issues of sustainable development of all nations. Strengthening international cooperation for good governance of biodiversity at the global level is no longer optional. We take this opportunity to reiterate our commitment to the international legal instruments associated with the United Nations Framework Convention on Biodiversity in general, and in particular to the principles that guide multilateralism as a platform to reach consensus and assure unity in achieving sustainable development through the protection of our biodiversity. We praise and thank you again for this initiative.
Gracias a la Ministra de Cultura.
I thank the Minister of Culture, Tourism and Environment of Angola for that statement. We will now give the floor to the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Côte d'Ivoire to make a pre-recorded statement.
La Côte d'Ivoire. Madam President, Côte d'Ivoire intends to reverse the deterioration of our biodiversity and to do it by acting on the underlying causes. The goal here is to reach the level of forest cover of the country, which is 20% of our territory, and to do so by 2030. Within this framework, reforms were undertaken, and they include the following. We put together ministries and technical structures. We have also strengthened our legislative framework through developing, adopting, and revising a number of our codes. The country has a national environmental policy. We have a national plan on agricultural investment. Now, as regards the priorities and the intentions we have in order to integrate biodiversity into our work, they have to do with the sustainability of our economy, thanks to an efficient use which is being made of natural resources in all of the sectors of the economy. It is also something that requires a better understanding of the state and of the resource trends. which will allow us to raise awareness amongst all of the stakeholders. As regards the major challenges that we encounter, they are the following. We have 200,000 hectares of forest which disappear every year, and the consequences of that are that we will not be able to attain the goal of reducing by 28% our greenhouse emissions by 2030s, or they will impact our SDGs. We may lose the ecosystemic services which enable us to survive on this planet. We have, in my country, undertaken the following measures, therefore. We have a new forest policy. This policy emphasizes the preservation of the forest and biodiversity, and the expanding the network of protected areas. We promote and create voluntary natural reserves. We have a RED Plus program within which zero deforestation agriculture is to be practiced, or where the Cacao Friend of the Forest initiative is undertaken. I thank you.
Gracias.
I thank the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Côte d'Ivoire for that statement. I will now give the floor to the Minister of Housing, Urban Planning and Environment of Djibouti to make a pre-recorded statement.
Monsieur le Président,
Mr. President, heads of states, heads of governments, heads of delegations, we live in hot, semi-arid country, a very small country. We nonetheless have a very rich biological diversity. About 400 species of birds and rare species. And the list of them is long. Unfortunately, this biodiversity is encountering an urgent situation for both for rural populations and the wildlife. And there are many reasons for that. And they include repeated droughts, lack of water, the species appear which lead to the disappearance of ours, deforestations, because people use wood and charcoal for energy. We also have invasive species. The crickets, for example, is another example that we are witnessing in Africa. They are destroying our vegetables. Climate change is also a threat for millions of people and for our food security. And the use of water and sand for construction is also a factor. There's too much pollution, uncontrolled fishing, and therefore less vitality and biodiversity. In order to maintain our ecosystems, we put together a strategy in order to consider and act at various levels. And this was done in 2017. This legal text organizes us along the SDGs, and it also defines the urgencies and creates positive trends. It also helps to change people's minds. Unfortunately, the speaker's sound breaks off and the interpreter cannot always follow. Inter alia, the programs of extending our marine protected areas and creating new terrestrial protected areas. There is a national initiative of planting trees, and I thank you with this for your attention.
Doy las gracias al
I thank the Minister of Housing, Urban Planning and the Environment of Djibouti for that statement. I now give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Mexico to make a pre-recorded statement. I should like to thank the Secretary General of the United Nations for the invitation to participate on behalf of Mexico in this summit on biodiversity. What an important topic. It always has been, but now we are at a critical crossroads for humanity. This is one of those watershed moments where we must decide which direction we're going to go in. After the pandemic we have been facing over the last few months, and which we will no doubt be facing for some time to come, people talk about getting back to normal, but in fact we don't want to get back anywhere. We do want to get back to our usual activities, with many changes, and above all a new vision, a new life. With regard to biodiversity, which is vital, perhaps this is the main concern indeed which we must have. We need to look at whether it is viable for us to continue with the trends we have seen over the last few years. How far will we go in this direction? For example, in Mexico, we have taken the decision to totally restrict and prohibit genetically modified crops. We have also prohibited fracking. Because if we have to choose between biodiversity and apparent short-term progress in economic terms, we believe that we should be taking a longer-term view and focus on maintaining and protecting biodiversity. We also have been doing our utmost to discuss, promote and organise so as to guarantee a sustainable ocean economy, so that we see our oceans in a differently from in the past. I can assure you that a country like ours, like Mexico, which has 52 million people suffering from poverty, is planning and aiming to defend biodiversity and to tread a path towards a different future, which, as I have already said, will be different from the past, which was actually abnormality in terms of biodiversity and the ecological balance of the planet. So this is a summit which is of great interest to us. Thank you for inviting us to participate. Mexico is utterly committed to this cause, as we have shown with our measures, decisions and policies. There is still a long way to go, I'm sure. I'm not saying that we are doing everything perfectly, but we are taking clearer and more incisive measures to protect biodiversity. So we believe that this summit can be very significant so as to design this new world which we want. Thank you very much for inviting us, and I greet all of you.
Doy las gracias al
I thank the Foreign Affairs Minister of Mexico for that statement. I now give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela to make a pre-recorded statement. Thank you very much, Excellencies. Despite the many efforts made with regard to biodiversity, scientific data shows that the results are not encouraging and they require greater commitment by all peoples, all governments and all stakeholders to achieve Agenda 2030 for sustainable development, so that at the very least we can mitigate the damage caused by the capitalist economic model which it is causing to our ecosystems and the life of the planet. Time has run out. We can no longer put off the necessary decisions that our people are asking of us. We're talking to the great powers. Our Pachamama can live without humankind, but do you think that men and women and the economy can live without Mother Nature? Clearly, this current crisis is structural in nature and is mainly due to the prevailing anti-development capitalist model, with patterns of production, distribution and consumption which are unsustainable and incompatible with the environment. We are on the we are about to adopt a global framework for post-2020 biodiversity. We hope that this will be a balanced framework with objectives and goals which are in line with the 3 objectives of the Convention on Biodiversity. The COVID-19 pandemic has laid bare what we have been saying for decades, that the capitalist model is profoundly inhumane, predatory, and incompatible with biodiversity, with life on our planet. It has imperiled this. Venezuela is one of the 17 mega-diverse countries in the world and therefore attaches extreme importance to the essential strengthening of the national system of protected areas. This system is mainly based on our biosphere reserves, our national parks, natural monuments, sanctuaries, woodland wildlife refuges and protected areas. The area of these has increased from 33 to 43% of our national territory with the creation of our Caura National Park in 2017 with 7.5 million hectares of tropical rainforest, which is the largest in the world. 17.5% of our marine coastal areas are protected, given their importance for regulating the carbon dioxide concentrations in the atmosphere and on marine biodiversity. We have 5 Ramsar sites, which are protected wetland regions, and we will have another 10 in the next few months due to their importance as wetland biological biodiversity areas. Venezuela is the country with the greatest oil reserve in the world, but our electrical energy pattern is made up of 80% hydroelectricity. We have also relaunched our Arbol mission, which is to do with reforesting areas around our homes, our schools, our universities, our public spaces, and even our production units, which will allow us to achieve the goal of 10 million new plants in forests, medicinal plants as well, fruit plants, or even as protein banks. We are a heroic people who have resisted constant attacks. We are on the offensive. We are still standing with regard to the environment as well. Venezuela has fulfilled the Millennium Development Goals, and we are committed, and we reaffirm this today, to the Sustainable Development Goals. Despite the criminal blockade by the United States against our country. But this challenge is a challenge for all of us. It's not for one country or one region. We must act together in a coordinated way, committed to life, to peace. We must end our egotism and our focus on accumulating wealth and goods instead of focusing on life itself. It's now or never. Thank you very much.
Doy las gracias al
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of the Bolivarian Republic of Venezuela for that statement. And we now give the floor to the Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Planning of Malta to make a pre-recorded statement.
Secretary General, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies. The times we are living in are unprecedented. The massive worldwide impacts of the coronavirus have exposed how vulnerable the world is. It has also, however, shown how people can be innovative and resilient in the face of adversity. This fills us with hope and courage that collectively we can truly take steps to positively address the great challenges we are facing. The 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development is a clear commitment by world leaders and serves as an active vision of a sustainable future for all the world. Biodiversity conservation is at the forefront of true sustainability, and the maintenance and restoration of ecosystems and their services is fundamental in mitigating the effects of climate change. Understanding and recognizing the significance of biodiversity to all life on Earth may seem obvious, but this needs to be underpinned by meaningful political commitments. Economic growth and prosperity cannot come at the cost of a net loss of the Earth's natural resources. We need to give Earth the time to regenerate, because when we do so, we'll also be giving ourselves the opportunity to progress in harmony with nature. Progress need not mean destruction of biodiversity. All around the world, the consequences of anthropogenic actions are there for all to see. Rapid deforestation, increased desertification, extinction of animal species, ocean acidification, and proliferation of plastic waste across the globe are just some examples. Our biodiversity is at risk, and we are now running out of time to address the adverse impacts and consequences. With this knowledge, my government embraces the principles and key objectives set out in the Leaders' Pledge for Nature. This is a global challenge, and we should make sure that a new biodiversity global framework is in place to protect, restore, and conserve our natural resources. In sync with the European Green Deal, Malta's National Biodiversity Strategy prioritizes actions that promote the mainstreaming and integration of biodiversity conservation and sustainable use into various policy areas, including agriculture, development planning, and infrastructure. As a small country, we acknowledge the pressures and the difficulties, but we are also aware of the real value of biodiversity to our country's resilience and to our own very identity. Reflecting our commitment, 14% of Malta's land area has been designated as a Natura 2000 site, whilst a further 30% of our territorial waters have been declared as marine protected areas. Our pledge is to enhance the rich biodiversity in such areas through the implementation of robust management plans we have prepared for each site. We have adopted an ad hoc strategy to prevent and mitigate the impact of invasive alien species that threaten our biodiversity, including codes of good practice in 8 specific sectors. Complementing such efforts, a new national environmental strategy is being developed, one focusing on the concept of well-being for all, such that environmental considerations are mainstreamed to ensure a better quality of life. In this vein, we are encouraging nature-based solutions that maximize blue and green infrastructures to increase value added of our ecosystem services, whilst also reducing pollution and preserving our health. We are incentivizing the restoration of biodiversity and green spaces in our urban areas as a way to improve the well-being of our communities. Furthermore, I believe that there is the opportunity to redesign our economic growth, respecting our nature and decreasing the demand for new resources and additional pollution. My country's focus here is on reducing the consumption of single-use plastic items, and in the coming months, imports and distribution of certain single-use plastics will be banned. Campaigns targeting marine litter will also continue. Finally, I know that we have challenges, but our resolve is strong. Today, we must start a new journey, one which will require our collective efforts, governments, commercial entities, communities, households, and individuals. Malta is committed to this roadmap. Let's work together in partnership across continents, countries, within regions and localities, with social and business communities and other stakeholders. Together, we can make a better world.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the Minister for Environment, Climate Change and Planning of Malta for that statement. We now give the floor to the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources of El Salvador for a pre-recorded statement.
Señor Presidente.
President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, prevention of biodiversity loss has been one of the main priorities of El Salvador. We've developed a number of tools, plans and policies to restore deteriorated land, to protect natural ecosystems and aquifers and mangrove areas, amongst others. All of this has been transposed into international commitments and our nationally defined contributions to the Paris Agreement. There are more strategic actions and ambitious actions which were based upon nature-based solutions, including restoring 1 million hectares, which is half of our territory. A year ago, in the context of the Climate Action Summit, celebrated in the UN General Assembly, we presented to the United Nations Secretary-General our Follows 2040 initiative to improve the climate biodiversity in the 8 countries of our region. This is based on protecting natural ecosystems, forests, and restoring deteriorated land through a long-term partnership between the environment and agriculture ministers of our countries to address the impacts of agriculture on our ecosystems and the loss of biodiversity, thus ensuring a more integrated planning so that our economies are ready for climate change and we can transform our economies into carbon neutral activities by 2040. This year, with the support of our Climate Technology Centre and Network, we are carrying out an integral analysis to lay the foundations of our national economy, our circular economy. One of the focuses to address the loss of biodiversity in our marine and coastal areas. We're working with the private sector, and this is key for the successful implementation of a circular economy strategy. To this end, we are looking to adopt sustainable management practices in our economic sectors. This often generates losses of biodiversity, and this includes for us the sugarcane industry, and we are trying to carry out sustainable certification processes for this. Finally, we recognise that it's necessary to do a lot more, both within and outside international environmental agreements. We must use the existing institutions and mechanisms to do this and look at new unexplored areas to provide further incentives and to accelerate better economic and ecological progress. We are in Central America, which is the most sensitive tropical area to climate change, according to the IPCC report. So, regarding our economy and our gender and all areas of our society, we must take actions which are resilient and protect biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Doy las gracias al
I thank the Minister of Environment and Natural Resources of El Salvador for that statement. I now give the floor to the Minister for Tourism and Environment of Congo for a pre-recorded statement.
Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, ministers, colleagues, and distinguished participants, first of all, I would like to thank the Secretary General of the United Nations, thank him for having undertaken the initiative to organize this summit on one of the more burning issues we're witnessing, namely safeguarding our biodiversity. For several years now, the reports that we have seen come out from the Intergovernmental Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystemic Services show that the biodiversity is diminishing very fast, and several species are under threat of extinction. Unfortunately, the loss of biodiversity has even more serious consequences than that. Namely, it can lead to climate change with a corollary of extreme events which lead to loss of human lives and material damage. Therefore, sustainably managing biodiversity means contributing towards our fight against climate change. And the role that's played by forests, by mangroves, by wetlands in carbon sequestration and controlling climate change is now very clear to one and all. And that is why the Republic of the Congo, which is located at the heart of the Congo Basin, which is a second lung of the planet, is aware of the need to preserve this world heritage, which represents about 10% of the biodiversity of our planet. And we have committed ourselves very early on to lastingly manage our forests through forest management and forest certification. And these efforts have enabled our country to rank ourselves amongst those which have a very dense forest cover and low rate of deforestation. We have about 17 protected areas, and they cover about 13% of our territory. Preserving and protecting marine turtles has led us to creating marine protected areas in the Luango Bay. We acceded to the Ramsar Convention on Wetlands Areas, and we now have 14 sites under the convention. More recently, peat bogs were discovered, and they cover about 145,000 square kilometers, and this is in the central area of the Congo Basin. And they sequester about 30 billion tons of carbon, and this is something that compels us to lastingly manage these fragile systems. The funding needs here are enormous, and we do have some initiatives underway with some partners. But in order to increase our ambition to preserve our diversity, the Republic of the Congo signed in September 2019 a letter of intent with the Central African Forest Initiative. This covers various areas such as the agriculture, forests, mining, hydrocarbons, the environment, and this all to make sure that we firmly place ourselves on the path to lasting development. And lastly, as a collegiate measure by the Climate Commission of the Congo Basin, which we chair, we've created a Blue Fund, which is a funding tool to help preserve biodiversity and combat climate change. And a preliminary study for that is now underway. I thank you very much for your kind attention.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the Minister for Tourism and Environment of Congo for that statement. And I now give the floor to the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Finland for a pre-recorded statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, the loss of biodiversity is catastrophic and it's fueled by climate change. We are exceeding our planetary boundaries. Pressing environmental problems, land degradation, deforestation, ocean warming are all caused by human activities and pushing our planet towards a sixth mass species extinction. We can't afford neglecting this concern. For example, land degradation costs more than 10% of the annual global gross product in loss of biodiversity and ecosystem services, as stated in the UNEP report released recently. Mainstreaming biodiversity into all sectoral policies is fundamental. In the post-2020 global biodiversity framework, we should have dedicated standalone goals for mainstreaming. The whole of government approach to promote biodiversity conservation, restoration and sustainable use is important. The government of Finland has decided to invest substantially into halting the loss of biodiversity. New funding for nature conservation has increased by 100 million euros annually. We will increase protected areas and support a transition towards a carbon-neutral Finland by 2035. Nature-based solutions hold significant potential for climate change adaptation and mitigation, as well as biodiversity conservation. The Nature Conservation Act, Land Use and Building Act, and the Climate Act are key for biodiversity and under revision. We aim for the 30% target to expand global protection of land and sea by 2030, including marine areas in the high seas. The pandemic has shown that we need a renewed focus on multilateralism with the United Nations as its core. The 2030 Agenda, the Paris Agreement and the Convention on Biodiversity are our existing roadmaps, and we must accelerate our action to implement them. Last but not least, I want to flag the coalition of finance ministers for climate action led by Finland and Chile. We must continue to get finance ministers on board for transformative change to happen. Climate change and biodiversity need to be mainstreamed in all policy planning and budgeting.
Doy las gracias al ministro.
I thank the Minister for Foreign Affairs of Finland for that statement. And I give the floor to the Minister of Energy, Environment and Sustainable Development of Belgium for a pre-recorded statement.
Monsieur le Président.
Mr. President, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, these scientific assessments are very clear, and they provide us with confirmation that there's a need to act urgently internationally, and that's why we're co-signatory of the Leaders' Pledge for Nature. We reaffirm our commitment to undertake urgent measures and to broaden our global mission on biodiversity for post-2020. One of the main commitments have to do with the cross-border integration of biodiversity. Through voluntary commitments, Green Deals, we stimulate the in commitment of our partners in such areas as circular purchasing policy, shared mobility, sustainable logistics in cities, or the promotion of lasting food policy. Through our food chains, which is the most important cause of deforestation, pressure is exerted on marine ecosystems, and this is crucial. And let me give you an example. Belgian chocolate, which is recognized the world over, to make sure that our consumers can also be able to count on its sustainability. Belgian Beyond Chocolate was launched in 2018. It's a partnership between the government, chocolate makers, retailers, trade unions, social investors, distributors, and universities. And all of the stakeholders committed to work together and to make sure that the chocolate in Belgium is 100% certified and sustainable in 2025. Let me now cover other points. Protecting our oceans is the area where progress is necessary and is possible. Scientists have recommended that we protect 30 to 50% of our ocean by 2030 and do this through a global network of protected areas. And we are amongst the blue leaders. We have the goal, our objective of 30 by 30 for the protection of 30% of the ocean to make sure that we preserve high seas biodiversity. And we invite the delegations present here to join Belgium in this. Furthermore, we have an opportunity this year to adopt a major marine area protected by the Commission for the Conservation of the Marine Life in the Antarctica. The trade in wildlife species is a very lucrative activity. The turnover there is billions of euros per year. And if this is not regulated, it can threaten species. These last years, we have strengthened the team which is monitors CITES. We intend to have an ambitious and coherent strategy on this in 2030, in line with the Farm to Fork strategy, forest and climate, and the European Union strategies on agriculture. And we also are committed to the 2030 Agenda for Development and Multilateralism. The SDGs have to be our roadmap. Given the COVID crisis, of course, and given the crisis, we realize they're all vulnerable and our inequalities have been laid bare. And we need to implement the SDGs as quickly as possible to build back better and greener. Thank you for your attention.
Doy las gracias a la
I thank the Minister of Energy, Environment and Sustainable Development of Belgium for that statement. I now give the floor to the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Paraguay to make a pre-recorded statement.
The planet
is suffering one of its worst moments on an environmental front, and it is indisputable that human actions and practices are the causes of this deterioration, and that this is directly affecting biodiversity and our ecosystems, with a highly negative effect on climate change. Research clearly shows us that an accelerated loss of biodiversity and irreversible damage is happening to the planet. There are species that have already become extinct, and the irreversible damage to the planet, we know, directly affects the survival of human beings. We know that the natural resources are essential for survival. Therefore, we must place enormous value on our natural resources, consider them at all times and protect them in order to protect ourselves. Paraguay, in compliance with all mandates at international level, is determined to safeguard our natural resources. The Ministry of the Environment and Sustainable Development, despite being a new institution, is 100% committed to the supervision, control, and unrestricted implementation of environmental laws. In this regard, the effort deployed for conservation is of the utmost importance. Our Ministry is fully committed to taking care of our important conservation territories, to maintain biodiversity, to restore ecosystems, to recover watercourses, and, most importantly, to create environmental awareness for conservation and sustainability of natural resources. because we understand that a nation that does not adhere to or recognise the importance of nature is undoubtedly a nation that cannot prosper. Our commitment as a country is to recognise this crisis, and our responsibility as world leaders is to take the necessary measures for biodiversity. Thank you very much.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the Minister of Environment and Sustainable Development of Paraguay for that statement. I now give the floor to the Minister of Environment and Climate Action of Portugal for a pre-recorded statement.
Your Excellencies, distinguished colleagues, let me start by congratulating the President of the General Assembly for the timely initiative to reflect on the need of urgent action on biodiversity for sustainable development. This video conference summit is particularly relevant when COVID-19-led economic meltdown is threatening efforts to address the biodiversity crisis. Last week, I was faced with the unpleasant facts of the Global Biodiversity Outlook number 5. None of the Aichi biodiversity targets was fully achieved. Only 6 out of 20 targets have been partially met. Earlier this month, the Living Planet Report 2020 reminds us that since 1970, 68% of the mammals, birds, reptiles, and amphibious population have decreased. Still, I would stick to the outlook that is not too late to slow, halt, and hopefully reverse current trends in the decline of biodiversity. For this to happen, all stakeholders, from states to local authorities and indigenous and local communities, from NGOs to the private sector, all of us must take further actions to reverse the loss of biodiversity. In Portugal, we are working to build a more resilient, sustainable, and reliable society. During the period of total confinement, the time spent at home served as a small example of the importance how the balance between nature conservation, natural capital, and the human consumption patterns is important for well-being and everyday life. While working hard to relaunch the economy, we encourage all sectors to continue investing in protecting our natural surroundings. Because it is through biodiversity that the necessary resources are obtained on which many of the productive processes depend. There is an urgent need to reverse the current trends of biodiversity loss and ecosystem degradation by addressing all drivers of biodiversity loss with concrete actions. We need to act globally and promptly in order to reach more ambitious goals and targets to address biodiversity loss. Excellencies, Portugal is committed to protect at least 30% of land and sea by 2030 through protected areas and other effective area-based conservation measures. Also, given the main drivers of biodiversity loss, with particular emphasis on land use and land use change, we shall strengthen policy lines directly linked to territorial active management and recognize the ecosystem services value. Mainstreaming biodiversity on all sectors of economy is an utmost relevance, so we shall keep working on that, namely with agriculture, forestry, fisheries, energy, and tourism. In doing so, we believe that the transparent business engagement is essential. Moreover, we endorse the involvement of all stakeholders in biodiversity protection and nature conservation policies. Finally, Portugal is truly committed on halting biodiversity loss and looking forward to contributing to the new and ambitious goal biodiversity framework to be adopted at the 15th Conference of the Parties to the Convention of Biological Diversity. Thank you.
Doy las gracias al
I thank the Minister of Environment and Climate Action of Portugal for that statement. I now give the floor to the Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of India for a pre-recorded statement.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I stand before this August gathering to address 75th session of United Nations General Assembly as a representative of one of the 17th mega biodiversity countries in the world. Since time immemorial, India has a culture of not just conserving and protecting nature, but living in harmony with nature. The emergence of COVID-19 has emphasized the fact that unregulated exploitation of natural resources coupled with unsustainable food habits and consumption pattern lead to destruction system that supports human life. Excellencies, as enshrined in our Vedic script, Prakriti Rakshite Rakshita, that is, if you protect nature, nature will protect you. Inspired by Mahatma Gandhi, the ethos of non-violence and protection of animals and nature have been suitably enshrined in Constitution of India and is reflected in several laws and legislations. It is due to these beliefs and efforts and the India's ethos, with only 2.5% of Earth's landmass, we have 8% of world's recorded biodiversity. In the course of last decade, India has enhanced the combined forest and tree cover by 15,000 square kilometers to reach nearly 25%. We now have the highest number of tigers, the Asiatic lions, and we have also launched Project Dolphins. India aims to restore 26 million hectares of degraded land and deforested land. We want to achieve land degradation neutrality by 2030. This is a target which shows our ambition. India has operationalized the system for access of benefit sharing provisions of CBD through a national network of 250,000 biodiversity management committees across the country involving local people, and we have already created 170,000 people's biodiversity register. So they are our foot soldiers and they are protecting the biodiversity and ensuring its growth. Excellencies, the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework that will be adopted at the 15th Conference of Parties in 2021 provides a good opportunity to enhance efforts to conserve and protect nature. India has already taken leadership role in order to conserve biodiversity by organizing 2 COPs within span of less than a year. We organized COP14 of UNCCD in Delhi and COP13 of Convention of Migratory Species, CMS, in Gandhinagar in 2020. India has been championing the cause of climate action through conservation, sustainable lifestyle, and green development model. Excellencies, on the occasion of 75th anniversary of the UN and the start of the UN Decade of Action and Delivery for Sustainable Development, let's join our efforts to put nature on a path to recovery and realize the vision of living in harmony with nature.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change of India for that statement. And I now give the floor to the Minister of Environment of Rwanda to make a pre-recorded statement.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor to speak to you today about biodiversity and sustainable development. Biodiversity is the foundation of our survival and well-being. Most importantly, I would like to appreciate the ongoing efforts by the Convention on Biological Diversity Secretariat to guide parties toward a post-2020 global diversity framework. Rwanda believes that ambitious and realistic biodiversity commitments should be the backbone toward this framework. Findings from the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services are alarming. Nature is declining globally, and the rate of species extinction is accelerating and clearly indicating that we are in a crisis. We believe that accelerated implementation of Kigali Amendment to the Montreal Protocol will make a positive and tangible contribution to the protection of biodiversity. This summit is taking place virtually because we are threatened by COVID-19 pandemic. Pandemics are symptoms of a sick planet, so we have to be proactive in building back the economy, but in a fashion that promotes biodiversity conservation. We also need to look at biodiversity holistically and in alignment with other global challenges, such as climate change, that is one of the drivers to extinction of species. Therefore, alignment of both the post-2020 biodiversity targets with the Paris Agreement and SDGs is critical. Plastic pollution is another rapidly growing global problem affecting the whole ecosystem. Rwanda is committed to stop plastic pollution, but believes that this requires a global solution. We therefore support the establishment of a new global agreement to combat plastic pollution. In conclusion, although the status is alarming, there is a hope that together as one, we can still reverse the situation. Let us come together and give back to Mother Nature for a healthier environment and a more sustainable and prosperous development, where pandemics like COVID-19 are prevented. Let us make living in harmony with nature a reality. Thank you very much.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the Minister of Environment of Rwanda for that statement. I now give the floor to the Minister of Environmental Protection and Natural Resources of Ukraine to make a pre-recorded statement.
Ukraine joins the global initiative to preserve biodiversity. I want to tell you one success story. The most favorite bird in Ukraine is the stork, which was named after the deity of goodness and love. The black stork is protected by most international environmental agreements. It breeds in Europe and Asia, winters in Africa, between the Sahara and the equator. In the 90s of the last century, the number of nests in our country was only 200 in an area of more than 60 million hectares. Thanks to the efforts of the state, scientists and the public, today about 1,000 couples are registered in Ukraine. Unfortunately, not all rare species in the world have positive trends, but we together with other countries are ready to work actively to make such stories of population recovery as with the black stork in Ukraine and in the world happen much more. Ukraine has increased its natural reserve territory by about 200,000 hectares over the past 2 years and expanded its European network of protected areas by 2 million hectares. This has improved the quality of environmental assessment of infrastructure development projects and brought the Ukrainian legal field closer to the European Union norms. Further efforts of our state will be focused on the following priority areas: development of the national strategy for biodiversity protection, reforming the forest industry of Ukraine on the basis of sustainable management, increasing the area covered with forests, bringing the area of protected territories close to the indicators, and improving the efficiency of their management. Ukraine intends to remain a reliable partner in the implementation of regional and global projects, programs, and initiatives aimed at the
al ministro de Protección Ambiental y Recursos Naturales de Ucrania por la declaración.
I thank the Minister of Environmental Protection and Resources of Ukraine for that statement, and now give the floor to the Minister of Living Environment and Sustainable Development of Benin for a pre-recorded statement.
The government of Benin is concerned by biodiversity loss. And in Benin, this can be seen in the decline of natural ecosystems, the risk of species extinction, drastic drop in the abundance of certain wildlife, flora and fauna. And fully aware of that, we recently have introduced very serious measures, in particular changing our forestry strategy. And this makes sure that all the national communities are responsibly participating in this through the public-private partnership and the partnership between the state and communities. And then we encourage the promotion of a green economy through making reforestation more professional and valorizing our indigenous species, such as the karite, for example, and the nere. And this in order to make sure that rural incomes are increased. We have also undertaken the following important initiatives in order to increase the area covered by protected areas. For example, we've created the National Cross-Border Biosphere Reserve in Mono. This was approved by UNESCO in 2017. We intend to create a marine protected area, and we've already identified the marine and coastal environmentally important areas have been done. Creating a protected areas in the Alo Valley in Weme, and this is being considered by UNESCO. And we have joined the regional network of protected marine areas in West Africa. And lastly, we have opted for a responsible change in the governance of the management of our national parks. We have delegated the management of the Pinjari and W blocks of the international WAP complex, and this led to satisfactory results, good results. This was done in fruitful cooperation with Niger and Burkina Faso. We would like to make sure that there is a significant shift which would lead us to sustainable development, creating wealth and added value regionally through a win-win partnership, and at the same time slows down or even completely stops the loss of biodiversity and helps us better sequester carbon. The post-2020 framework for biodiversity is now being developed, and whilst this is going on, it is important to make sure that we widen the idea of integrated biodiversity, that this is integrated to all sustainable development agents, and that we really live in harmony with nature. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Living Environment and Sustainable Development of Benin for that statement. We now give the floor to the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala for a pre-recorded statement.
Guatemala
is a mega-diverse country with a wide variety of ecosystems and climates. It has a population rich in culture and a millennial legacy, where the management and sustainable use of nature's goods and services is essential for the lives of millions of Guatemalans. With the current challenges arising from COVID-19, and according to the General Government Policy of 2020 to 2024, we are working on the creation of seed banks with local species, collection of rainwater for emergency irrigation, promotion of reforestation through agroforestry systems and carbon sinks, the use of wood-saving stoves, and the management of integral systems of production inter alia to mitigate climate change, slow land deterioration, and promote the adaptation of communities, species, and ecosystems. We are strengthening incentives for the conservation of forests. This is a priority of our government. For that reason, it is important to take not only measures aimed at forestation, but also to take initiatives to prevent illegal logging. We are therefore strengthening incentives on forest and mangrove conservation, as well as optimizing the effective management, protection and monitoring of the Guatemalan National System of Protected Areas, which represents 31% of our country. In recent years, the world has witnessed several forest fires of unprecedented magnitude. Despite our efforts, between 2019 and 2020, 1,248 forest fires have been registered nationally, which have consumed more than 2,900 hectares of forest. we call upon the international community to support my country with equipment and tools for preventing and fighting forest fires. A small lung of our planet, named Guatemala, needs you. To preserve nature, we must also find better sources for generating energy. In Guatemala, more than 50% of families use firewood to cook food. This is an environmental tragedy in the 21st century. It's important to find alternative sources for this. The current administration is working to promote new solutions that involve, for example, the introduction of gas or electric induction stoves. On this same topic, I would like to emphasize that Guatemala has a diversified and sustainable energy matrix, where renewable technologies represent more than 65% of our capacity. Under the current energy policy, the government authorities will continue to promote the installation of new renewable generation and, in general, to development cleaner technology projects. In this sense, it is an objective of this administration to promote, among others, geothermal energy and electricity generation based on natural gas, which are both available in our country. Our policy is to promote the economic development of the country and take care of the planet. Guatemala attaches great importance to the oceans and marine resources, since they cover 70% of the total surface of the planet. And they are the habitat of thousands of species that are being affected by human activities. The oceans, coastal zones, and their ecosystems are not only an immense reservoir of biodiversity, but also provide valuable subsistence services. It is therefore necessary to identify adaptation and resilience measures so as to promote joint sustainable design. We call for the future adoption of an ambitious and robust strategic plan for biodiversity 2021 to 2030. This must allow for the establishment of clear and transparent actions and cooperation mechanisms based on our common but differentiated responsibilities with mutual support for the benefit of the preservation of our only home, our planet. Thank you very much.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Guatemala for that statement. I now give the floor to the Minister of Municipality and Environment of Qatar to make a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, may the peace of God be upon you. From the beginning, I would like to use this opportunity to welcome this summit, which we hope will be fruitful. Ladies and gentlemen, we all know that combating environmental challenges, including biodiversity, can only be effective if there is common action, if there is international solidarity in order to find adequate solutions. Our presence shows our determination to promote biodiversity within the framework aimed at sustainable development globally and at all levels, and especially given the link between biodiversity and us as individuals and societies. Ladies and gentlemen, Sustainable Development Program, the 2030 Agenda, shows very clearly the very close direct and indirect links between the ODDs, with the SDGs and biodiversity. It is therefore needed to have greater efforts in order to protect biodiversity and to eradicate those factors which diminish it. In this regard, the implementation of international multilateral environmental conventions under the aegis of the UN is key in order to make sure that we have interstate planning and that we can be more effective and close all of the gaps, and that we all have the national lasting sustainable development mechanism. Let me also underscore the importance of synergy to making sure plans and programs which are wide-reaching and implementable plans which go to protect biodiversity in the context of lasting development and take into account the situation of each country. Within our own 2030 horizon, we have an environmental pillar, and there we made sure that we included biodiversity in our national strategies. So this is a dimension that we take into account in order to reconcile sustainable growth and the protection of the environment in general and the protection of biodiversity in particular. We passed environmental laws, we have implemented programs and initiatives, and we are involving this society into this because society is a fundamental pillar in protecting biodiversity. And whilst doing that, we have become convinced that biodiversity is part of our heritage, but also of what we bequeath to future generations. In conclusion, I thank the organizers of the summit. I wish you every success, and I hope that we will come up with tangible results and a vision which will protect biodiversity and enable us to have lasting development. Thank you.
I thank the Minister of Municipality and Environment of Qatar for that statement. I now give the floor to the Minister for Territorial Planning and the Environment of Suriname to make a pre-recorded statement.
Mr. President of the General Assembly, Volkan Bozkir, all protocol observed. Mr. President, I thank you for convening this important meeting on urgent actions on biodiversity for sustainable development. As we near the end of the United Nations Decade on Biodiversity, it has become clear that most of the targets we have set at the beginning of this decade were unfortunately not realized. According to the latest Global Diversity Outlook report, none of the Aichi biodiversity targets have been fully met and only 6 have been partially achieved. Although this result is disheartening, we need to prolong our focus on the road ahead. Our future generations depend on us to draw from lessons learned as we develop the new global biodiversity framework and keep in mind the ultimate vision of a world living in harmony with nature by 2050. Mr. President, at a national level, Suriname is scaling up efforts to mainstream biodiversity into all sectors. As the Minister of Spatial Planning and Environment, I wish to express my personal and full commitment to safeguarding and promote sustainable use of Suriname's biodiversity and ecosystems. We are a small developing country with the immense responsibility of being custodians to some of the world's most pristine forests, and we do not take this responsibility lightly. Despite facing many socio-economic challenges and temptations to economically exploit our biodiversity, we still manage to maintain 93% of forest cover, with which our country can be considered one of the richest biodiversity providers in the world. With a very low population density, we have learned to live in harmony with nature since the foundation of our nation. 14% of our territory is already declared as protected areas, while for our livelihoods, we are very much dependent on our biodiversity and natural ecosystems. These ecosystems also contribute to sustaining the capacity of the living world to mitigate climate change through carbon storage and sequestration, and in doing so are providing resilience in adapting to this phenomenon. Despite this privileged position, the challenges faced cannot be ignored. Suriname is one of the top 10 most endangered countries in the world, facing sea level rise that is threatening our coastline, where the majority of our socio-economic activities take place and the bulk of our people live. Socio-economic challenges, unsustainable logging and mining practices also present a serious threat to our pursuit for sustainable development in harmony with nature. As if this is not challenging enough, the global COVID-19 pandemic poses heightened stress on our limited budget for management of biodiversity and ecosystem services. Mr. President, We emphasize that the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework must ensure the creation of a re-engineered socio-economic development strategy for our people. We recognize that the steps to achieve the 2050 vision for biodiversity must be taken to turn the tide on heading towards a higher acceleration of biodiversity loss. However, only a different, more daring approach can achieve a different outcome. We encourage the international community to step up towards mobilizing more resources, improve their accessibility, and make knowledge and technology available in order to support developing countries in a more effective way. It is important that we do not overburden our precious and fragile ecosystems in our pursuit for development. We have only one earth to share and leave behind for the generations to come. Let us contribute to improving it and actively engage in the development of an effective post-2020 global biodiversity framework in a way that will reflect the transformative changes needed to make our natural environment a safe haven for all life. Mr. President, with this global pandemic as a stark reminder of the interdependence of nature and people, it is our responsibility to maintain the balance for future generations and our planet. Rest assured of the commitment of the Republic of Suriname to play its part in this effort. I thank you.
I thank the Minister of Spatial Planning and Environment of Suriname for that statement. I now give the floor to the Minister of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation of Ghana to make a pre-recorded statement.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Ghana acknowledges the great strides made by member states to ensure the conservation of biodiversity and the sustainable utilization of resources. Ghana aligns itself with the theme for this summit and pledges to work hard to halt biodiversity loss. We recognize the need for both new finance and repurposing of existing public and private finance for a successful implementation of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework and the SDGs. Ghana has initiated processes to mainstream biodiversity into all national programs, plans, and activities, as well as include natural capital accounting in our economic planning and GDP calculations. Ghana will continue to pursue area-based conservation methods such as environmental impact assessment and strategic environmental assessment to incorporate environmental, social, and health concerns in the planning and execution of projects. Ghana has ratified and become a party to the Nagoya Protocol and is committed to its successful implementation. The University of Ghana and the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research have been selected to work with partner countries and institutions that seek to move biodiversity resources from Ghana for research and other purposes. This is to ensure that resources drawn from Ghana are duly acknowledged and the benefits arising therefrom are shared equitably. In Ghana, partnerships among CSOs and public and private sectors to address biodiversity management are actively supported. Capacity development for youth in biodiversity conservation is ongoing, as exemplified by the Green Ghana program that consists of area-based environmental clubs in communities and basic schools. Nature-based solutions such as tree planting, mangrove restoration, bushfire prevention, and plantation development are being implemented to conserve biodiversity. Ghana is actively promoting the community resource management areas concept that empowers communities to manage fringe forest resources to sustainably provide for their livelihoods. Women in vulnerable communities in Ghana have been provided with capital and materials to start their own businesses in areas such as shea butter processing, soap making, honey production, and farming. Moreover, Ghana is promoting the Planting for Food and Jobs programs that are aimed at increasing agricultural productivity without further expansion of agricultural lands. In this era of COVID-19, the consumption of indigenous nutritious foods to boost the immune system of the population and the application of indigenous knowledge and age-old tradition, especially in agriculture and healthcare, are being promoted. In the meantime, government has put in place relief and stimulus packages for households and micro, small, and medium-scale enterprises to help them withstand the effects of COVID-19 on their businesses and household incomes. I thank you for your kind attention.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the Minister of Environment, Science, Technology and Innovation of Ghana for that statement. I now give the floor to the Minister of the Environment of Australia to make a pre-recorded statement.
Distinguished co-chairs, excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity on behalf of all Australians to express our gratitude for the support and goodwill from the global community following the Australian Black Summer bushfires. The global community's contributions, messages of support and generosity were appreciated beyond measure. Australia welcomes this summit as it puts the spotlight on our common global biodiversity challenges and commitment to action at the highest level. We are strongly committed to the successful delivery of an ambitious post-2020 global biodiversity framework. It is important that we build on and learn from the progress made towards Aichi biodiversity targets. Fostering transformational change across society to address global biodiversity challenges will require strong partnerships, scientific and technological innovation, mainstreaming biodiversity into private sector operations, and both public and private investment. Australia has long valued science, technology and innovation to support biodiversity protection. We have a long-term commitment to funding environment and climate research through our National Environmental Science Program. Upcoming research will focus on resilient landscapes, sustainable communities and waste, marine and coastal environments, and climate systems. This research helps inform public policy and environmental regulation, along with our ability to plan for and adapt to a changing climate. In addition to conventional science and technology, we recognise the importance of traditional ecological knowledge. Australia's Indigenous protected areas support Indigenous communities to manage their country to protect environmental and cultural values for future generations. With currently 76 dedicated Indigenous protected areas, this program provides positive long-term health, education, economic and social benefits for these communities. Like all other nations, we're facing a different sort of crisis with the COVID-19 pandemic. The link between biodiversity and zoonotic disease has highlighted the need to improve how we interact with wildlife. We know that to better prevent and control infectious diseases, systems for human, animal and environment health need to be linked. Our recovery from COVID-19 requires us to build back better, focusing on innovative technological solutions to ensure a sustainable and resilient economy. I am confident that together we can surmount the challenges we are facing to safeguard the world's biodiversity for generations to come. It's so important. Thank you.
Doy las gracias.
I thank the Minister for the Environment of Australia for that statement. I now give the floor to the Minister for Environmental Protection and Regional Development of Latvia to make a pre-recorded statement.
Honourable Heads of State and Government, President of the General Assembly, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, valued multi-stakeholder partners and friends. It is a great pleasure to join you all today to deliberate on the urgent action on biodiversity for sustainable development and work towards realizing the 2050 vision for biodiversity, living in harmony with nature. Our societies are intimately linked with and depend on biodiversity to provide food, clean water, medicine, fuel, and other vital goods and services for our well-being. Papua New Guinea is blessed with an exceptionally rich marine and terrestrial biodiversity, and therefore It is critical to protect and conserve these natural heritages. About 80% of the rural population rely on its land and marine resources for food and as sources of income to sustain themselves. Hence, this rich biodiversity is fundamentally important to the long-term well-being of the people of Papua New Guinea. Papua New Guinea contains a wealth of biodiversity and is one of 18 mega diverse countries of the world which have a very high total number of species. Papua New Guinea contains more than 5 to 7% of the world's biodiversity in less than 1% of the world's land area. It is home to more than 18,994 described plants and species, 719 birds, 271 mammals, 227 reptiles, 266 amphibians, 341 freshwater fish species, 600 species of coral, and 3,000 species of reef fish. Papua New Guinea's constitution and the national goals and directive principles demand us to ensure that we must respect and protect our natural resources, including the oceans, for the benefit of today and future generations. It is in this spirit of sustainable development promoted by the United Nations 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development, including the Sustainable Development Goals, which we have already captured in our Vision 2050 National Development Roadmap, and supported by the National Strategy for Responsible Sustainable Development. The government of Papua New Guinea has developed plans and strategies to protect, conserve, and promote sustainable natural resource use and management, which are critical to the country's prosperity. This includes the green growth and environmental sustainable economic growth agendas, which focus on using renewable resources to promote and sustain economic growth. This biodiversity is under significant threat from major resource developments and a rapidly expanding human population. Papua New Guinea's biodiversity, with its remarkable cultural diversity, needs to be better protected. The main drivers of biodiversity loss are deforestation and forest degradation, illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, industrial activities, pollution, and climate change. The government has developed actions to address the underlying causes of biodiversity loss, which includes the following. 1. Environment impact assessment, process, and permitting systems for resource developments. 2. Protection and conservation of land and marine biodiversity through establishing of marine and terrestrial protected areas. 3. Successful on-the-ground actions to protect and conserve and manage priority species and ecosystems. 4. The priority conservation areas map has been developed, which identified and showed areas rich in unique species and priority ecosystems, which remain a critical tool to help decision makers prioritize conservation efforts, such as 1. Integrated planning and decision-making process across sectors. 2. Strengthening management of customary lands. 3. Issuance of wildlife permits for wildlife trade. And 4. Undertaking educational awareness programs. Biodiversity loss can be solved by using a mix of public policies and traditional knowledge, assisted by continued monitoring and education. The sustainable use and management of biodiversity requires the concerted efforts and actions of all levels of government, non-government organizations, private sector, and local communities to work together to reduce and prevent the loss of biodiversity. The key to implementing such changes is delivering a whole of government approach to planning and action. There are also other opportunities to build on existing mechanisms and institutions for effectively achieve biodiversity outcomes, including the strengthening and implementation of multilateral environmental agreements and through integrating biodiversity actions into all economic and productive sections for sustainable development. The education and learning systems have been supported to better communicate the values of biodiversity and ecosystem services. Public education campaigns are also essential. Some of the strategies that the government has developed to promote environmental sustainability includes: 1. Improve biodiversity conservation for tourism activities and protection of the diverse flora and fauna. 2. Enforce and protect the environment by shifting responsibility to polluters to internalize environmental costs through setting standards for penalties and fees. 3. Improve compliance of industries and urban centers for waste management regulations. 4. Improve monitoring and reporting of environmental issues and behavioral trends. 5. Promote sustainable uses of non-renewable natural assets in forestry, marine, minerals, and biodiversity. 6. Support human capital development, education, research, and other environmental awareness programs in universities aimed at developing capacities to transition to sustainable development. Some of the policies and legislations have been developed to address biodiversity laws include: 1. Environmental Act 2000, 2. Conservation Areas Act 1978, 3. Protected Areas Policy 2014, 4. International Trade, Fauna and Flora Amendment Act 2003, 5. Maritime Zone Act 2015, Land Act 1996, 6. Fisheries Management Act 1998, Forest Management Act 1991, and Climate Change Management Act 2015. The government of Papua New Guinea appreciates the support provided by the international community and remains committed to achieve and promote the United Nations 2030 Agenda on Sustainable Development, including the Sustainable Development Goals. Thank you.
Agradecemos.
We particularly thank the Minister of the Environment, Conservation and Climate Change of Papua New Guinea, who has just made that pre-recorded statement.
Estimados colegas,
Colleagues, we have now reached the end of the statements. There was a large number of statements, and it was not possible for the Assembly to accommodate all the pre-recorded statements. But this attests to the interest of Member States in this fundamental topic. As was mentioned at the beginning, The Office of the Secretariat and the Office of the President of the General Assembly are trying to identify a solution so that all the statements can be accessed, whether in written or audiovisual format. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all of your participation. The summit is adjourned.
Distinguished delegates, I would now kindly ask that delegates seated in the first row from Afghanistan